Welcome to BMX Race Hub, round 10, the last round of the National Series here at Birmingham. Looking forward to the racing today. The sun's out at the moment, but there's a bit of a front coming through later. I think I might even be able to see it over the shoulder of the cameraman, John, there. Yeah, so we're live racing in the next couple of minutes and expecting more of the same that we saw yesterday. Really good work by all the riders. A lot on the line in some of the age groups for, you know, a 5th or a 6th or a 12th or a, you know, qualifying position for the World Championships. So yeah, lots of stories, I'm sure, from different riders and different age groups today. And we will be catching up with some of them throughout the day, and you can watch that in the highlights show in a few days' time.
Round number 10 of the 2024 Lloyds Bank BMX National Series. Heading to turn number 1. There's a birthday in this moto as well. It is Bo Morris's 10th birthday today, I believe. So very happy birthday to Bo. But it is out front with Hunter van der Malion heading into turn number 2. Adam Arnold in there in that 2 spot as he goes into that second corner. Looking like the Brunty Massive are picking up the top 3 spot. Got to be Sam Dolan heading towards this final turn, but he's under pressure from the 237. Bram Heaver out of team here. His teammate, it's his birthday today. He's in there in that 6th spot, heading down the final straight, chasing Billy Cheeseman in 5. But it is Hunter Malion taking the first motor win of the day. The 2 European finalists out on track in race number 2. That is Frankie Griffin and Oliver Arnold. Both riders out from BRE Racing in there as well. That is Stoneman on the 808 plate inside the top 3. Got Ocean King in there in 4. On the 667 riding out of Bournemouth BMX Club. Race 3, Benedict Marco in this one. He's getting busy heading down that second straight, looking for a way past birthday boy Xavi Fox Cooper. He's leading this one out. I'm pretty sure he's 12 today, Xavi. So a couple of birthdays in the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. It's Xavi leading it out. Marco looking for a way round into this final turn. Can he find the inside? Not quite. It is Jamie Tablanche in there inside the top 3. Riding out of MK. Here comes the Bradford Bandits in there in 5, pushing the Gosport NRT rider to the line. That was Jet Thompson hanging on to that top 4 spots. More 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. That looks like Harry Swales in there in that 2 spot, riding out of Fast Signatures, chasing down your race leader. That is a 2-1-2 of Charlie Cotton out of Knowsley BMX Club. Check out that high-low from Swales in the final turn, going from 2 to 1. Looking like that could be Murphy in there as well. It is Finley Murphy on the 881 inside the top 3. The race win, though, looking like it might have just been Cotton on the line. 13-14 cruisers out on track. Alfie Andrews is getting busy in turn 2, riding out of Urban Air. He's trying to work his way underneath Cooper McCrum, didn't quite make it stick, so he's in there in 4. He's looked up the inside of Logan Young in turn number 3. Loves a corner move, does Alfie. He's worked his way to a top 3 spot. It's McSwitty, McCrum, Andrews, Young, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Newton Hindley on a track, leading out race number 6 for Team A and Andover. The Titans in there as well. That looks like it could be Liam Wilson, I think it is. Daniel Borrachini, his teammate, in there as well. Just having the move stuck on him by a couple of riders in that last corner. Looks like we've lost Warwork in that final turn. That was Sim throwing it under, going from a 6 to 5 as they bring it down to the line. Moto 1 at 3.65. Tate Kitson leading out race at number 7. He's going 1 and 2 with yesterday's winner. Little Cotty on the cruiser, having a good old scrap with Robin Maton Alonso as they go down that final straight. Here comes Robin with a late charge. He's going to go from 3 to 2. Cotty's going to go through in 3. Next up, we are looking at the 15-16-year-old cruisers. Jono Harradine, sorry, as stylish as you like in practice. Not quite sure what it was into this last turn. I don't know what you call it. It was a young kid thing. He was touching his front wheel as he jumped the jump. But yeah, he's doing it for the ladies in MK Evolution out front. Race 9, Oakley Hooper leading this one out. Mixed Picks race team. He's got Vincent Coburn in there behind him. That looks like Zachary Tier out of the Jump Club. Oh, huge crash. Vincent Coburn hit the deck. Went down very, very hard. Hooper, Tier, Hall, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, his dad did crash yesterday, Duncan. Guys, just watch how you go as you come down this 3rd straight, move across to the inside. Looks like we have got Sean Brown leading this one out, JT Simpson Davies, Zach Chapman, 1, 2, 3, Bradley Davison in there in 4. Just going to check that Vincent's all right. Put your hands together for Vincent Coburn, ladies and gents. He's up and walking away.
Okay, ready?
Race 11, more 15-16 cruisers into the turn. That's got to be Thomas Millar, Moto 1-3-6-5 leading this one out. Jake Hart has been on fire all weekend long. Riding out of Tiger race team. He's in there in that 2-spot. SAS in there as well. That's got to be Aidan True picking up the top 3 spot. No Logo Racing Academy in there as well. Lewis Barnes under pressure though from Louis Kaimat. BMXHype.com looking for a high low in that final corner. Can he make it stick? It is Millar. Large down to the, not Large, sorry, Hart down to the line. It's going to be Millar hanging on to that Moto win. Barnes hanging on to that top 4 spot. 39-year-old cruisers. Mays, Abbott, Hayes, Aladzans, Jones and Brown. Martin Smiley Brown in there in 3s. Teammate in there with him, Ryan Jones in 4. Look at that for a final turn move. That was the 7.02 of Nathan Abbott throwing it under with a perfectly executed high-low. He's going to take that Moto win with Agres Aladzans in 2.
Race 13, Jack Hudson out in front. We have got John Livingston trying to work his way into a top 3 position, battling with Dan Popel and Tom Palmer as well. All the heavy hitters in this one as they head towards that final corner. Palmer in there in 2, chasing down Hudson. Here comes Popel, working his way underneath. It's Moto 1 on a Sunday morning, and you can throw a blanket over the top 3. Race 14, Dylan Dixon, Matthew Walsh, Andy McCoy, Matt Swales, and Chris Coleman. Oh, hang on, Andy McCoy's getting a bit tasty coming out the 2nd turn. Can't wait to see this one on YouTube on the head angle. In and out the final corner. He might even win a moto at this way. Go on, Andy, push it to the line. With the 917 in there as well, Dylan Dixon. He'll dine out on that one for months, Andy McCoy. Race 15, Craig Cordin, Matthew Eaton, Ian Smythe, Kingsley Mears, Rich Stevenson. Kingsley, king of the rimmers, into the turn. Matthew Eaton in 2, Stevenson in 3, Cordin in 4. And the 932 of Ian Smythe in 5 as we move on. 245 to 49 cruiser. Dave Stokes is in there. Battling away, he's got Fraser Watson with him as well, and Stuart Little. So both the Evolved Bicycle Motocross riders in this one. And Damien Mead leading it out. That's Graham Stark in there as well, I think. So as they go to the line, it's going to be Wilson, Mead, Little and Stokes, your top 4. Race 17, Norbert Marco, Philip Duff, Mario De Almeida in there. Big Nige Smith, where is he? He's in there in 3s, Nige. Norbert Marco leading it out. That's Matt Barnard in there in 2, Simon Toogood inside the top 4. Tony LeBras doing it for Bradford. In there in 5, lads. So as we move on to race 18, Mine Ogden, Mark Cotty Cottrell in this one. That's Gaz Carver in 2. Still can't get used to him riding in a Manchester jersey. Christos Chalkos. Oh, hang on, getting a bit tasty with Cotty in the corner. Calm down, boys, it's Moto 1. There we go, got there eventually, got the page turned over. Right, Butler and Bentley going 1 and 2. Sounds like a 60s folk combo. Butler and Bentley. Right, got some birthday shout-outs, extra ones coming. So we'll squeeze those in as we go along. Darren O'Brien, where is he? He's there in 2, battling away with Stephen Hassel. Dominic Elliott, Chris Howell and Kev Sykes. Kev in 3, Elliott in 4. As we move on to 13 to 16 female cruiser. Anya Mattern Alonso, Erin Jackson, Annalise Cabin-Carpenter, Missy Large and Carmel Allison. Right, there seems to have been a plethora of lost car keys. I know Elvis Lawrence's dad has managed to lose a set of keys that he really needs to find. So if anybody finds those keys, if you find keys anywhere, please hand them in. We will reunite them with their owner. And somebody's lost a set of keys with a red Aladdin lamp on the keyring. I don't know if it's the same ones, but I know Mr. Lawrence is desperate to find his truck keys, because that is an expensive truck. So if you find any keys, please hand them in, thank you. Right, Cody Harmer, Alexis McCartney, Isla Young and Isla Radcliffe, I think that was, in that one. As we move on to race 23, Olivia Firth, Sorted Race Gear and EMV Graphics and Signage for all your helmet wrapping requirements. That's Abby Pike in there in 2, Hannah Drew in 3, Molly Nice in 4. That's Hannah Hedges in there as well. As we move on to race 24, being led out by Jetska Hempstock. Trinity Cam in the mix as well. I think she's in there in about 3 at the moment. Jamie Elwood, Amy Willett, where's Elsa Rendell Todd? She's not in that one, don't know what's gone on there. Alice Taylor, Kira Lee. Doing it for all the vegans out there. She's in there in 4. Love a vegan. Can't eat a full one, but I do like a vegan. Bethan Cowley. Just makes a change from chicken sandwiches, do you know what I mean? Yeah, I do. Get out more. Thanks, Simon.
I think what he said was get alive. That's what he said. That's what he did. That wasn't me that said that. That was Simon. Oh, okay, right.
I've only had 3 cups of coffee. I'm just getting warmed up.
We're in for a long day, ladies and gents.
We are.
A very long day. 30 plus women's cruiser. We missed one of them. I do apologise. Rebecca Gold took the win in that one. Michelle Stupple in this one. She's going to pick up that moto win. Sav Carver having a battle as they bring it down to the line with Kim Baxford out of Ice Bikes. SJN out on track. Yesterday's winner, I believe. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this age group is getting quite tight at the top of the standings. I had a quick look on scores this morning, and There's Michelle, Rebecca and SJN are all up there, so that one's going to be busy later on in the final, I reckon.
There will be a battle later on, I'm sure.
I was waiting for something. Okay.
No. No.
55 plus cruiser, race number 28. That is Bernie Shale leading this one out. In that lovely Red Bull helmet, in and out of that final corner. He's under pressure from Billy Stupple. Looked up the inside, wasn't quite close enough. He's going to have to settle for that 2 spot as they bring it down to the line with David Knowles in 3. Chris Madron, the McRock and Brent Featherstone charging into turn at number 2 in race number 29. We've got Steve Keach in this one as well, in there in 5. That is Jonathan Charlesworth in 4 and Steve Needham out of Team Bunnies in there in 6. But it's all about Madron Pure Bikes down that final straight, going to pick up this moto win. 1729 cruisers out on track. Daniel Wilson, Benjamin Weiss, 1 and 2. Ben told me not long ago that I've been pronouncing his name wrong for years. Well, it's Weiss. I think you've been getting it right. Yeah, I've been getting it wrong, yeah. So it was me. I do apologise, Ben. He's out in that 2 spot. He's going to pick up the 2nd spot in behind Dan Wilson. As we move on to birthday boy Charlie Roy. He's 18 today. He'd love a moto win to go along with that. So he's leading this one out of the 2nd turn. There's brief pauses in what I'm saying because Rich keeps lifting his mic up ready to say something and then he's just not saying it. So I do apologise. But it's Charlie Roy.
Is it my go now?
Not yet, no.
Yeah. You carry on.
Alex Brooks, Luke Davies-Hayes. And the 25 plate in there in 3, that is Jack Mowen out of Retro Racing. Check out that move in the final turn there from Connor Blythe. He's going to work his way into a top 3 finish with yesterday's winner, Alex Brooks, picking up that moto win. Race 33, Thompson, Esselmon, Brown, Wallbridge, Putland, McHugh and Lodge all on track. On Esselmon in that 2 spot. He's stopped backflipping off of the back of trucks for the weekend. He's going to take that 2nd spot down that final straight, but he's putting Putland under a lot of pressure as they head down to the line. Esselmon, that was for 2 in 1 out. Whoever 2 in 1 out is, if you missed that, that was a jump off the last roller to the finish line. They're doing a competition today, apparently. Whoever gets furthest gets, I think it was 20 quid, something like that, and a kiss. So they put on Instagram. So On wants that one. That was Ned Penny picking up that moto win. Zach Green going down to the line with, I think that was Stanley Palmer in that 2 spots. 6 and unders on track. Shelby Yates leading this one through for Birmingham National Race Team. He's got a Henry Dodd in there in that 2 spot, who's in 3. Looking like that could be the Runnymede rider. That is a 393 of John Joe Blundell. Was flying all day yesterday and he's looking to make it happen in this moto as well. Look at him squeezing up the inside of Dodd into turn number 3. The 536 in there as well. That is Charlie Thorne out of Mixed Picks heading down the final straight. Manchester's Isaac Tomlinson in there in 5 and the rider in 6 is going to be Ioannis Chorkos with Yates out front picking up the moto win. Oliver Bridle, 3-1-2 on the plate, Exeter on the jersey, leading out race number 36 into the final turn. Seth Goostrey in there behind him, Lou and Jumeirah in 3. Look at Benji Ross Foster looking for a way round Jumeirah in that final turn, didn't quite find it. The 6-7-1 in there as well, that is Jax Bradley out of Bath BMX Club in 5, but Bridle going to pick up that moto win.
Race 37, female 7-year-olds, 6 and unders mixed in as well. The mini missiles are on track. Let's have a look who's leading it out. That looks like the 653, Oliver Jewis. 184 and the 938. That is Matilda Hewitt, Flick Brentnall in there in that 3rd spot. Tia Worthington absolutely on a mission. She's in there in 5. Luciana in 6 and the 919. That belongs to Kylie Dixon. Have I missed somebody? Evie Knight out of Cornwall on that 564 as well. Next up, Mabel Pine leading it through. Maggie Devine in there, Abigail Henning as well. Where is the Exocet missile with pigtails? That is Jaime Goldrick out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross, chasing Verity K. Down that final straight, the 104 is Izzy Moore. Race 39, yesterday's winner Arlo Payne, Jack Hale, Rudy Pleasance Ford, Logan Acito, Teddy Gorman and Atlas Lewis Fields. I've nearly killed Andy McCoy, he's only done 1 moto. As we move on, We're on the, is this Roman Birdfield? I think it is, isn't it? Yeah, these are the 7-year-olds, Moto 14. That's Oscar Granger in there, my mate Oscar rather fast. In the mix as well, the 284 is Finley Kerr, the 723, Arlo Hatch. And Snack Boy, Lincoln Hargreaves. Has he got a new bike? He's got a new bike as well. Tell you, it must be his birthday. Look at the speed he's going. Taking it to the line, battling with young Mr. Hatch. Oh, and a big lunge at the line. He's been listening in coaching. So the 134, Finley Thomas leading out Moto 31. He's got Frankie Jones in there with him as well, Albie Blight. Exeter's Toby Brook in the mix as well, Connor Rowe and Charlie Crossley. And race 42, Lauren Snell, Phoebe Millar leading it through, Madison Stupple, Tallulah Widdowson, Maisie Dyson, Megan Keller, Layla Dixon and Ella Grant. Oh, one faller on that first straight. 174, that is Megan Keller just going past us. She's in there in 5. That'll be Madison Stupple in there in 6. As race 43 comes past us. More young riders out of LCC, that might be Oakley Hill, I think it is. Carter Kennedy in there for Cumbernauld as well, the 940. That belongs to Hunter Chambers. He was Hunter who took the tumble. He's up and all right though. Oscar Holloway said Perry. Emerson Tucker, my little her hero, because he's got some and I haven't. Seth Robinson, Felix Sakina, Henry Sullivan and Teddy Hayes. No, we've had no gloves handed in. We're looking for a pink and yellow Troy Lee glove. Anybody finds a pink and yellow Troy Lee glove, hand it in, please. That would be lovely, thank you. No worries. Race 45, Jensen Mead, Jensen Jessup, Christian Garbachick's in this one as well. He's in there in 2, battling away with the rider from Milton Keynes. That's going to be Leo Britz on the 055. 2 club jerseys, dueling it out down the final straight. We love to see it. There's a Hawks jersey in there as well. That's going to be Joe Pritchard, I think. Is it? It is. Race 46, Alistair North, the press-up maestro, Caleb Tuwalde in there in 2 what? Right, if you find a very small Fox helmet, lime and white in colour, from Manchester Club, if you find a small Fox helmet knocking around anywhere, belongs to one of the young Manchester riders, we'd love to get that back, because helmets are expensive, and we'll have a very disappointed young Manchester rider who won't be racing today. We can't get him a helmet. So if you find a small Fox helmet lying around anywhere, please hand it in. We will return it to its owner. As we move on to the 9-year-old girls, I think this is. Let's have a look who's coming towards us. The 904. Or 804, sorry. Marcia Olivia Kolic. We've got Charlie Hargreaves in there as well, doing it for Hard Knocks. Millie Wheeler, Florence Kay, Cara Cross and Rosie Geddes. Race 49, Lewis.
Right, a couple of riders down on the second straight. I think one of them might have been Arthur Donaldson, he's back up. And Jesse Rose was the other fallen rider. Put your hands together for them 2 gents as they ride away. But it is looking like George Spencer picking up that moto win, headed down to the line under a lot of pressure though from Aston John Lees. They brought it to the stripe, but it was the Rusty Nut rider picking up that moto win. Charlie Dowsing on the outside into turn number 1, but he's going to make it happen in and out of that corner. This is another age group that's tight at the top of the standings. Dowsing out front, Crucial Racing going 1 and 2 with Ollie Bird into that second turn. That looks like Blackpool in there in 3. Hugo Ballantyne on the 590 plate. He's being chased down by Leo Ingham out of the Bronte Massive on the 715 plate. In and back out of that final turn though for the front 2 riders. Bird chasing Dowsing down the final straight. Has he got enough left to close the gap? I don't think he's going to get close enough. Looks like Seth Kacharik dropped it, headed into turn number 1. He's back up to his feet and finishing his lap though. Jack Haynes out front, looking good under pressure from Rocco Westwood. Rocco's dad's not here this weekend. He's at, I think it's called Mega Valanche in the Alps somewhere, riding down a big snowy mountain. And he's under a bit of pressure though as they come down to the line. I think that was Jack Kitchen moving his way through into a 2 spot. So a good luck to Conrad this weekend. Rocco's just took 3rd on the line in the 9-year-old's 3rd moto. Race number 52 on track, looking like Rex Ford leading this one out. Hendrix Hines in there in that 2 spot. Who is the Team Air rider? Got to be Oakley Lewisfield. Bringing on through that top 3 is the exit turn number 2. TNT in there as well. That's Oliver Hawker on the 023. The 354 in the mix as well. That is Oscar Ryder Bays under a lot of pressure though from the rider out of Jump Club in that final turn. That was Zachary Jones looking for a top 5 finish down the final straight. I think he might just nick it as he head to the line. Rex Ford out front. British champ on track. Ethan Shaw riding on his home track as well, heading into that final turn. The 838 in there behind him. That is of course Jack Belton out of decoy. Check out the move though from the rider out of the northeast. That was Thomas Giles. Didn't quite make it stick though, looking like Belton got it a little bit wrong as they headed down to the line, but hung on to that 2 spots. 10-year-old girls out on track. Did we miss Ronnie Payne in the 9-year-olds? 11s. Oh, it's wrong age group. I thought that said 9s. That's my apologies. Right, we are looking at Grace Hudak and Maisie Egan heading down the final straight. It is Maisie going to pick up that moto win with Grace in that 2 spot. Trixie Trace in 3. More 10-year-old girls into that 2nd turn. CGR leading this one out. I think that's Holly Richardson. Going 1 and 2 with the 5 plate. Out of the Centurions crew, that is Aria Rose Lee. Going in and out of that final turn. Them 2 ladies in their front 2 spots. The 617 of Amber Tucker inside the top 3. Heading down that final straight. Allen's Factory Supercross on track. Finley Monroe on the 5 plate going 1 and 2 with Preston Newmarsh Powell. Had a cracking day yesterday, did Preston. He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, heading into that final corner. That looks like Joseph Claydon in there inside. Sorry, Arthur Claydon inside the top 3. The riders in the 4 and 5. Going to be the LCC rider, Teddy Jones, and Rex Beasley out of Stay Strong Clark at Kent. One rider dropped it on the first straight. That might have been Harry Taylor. He's back up, finishing his lap though. It was Harry, so he's going to complete his lap. Put your hands together for Harry as he comes past you as Jacob Anderson picks up that moto win across the line. Race 58, Ronnie Warwork in this one out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Ted Harvey, Luke Mowat, Carlin Gordon, Ernie Cotton Desaris, Ronnie Wood, Lucas Berghardt and Freddie Ray Orland all join him on track, but it is LCC out front dominating this moto at the moment. The Land Shark Ronnie Wood leading it from his teammate Freddie Ray Orland in and out of that 2nd corner. That is Blackpool picking up a top 3 spot, looking like Ted Harvey on the 48 plate. He's got a bit of pressure coming from the 15 into that final turn. That's Carlin Gordon out of the northeast chasing down that top 3 spot down the final straight, but LCC going to hang on to them front 2 spots across the line. Connor Hemphill on track. Joey Tompkins in this one as well. Arlo Starbets in the mix in about 4 at the moment. In and out of that 2nd corner. Ted Malkin in this one as well. But it is Hemphill, Tompkins, Watson. 1, 2, 3. Steinmetz under pressure. What a move that is in the final turn. That looked like it could have been Peterborough's Josh Venter trying to work his way into a top 4 spot. Didn't make it stick. Steinmetz is going to hang on. Edward Cordery leads out race number 60 in and out of turn number 2, heading down this 3rd straight. The 24 plate in there with him. Neil Grandans out of Brixton BMX Club, the 33 plate in there as well. That is Isaac Jones out of Smiley's Fly Club. Look at that for a move from Leo Bradley in that final corner out of Rusted Race, and he's working his way into a top 3 spot. The Smiley's Fly Club rider coming back at him to the line. That one was tight for the top 3.
Race 61, Oscar Hall of Manchester in this one. Rider leading it out on the 8 is Sebastian Hewitt. He's got the rider from Peckham, Lucas Tuwalde, in there into the 297. Trying to get involved, that is Isaac Moore out of Exeter. An SAS race team have got Clayton Southart in there as well. The 937, that belongs to Joshua Coates out of Decoy. Keep it going, Joshua. Race 62, Sadie McSweety, Page, Cathcart Commission in this one. Sadie's out in front, Tyler Davenport and Olivia Webb in there. Hannah Mackey and Lucy Stevenson. In and out of that final turn, Sadie under pressure as they come down the straight from Page. One of them's going to get it in the line. They are elbow to elbow. Looks like Sadie's just going to hang on. Race 63, Mara McCarran, Elsie Blight, Lily Mae Gould, Poppy Mae Kirby, Lottie Mosley and Amelia Martin. Amelia out of Belfast City BMX Club. I hope they're watching back home on the live stream. The club from my adopted homeland. Amelia's in there in 4, but she's got some work to do to catch Poppy May Kirby to the line, and Mara McCarran and Elsie Blight 1, 2, 3 together as they go across the stripe. Elizabeth Lola Pools in this one, in there in 2, chasing down Iris Hyder. Lainey Cordin in there in 4, that looks like Lauren Keller in there in 3. Doing it for GT. 43 getting involved is Winnie Andrews, making better moves than her dad did. Oh! Takes the tumble after clipping Holly Humes' back wheel. She's up and all right though. She'll be good for the next one. Race 65, Ocean Headley, Grace Gerrard, Caitlin Bird, Freya Harris, Millie Ross, who had a birthday yesterday, Seren Pritchard as well. It's Gerrard and Pritchard going 1 and 2 into the corner. Freya Harris making that move, trying to get the 3 spot away from Millie Ross. Ocean Headley battling away with missed the last rider, sorry. Race 66 onto your 11-year-old boys now. Right, yeah, BG66 DFX, BG66 DFX, it's a Honda. Your hazard lights are on, you will have a flat battery if you don't go and turn them off. It's a Honda BG66 DFX. Go and turn your hazards off, please. As James Bibby and Archie Bell go down the final straight. 1 and 2. Charlie Cotton was in there as well, Bram Heaver and Kieran Brownson. Right, next up, race 67, Isaac the Sender Smith. In there in 1, the 609 and the 49, Zach Parsons, Lucas Lorry. They are 2 and 3 at the minute. Anyway, so carrying on, that looks like Joe Rook out there in 1. Who else have we got in there? We've got Archie Malkin, Sam Knight, Billy Cheeseman, Oscar Ridley, Akin Brazier and Moses Dennis Essel as they head down to the line. Next moto up. Ronnie Payne, Ronnie's birthday, is it? Yes, Ronnie Payne turning 11 today from everybody at the Jump Club. So happy birthday, Ronnie. Jamira going through as well. Jack Devine in the mix. That's Zach Worthington in there. Apparently Dad's having a fry up in the pub, I believe. So Chris is emceeing a boxing show tonight. So I'm sure he's watching the live feed on his phone. Whilst you know, shoving bacon and eggs down his face. Them slimline ones. Yeah, apparently. I love a slimline bacon and eggs, me. I don't know. I can't get them. It's not working for me, that's for sure. Right, race 70, Louis Cheffy, Dawson Scott. Who else have we got in there? Harry Swales, Mason Jones, Max Bojang, Jasper Kimber. Race 71, Freddie Toogood, Oliver Taylor, Lucas Belton, Zach Everly leading it out, Huey Hall in there as well. Emil Challenger, I think, in there. In about, what, 3 on the 18 plate. In and out that final corner, Milton Keynes rider. That is Oliver Taylor and Adrian Galitis in there in 2. Race 72, Zach Hamill. Leighton Harding, Noah Backwell, Sam Riches, Kerry Phillips. Theo Davies, Dexter Elliott, easy for me to say. And Marcus Mullen out in front, allansbmx.com. And at Supercross, I'll hand you on to Lewis for Moto 73.
12-year-old girls out on track. Ruby Warren out front, heading into that second corner, but the move has come from the 6th plate of Emma Kiss in turn at number 2. She now leads the race, heading for that final corner. Warren in there in that 2 spot, then Warren BMX race team in there as well. That is Esme Ward out of Andover, heading down that final straight. Dakota Tucker, her best mate, is on the front row of the grid in the F1 later at Silverstone. Not that many of you will be that bothered. Rich certainly isn't. Turns his nose up at F1, but she took 4th in that moto as race number 74 heads towards turn at number 3. That is your British champion, Emily Eaton, leading this one by a country mile out of that final turn. The 5 plate of Martha Cotton in there behind her, being chased down by Nora Siren, headed down to the stripe. Siren, has she got enough time left to the line? I don't think she's going to get close enough. She'll take that 3 spot. Race 75, Bishop, Granger, Jones, Carroll, Surtees and Fawcett. Fawcett crashed yesterday in the final, I believe. She's in there in that 2 spot, chasing down your world number 6 in that final corner. That is, of course, Poppy Bishop out of Halo Wheels race team. Anushka Jones out of the Jump Club. We're going to round out the top 3 spots. Harry Donald, BMXHype.com, heading into turn number 2. Also crashed yesterday in this final, but he's leading this moto at the moment. The European number 3, being chased down by the 24 plate of Ralph Sowerby out of Decoy BMX Club. Henry Potts, Brookwood National Race Team, in there in that 3 spot. Hunter Mallion in 4. It is looking like Charlie Wilcox going to lead out the next moto in race 77, doing it for Team Mine and Bournemouth BMX. He's got Ethan Crooks-Martin in there behind him, doing it for Hot Shot Racing, who's that in 3. Looking like the 16 plate is working his way through the pack. That's going to be Edward Thomas Palmer, the new Tom Palmer. Chasing down Crooks-Martin, heading towards that line. It's going to be Palmer for 3, Martin for 2, and Wilcox taking your moto win. Ethan Rogers took a podium spot yesterday in the final. He's not long been back on his bike, so very, very good to see Ethan back on the podium. Picked up a couple of good races at Cumbernauld as well, out of Manchester, so he's flying out of that last turn, riding for Mabo UK. Being chased down by Oliver Arnold and the Brixton BMX Club rider. That is Lawrence Bojank inside the top 3. Ethan Howell took his first ever national win yesterday. He's out on track in that 1 spot. That sounded like creation shouting. Yeah, over on that first turn, of course. So well done to Ethan. He's out front, had a cracking last straight in that final. It was a great race. James Miller in that 2 spot, and that looks like it's going to be Harley Steele rounding out the top 3. Williams on track, riding out of Peckham BMX Club, going 1 and 2 with Max McNulty, who looks up the inside in that 2nd corner, riding for Team Bunnies, who's in 3, the 55 plate, bringing it on round. Stanley Farmer, he's in there inside that top 3. McNulty, though, works his way round the outside from 2 to 1. He's going to be a new race leader with Colby Williams in that 2 spots. Green Machine Tribe out on track. Oakley Holloway out of Decoy, being chased down by Zane Williams. In and out of that 2nd corner, marked towards Idlow. In the mix as well inside the top 3, the 33 plate in there. That is Gilmore Green doing it for Ruston at Racing. He's under pressure though from Bent's T-Ball Kiss out of Peckham in that final turn. So Peckham going 2 and 5 down the final straight. But it is going to be Holloway with the moto win. 13-year-old girls on track. Millar leads this one through for Moto 1365. Being chased down by the 4 plate of Sidoni Cleve, heading for the final corner. That looks like Urban Air in there as well. Maddie the Paddy Dixon inside the top 4, chasing down one of her good friends down the final straight. Ali Young doing it for DC Cycles. Libby Copping trying to find a way around the baddie to the line. It's going to be Maddie hanging on to that top 4 spot. Marin Gianolino leads out race 83. 14 Bunnies, her first ever season of Nationals. And she's been killing it all year long. Jalala Patel in that 2 spot. Lexi Cairns in 3. That looks like Anastasia Muhar riding out of Warsop Wheelies in there inside the top 4. As the 13-year-old boys hit the track, that is Birmingham NRT going 1 and 2. Isaac Shaw, Heath Osborne out front looking good at the moment. LVG National Race Team in there as well. Noah Buttery inside the top 4, chasing down Thomas Westmore as they head down the final straight. But it's going to be Shaw and Osborne out front. Race number 85 on track. That looks like Elvis Lawrence and Tyres going 1 and 2, heading into that 2nd corner. Nathaniel Eames occupies that 3rd spot. Tyres and Lawrence having a good old scrap out front. It's Tyres from Lawrence from Eames as they head for the final turn. The 077 in there in 4, in and out of that final corner. The 077 is Bruce Anthony. Heading down to the line, though, it is going to be Tyres, Lawrence, Eames, 1, 2 and 3. Race number 86, Toby Lynch and Edward Miller going 1 and 2. Brody Geddes inside the Geddes looked up the inside of the Oscar Jewel into the turn, but his front wheel said no, and he ended up on the deck. He's back up to his feet, though. Let's hope that he's all right. He's going to walk away. Put your hands together for Brody, ladies and gents. As Toby Lynch takes that motor win. Nate Hamilton, Kobe Rayford, Todd Smith-Notman all out on track in race 87. That looks like Ben Millington rounding out the top 4, but the front 3 running away with it at the moment. But the European number 2, Kobe Rayford, one of my favourite ever riders, he's heading down that final straight in the 1 spot, doing it for Stay Strong. Clark and Kent going to pick up that moto win. Race number 88, I think that is. Yes, it is heading into that first corner. Got to be Harry Bailey round the outside. Smiley's Flight Club leading this one out of the first turn. Who's in there with him? Looking like we have got Zach Childs out of Royston Rockets. He's being chased down by the 1X of Freddie Parkinson, doing it for Pro Star BMX. In and out of turn number 2, Dexter Beerups inside the top 4. He's being chased down by the 47 plate heading into the final turn. That's Samuel Rollerson out of Retro Racing, but it's all with Bailey out front. Another moto win to add to his collection as he takes it across the line. Ned Guppy on track. Absolute Bicycle Motocross leads it out from Ronnie Richards in that 2 spot, doing it for Fast Signatures in race number 89. That looks like it could be Stevenson in there inside, Richardson, sorry, inside the top 3. He's under pressure there from Freddie Richardson. No, sorry, it was Stevenson in 3, Richardson in 4. Well, Guppy going to pick up that moto win. Race 90 on track. Cotty and Daniel Colazage heading into that second corner. They're having a good old battle out front, but it is the world number 7 leading this one out for Rab Racing. Heading into that final corner, the 705 in there as well. That looks like it could be Harrison Barnes and Nuneaton. Heading down the final straight, Colazage putting Cotty under pressure, but Cotty's going to hang on.
Right, Milo Well, Oliver Taylor going 1 and 2 in moto. Number 91 at the minute, Lewis Linscott in there as well. Who's got the 3 at the moment? It's Weller and Taylor into the corner. The 3, 9, 39. That is Owen Miller of Burnham in there in 3. Sam Wood in the mix as well. Ruben Hall Patterson doing it for CGR. But it's going to go Weller and Taylor 1 and 2. 14-year-old girls up next. Haley Watson leading it out. We have got Grace Berger, Green Machine, one of our traders in there in that second spot. Don't forget Trader Row. We've got Green Machine, Crucial, Pure, B73, Salted Race Gear, DC Cycles for all your parts, accessories and clothes. So make sure you go and check them out. And yeah, moving on, moto number 93. Ava Wright, Lottie Brown, Eliza French in this one. Lottie in there in 2. Looks like Amelia Reveley leading it out as they head towards that final turn. Ava Wright, Concept Mabel. A little bit of work to do there at the back of the pack, but it's Emily taking it to the line. Emily from Brown and the rider from Peterborough. That will be Lottie McFarlane. Race 94, Oliver James leading it out for Fluent Bicycle Motocross out of B. Radford. That is the 2-3 and the 12 chasing him down. Lucas Tatley, Alex Dunkley. Where is Cooper McCrum? He's in there in 4, but under pressure from Eric McSwitty as they get to the line. Moto 95, Zach Harvey, Liam Wilson. That is Elijah Jamira out in front, diving underneath. Freddie Entwistle. Freddie's got faster since he put that Birmingham National Race Team jersey on. Ossian Part in there in 3. Oliver Sim doing it for Midlands. He's in there in 5. Race 96, Eden Boone, Teddy Headley, Freddie Franklin in this one. He's in there in 4-5. Chasing down Emmy Seaward. Looks like Heath Thomas leading it out. The 15 of Eden Boone in there in 2. 28, that is Henry Radcliffe in there in 3. Finally figured out who he is in that Dutch jersey. Louis Avery in there as well, and Finlay Kranich. Race 97 on track. That'll be Guppy out there in front. Logan Widdowson going through in 3. Rufus Cousineau in 2. Remy Colquhoun in there as well. And the Doncaster rider was Jake Asher. Race 98, Binney, Mason, Bradford, Tomlinson, Seeley, Price and Barnard. Seeley in 1, Tomlinson in 2, Barnard in there in 3. That looks like Riley Binney in there in about 5 at the moment. But Seeley takes the win from Tomlinson. Race 99, Ben Larkins doing it for Pure Bicycles. Out there in 1, Dylan Powell in 2, Jack Davey. Ted Spencer, Dylan Jones, William Chaplin and a Ewan Beat. It's Beat in that 2 spot. But there's no one getting anywhere near Ben Larkins at the finish line. Race 100, McGovern, Kitson, Taylor, Kirby, Conroy, Groves and Gould. Take Kitson out in front. He's got Mason Groves right there with him. The 24, that'll be Ollie Kirby. In there in 3. Thomas McGovern rounding out the top 4 at the moment with the 901 of Jack Gould in there in 5. Race 101. Sabina Ashman. Oh, just letting Carly Hayes through. Kylie from the Irish Connection did a really good job out of the Euros, picked up that 3 plate. The 6 is Sophie Elwood. BB Alderton in there as well, chasing Imogen Cockrell. Isla Radcliffe in the mix, and Missy Lodge. Did I miss anybody? BB Alderton, sorry BB. Right, race 102, Lexi Waite, Lorianne Carruthers going 1 and 2. That'll be Megan Roy, I think, in 3. And your Mattern Alonso in 4. And I missed them all, they got to the line before I could read all the names out.
Race 103 on track, 15-year-old girls heading into the final turn. That is Ruby Mawson jumping, Jess Marriott going 1 and 2. Annalise Capper-Carpenter rounding out the top 3 for Halo Wheels race team as they head down to the stripe. 15-year-old boys heading into that second corner. That's got to be Team A leading this one out. Theo Robbins on the 40 plate. He's being chased down by it's the 24 of Kai Blaine leading this one out. Nathan Baratta in that 2 spot. John O'Haradine in there in 3, riding out of MK and doing it for the ladies, heading down the final straight. Joe Penta Vote going to round out the top 4. Ooh. Race 105 on track. Hayden Dunn leads this one out for GT Factory, heading towards that final turn. Kemi Cook out of Crucial Racing in 3. His teammate in there behind him, that is Ollie Coppin. The corner specialist is in there inside the top 3, heading down the final straight, being changed down to the line. I think that might have been George Chapman inside the top 4. Couple of riders getting swallowed up in a bit of action down the second straight. Samson Townsend was one of them. So was Finley Collis, I think. No, that was Lucas Webster and Zachary Tia. So it is Fluent out front, Cody Coker going 1 and 2 with Mason Lang. Race 107, 15-year-old boys, Noah Reveley in there in that 2 spot, riding out of Maybo UK, looking for a way around Birmingham. NRT, Sean Brown heading into that final corner. That's Lewis Collins-Nemo out of the Titans, inside the top 3, heading down the final straight. Everly pushing Brown right the way down to the line, looking like that one was close as they went across the stripe. Shea Jordan on track, had it all in his hands yesterday in that semi-final. Got unlucky in the final turn as he hit the deck. He's looking to make amends today. He's just worked his way from 4th to 2nd in the space of 1 straight, so he's on fire today, chasing down yesterday's 2nd place position. That was Eli Smith picking up the moto win. Race number 109 on track. These are your 16-year-old girls. Esme Brooke leading this one out. Into that second corner for Maybo UK. She's being chased down by Blackpool as they head back through this 3rd straight. That is, of course, Annabelle Charlton on the 718 plate, the 6 in there in 3. That's Lily Phillips doing it for Sorted Race Gear and Team Mine in 4. That is Lacey Beard on the 213 riding out of Bournemouth BMX Club, but it is Brooke out front taking the motor win. Rosie O'Brien out of Preston Pirates leads out race 110. She's under pressure though from Fumi Adarami Hepburn as they head for the final turn. The 438 in there as well. That is Jamie Owens in and out of that final corner. The 17 plate in the mix. That is Molly Simpson out of Blackpool being chased down the final straight by Alexis Oyalola out of Gosport BMX. Race 111, 16-year-old boys. Zach Twitching going 1 and 2 with a 14 plate of Sam Hamling into that final turn. Josh Williams looked up the inside of the pair in that final corner but didn't make it happen. It is Peckham BMX inside the top 4. Got to be Malachi Price picking up that top 4 finish as Twitching drops back to 3 as they head across the line. Finn Hoff leads out the next moto. One rider hit the deck on the first straight. Not sure who that was. Might have been Jack Clark out of Ipswich. Yes, it was. He's finishing his lap though. It is Hoff, Clitheroe, Duran, 1, 2, 3 as they head down towards the stripe. 16-year-olds into that first corner. MCR 1 and 2, Reese Toole and Zach Chapman. It is looking like Toole, I think, might have been shuffled back to the middle of the pack, heading into that second corner. So it's got to be Chapman out front by the looks of things. Who's that in there in the 2 spot? Looking like the 19 plate as they come on round. That is Max Burgess. Wanted away up the inside of Chapman into the turn, but didn't quite find it. The 171 of Dylan Barlow out of Runnymede. He's in there inside the top 3, being chased down to the line by Reese Toole, but Toole's going to have to settle for 4. That looks like Thomas Millar leading out the next moto in the 16-year-old boys, going 1 and 2 with Curtis Copeland on his home track. That looks like it could be the 42 plate in there as well. That is Romeo Kapai out of the Jump Club, heading in and out of that final corner. Walsh in there as well, heading down the final straight. That's Sahir Walsh inside the top 4, but Millar going to pick up that moto win.
Right, moving on, moto number 115. That is Oliver Kendall leading it out. Elliot Brook in there in 2. Jaden Forsey in 3. Doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, chasing the Rab Racing rider down towards that final turn. The 23 is Lewis Cook out of Cumbernauld. He's been followed by the Blackpool rider. That is Jaden Green, but it's Oliver Kendall taking the win in 115. 116 on track. Phillips out in front on that mongoose. Danica O'Hagan in there as well. Isaiah Jackson, Jay Teal, Simpson Davis. Going through in 2, O'Hagan in 3, Ellis Berry getting mixed up in 4, pushing hard, diving underneath. The 28 is Daniel Henry going through as well, and Niall O'Connell in the mix too. All riders going down on that straight. 17 to 18 years old, I think it was Luke Morris who ended up in a heap. As we look at the 33X of Reuben Smith leading them out the final turn. Putland in there in 2. Keanu Schaefer-Cohen going through, Alex Stokes doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. Race 1-1-8. Eric Bamford, Sam Day, Lewis Longley, Cody Whittaker in there as well. Right, okay. Right, if you have lost a Sonic the Hedgehog, what would you call that? It's like a card, isn't it, for a game console? A Sonic the Hedgehog game console card. It's up here with us at commentary. You can have it back. It's not Lewis's. Lewis plays Mario Kart on the M1. Yeah. Right, moving on. Let's have a look where we're up to. Not got a clue. Ben Weiss is in this one, so it's Moto 120. Getting in there, Joseph Curry, Jaden Seawood in there in 5 at the minute. That'll be the 222 going through in 6. Jack Rickson, Alfie Woon going through in 7. It's all right, it only took me 30 seconds to turn the page on the sheets. So apologies to race 121. 122, Scott Monroe Hicks, Kieran Benacris, Liam Doyle in this one as well. It looks like Green Machine are going 1 and 2, Holloway and Monroe Hicks. That'll be the 23 of Joshua Simpson Jacobs. He's there in that 3rd spot. Benacris in 4. Big battle going on for 5. As race 123 hits the track. Ellie Featherstone out there in 1. Mika Pritchard going through in about 3. That looks like Megan Kirby in there in 2. The A plate belongs to Megan Duhigg. She's there in that 3rd position. Olivia Firth in 5. Doing it for Salted Race Gear. As race 124 is on track now. Emily Green in this one. Where's Emily? Looks like she's out there in front, battling with Lily Chiziwa. Remy Godfrey in 3. That's Hannah Drew in 4. And the 7 of Annabelle Townsend in 5. Also got Jamie Hyam in there, Jamie Elwood and Alicia Linscott. As we move on to race 125, Emily Clinch in this one. Evolve Bicycle Motocross, she's in there in 3. Looks like the rider out of, that'll be Imogen Gibson out in front. Caitlin Ellis going through in 2. And Tilly McCrum in the mix as well. She's back there in about 6 or 7 at the moment, pushing hard. Hannah Baker for the 4. Emily Clinch picking up the 3. Race 126, 19 to 29. Owen Connor Hudson, Finley Randall, Sean Tobin in this one as well. That looks like Suleiman in there in 3. Kenny Phillips going to take the 2. As we move on to race 127.
19 to 29-year-olds on track. That's race 128 out on track actually. Billy Lucas leads this one out. Heading down the final straight, that is Lewis Giles and George Higley. Higley's going to shove his front wheel through for a top 2 finish. Neil Brunier's out on track. Your world number 7, riding for BMXHype.com, in and out of turn number 2. He's been chased down this third straight. Ross Sharp and Alan Holloway looking for a way round as they go into that final corner. Adam Brazil made the final yesterday. He's in there inside the top 4, heading down that last straight then. Brunier's going to take that moto win. Looking like Holloway's going to hang on to that top 2 finish. 30 plus women on track. Race 130. Rebecca Gold, Fon Clements, Annie Chiswa and Anita Wong. All heading into that second corner. It is Rebecca Gold, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, leading this one through. Anita Wong out of DC Cycles and the Hawks in there in that 2 spot, but she's under pressure from Andover's Fon Clements as they go into that final corner. She's looking for a way round on the exit of turn number 3. Team Buddies in there as well. That is Annie Chiswa inside the top 4, heading down the final straight. Clements with a late charge to the line, and Wong not sure who got that second spot. We've also got a birthday in the house for Mr. Whitworth. So happy birthday, Mr. Andy Whitworth. One of our lovely commissaries that's here this weekend. Where else would you want to be on your birthday? Exactly, nowhere else. We missed that Masters Moto. That was Sean Issett as well. Sean's back on track. In an old, yeah, retro that is it. That's 2019, that is, isn't it? He's not done a national since 2019, so we'll see how he fares up as the day goes on. Winner... yeah, if you can hear me, Sean, through the puffing and panting, Rich says it looks like you've not done a national for the last 4 or 5 years. Don't worry, Sean, you're in good company. Vets on track then. That is Ben Martinez, Crucial Racing, Fraser Watson in there in that 2 spot. Look at that for a good old scrap for that 5 spot heading down the final straight. I think Danny T's going to hang on to it. It was Martinez. Looked like Barnard might have nicked the 2 spot from Watson on the line. Adam Boudet on track, race 134. He leads this one through. The 177 of Hayden Tarora. Out of Dragon Riders in there behind him, but he's got Matt Eaton in there behind him looking for a way round, doing it for BRE Racing. Heading down the final straight, and it's going to be Boudet picking up the moto win. Here comes Eaton to the line. It's going to be Tarora hanging onto that one. Craig Nelson leads out the first moto for the Grand Vets of the day. That's got to be Divide Brand in there as well. Steve Fortune on the 12 plate riding out of Derby BMX Club. In and out of that second corner, looking like Pure Bikes in the mix as well. That is a 026 heading in towards that final corner. That is Robert Clark out of Peterborough chasing down Bernie Shale as you head through the final straight. Nelson, Fortune, Shale, 1, 2, 3, Clark in 4. Hilly on track going 1 and 2 with his teammate, the Warlocks in there in that 2 spots. Very good to see Neil back on track. But it is the 1 plate of Alan Hill, Pure Bicycles, leading this one out. Neil's chilling his way through in that 3rd spot, heading down the final straight. I think that might have been Dominic Elliott nicking that 2 spot as they head down to the line with bags in 3. This was one of the motors that got held back, the 19 to 29-year-olds, Hudson, Maple, Tobin, and that looks like it could be Daniel Kay in there in 4, but it was Connor Hudson taking that moto win. More Grand Vets on track, race 137. Martin Oggy Ogden heading into that second corner. That is Fitzroy Bryce in there in that 2 spot. Got David Knowles, Neil Waddington, Mark Taylor and Brett Archibald all on track as well. No Brett today after his crash yesterday. Was a nasty one. Let's hope that he's all right. It is going to be Oggy though down the final straight with Fitzroy Bryce in there in that 2 spots as we move on to junior men. Junior men hit the track then. Simpson, Hughes, Penny, Montfort, Drelincourt and Wright heading into the turn. Danny J. Montfort is going to lead this one through. No Xander Mavawani right by the looks of things. So it is, oh, Gabe Simpson gets it all wrong and swallows up Flynn Drelincourt as he go through the pro. So let's hope that both riders are all right. It is Montfort, Penny, Hughes in that order heading into the final corner. They're going to shake hands. Great sportsmanship from the 2 lads, but it is Danny Jake Montfort picking up the first junior men moto win of the day. Put your hands together for Flynn and Gabe, ladies and gents. They're both going to walk away, right away by the looks of it. As we near the end of the first rack of motos, race 139, the Easier Championship women headed for turn number 1. Betsy back, stay strong. Clark and Kate gonna lead this one out. Who's in there with a looking like Taya Gaynor? Out of moto 1365, Maggie Bounds in there as well. Inside the top 3, Lucy Hunt, Ava Brown and Akira Cook, all in this moto as well. Brown getting stuck in turn number 2, working her way into that top 4 spot, but Hunt's coming back out, heading for the final turn. It is Bax out front, Gaynor doing all she can to close the gap, but it's all about Betsy Bax out front, picking up that moto win. Gaynor bound 2 and 3. Second racker championship women heading for turn number 1. Freya the Slayer Chalice has worked her way from the outside into that first corner. Sienna Harvey looked up the inside as she did in yesterday's final, but didn't go for it this time round. So it is Chalice. Here comes Elsa Rendell. Todd though round the outside of Harvey into turn number 2. Chalice, Todd, Harvey in that order. Simpson in there as well. That looks like absolutely in the mix. Got to be Cody Harmer heading into the final corner, but it's Freya Chalice out front. Absolute bicycle motocross. They're going to take this moto win down to the stripe. Elsa Rendell, Todd in the 2 spots. Penultimate moto of the first rack hits the track. The 2 Russell brothers were dominant all day yesterday. They're going to go 1 and 2 into that first corner. In and out they go. Callum, Brad Russell out front then. Here we go through the process, getting a bit busy. Harry Tanner didn't quite make it through all 3, so it is Ultimate out front 1 and 2. The only 2 riders to make it through. Cal leads it from his younger brother Brad into that final turn. Brad's not done yet though, was chasing him into that final turn. Harry Tanner in 3. That's Harrison Bell in 4, Collis in 5, Hunt in 6, Roy in 7. That's how they're taking it across the line.
Right, second rack of Superclass heading down towards turn number 1. In we go. Matt Hunt's going to lead into the turn. Josh Marnham in there as well. In and out, heading down that second straight. Jay Bovel in the mix. It's getting very, very windy. It's blowing like an asthmatic pensioner in a hurricane as they go down that straight. Bovel in there in 4. Mark Fletcher in 5, in and out of the turn. Holtz taking it to the stripe. Who's going to get it at the line? Hook gets it at the line. All right, birthday shout-outs. Mr. Mike Gill, Pro Star BMX, 44 today. So he's an old man now, according to Freddie. Freddie tells me he needs a walking stick and a bus pass. So happy birthday, Mike. All right, you need the first 20 motos in the pens for round 2. If you're not there, why not? All right, here we go with round 2 of motos. First up, the 9. It's the 12-year-old cruisers, Heaver, Nelson Griffin, Martin Swales, Taylor Hall, and Billy Cheeseman. Into the turn, and out we go. Looks like Frankie Griffin is leading it through. That's going to be Harry Swales of Fast Signatures in there in 2. Bram Heaver in 3. Gosports, that'll be Billy Cheeseman in 4. As they head towards the final corner, Taylor's going to go through in 5 of the Bristol rider. He's Ollie Nelson, who's in there in 6. but it's going to be Griffin taking the win. Race 144. Adam Arnold, Lucas Stone and Max Chappell. Percy Large in this one, Toby Duff, Finley Murphy and Zavi Fox Cooper. I believe it's his birthday, so happy birthday, Zavi. As they head into turn number 2, the 8A1. That is Finley Murphy, Adam Nuneaton in that 4th spot. Race 145. Malyon, Turblanche, Cunnison, King, Thompson, Hickman and Barnard. Bournemouth Sasheen King, I think, in 2. The 667 leading it into the final corner is Hunter Malyon. Milton Keynes of Jamie Turblanche in 3. And the rider in 4 looks like Jet Thompson from Gosport NRT. Race 146, Livingston, Labras, Arnold, Marco, Dolan, Morris and Cotton. Smiley's Flight Club, Oliver Arnold leaving it through. That is Marco in 3. With Max Livingston in there in 4. Coming under pressure though from the rider from Team Air, that'll be Bo Morris. I think Bo's had a birthday as well this weekend. 13-14 cruiser, Alfie Sim working his way into that 2nd position. Eric McSwitty out in front, he's getting busy for that 3rd spot at the minute. Sim still holding on to the 2, Wilson in there as well. Is Alfie Sim going to hold on to that 2 because they are queuing up behind him? Like Greg's on a Friday afternoon, I think he held it. Oops, somebody's had a tumble on that 2nd straight. James Cottrell and Tate Kitson going down out the turn. So the boys are all right. Just be careful as you come out of turn number 2, boys. Be careful as you come out of turn number 2. Let's hope little Cotty's okay. And it's Jacob Warren, I think, in 4. All right, Cotty's picking himself up, walking away, which is good.
Hey guys.
Right, sorry, just giving my rider his instructions. Let's have a look. I've got a feeling Aidan True and Ashton Coombs are in this one, 2 and 3 at the moment. Chasing down the 923, that belongs to Elliot Albert out of Cornwall. In and out that final turn, he's got the 4th spot. Looks like the 2020X, that's Theo Robbins. And my mate William Alfie Harrison in there as well, still pushing hard. Keep up the hard work, William. Race 151, Tia Pinder, Simpson Davis. Hooper's in there as well. That's Libby Kai Map in there in 4. Doing it for BMXHub.com and the Mixos group. Race 152. Zach Chapman, Jack Labras, Jake Hart in this one. Jake's in there in 3. Chasing down Chapman. That's going to be Thomas Miller leading them into the corner. Labras getting in the mix there with the 27 of Colby Hall. Those guys battling elbow to elbow as they go down towards the line. Race 153. Sean Brown, Bradley Davis and Lewis Barnes in this one on his home track. Always good to see Lewis racing. He's in there in 3rd. Vincent Coburn, has he made it back on track? I hope he has. Charlie Ruff and William Friend as well. As we move on to race 154. Ryan Jones, Martin Brown, Jack Hudson, Jamie Webb, Ash Richardson, Nathan Abbott and John Mays. Cruiser guys banging in the corners as they head down towards the final corner. It's going to be Hudson and Brown going 1 and 2. But somebody snapped a chain. There's a chain just on that last tabletop there. You can just get that off. Thank you so much. Race 155, Lewis.
John Lillingston going 1 and 2 with Tom Palmer as they bring it back through the 3rd straight. That looks like Daniel Popel getting stuck in as well, working his way up the inside. Agaris Alazans is in the mix inside the top 4. Look at this for a good old scrap. It is going to be Popel nicking that moto win from Palmer, and Lillingston ended up in third. 40-44 cruisers. The king of rimmers, Kingsley Mears. He liked that one yesterday, so he's going to stick. He's out front, heading into that final turn. Pretty sure he's going for his 6th win today on the bounce, if I've got that right. In the 40-44 cruisers. As Matthew Eaton leads out race 157 for BRE Racing. He's going 1 and 2 with Richard Stevenson out of Barnesbury. That looks like Mr. McCoy in there in 3. He's getting busy in this moto as well. Took a moto win in his last one. He's having moves stuck on him on the exit of turn number 3 though. Dylan Dixon's getting stuck in down the final straight. Oh, Dixon ends up on the deck, pushing for that 3 spot at the line. Wow, oh wow, he's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Dylan Dixon, ladies and gents. Fraser Watson, Norbert Marco. Going to go 1 and 2 in the next moto. That looked like Evolved. In there in 4 and 5, that was Stuart Little and Dave Stokes. More 45, 49-year-old cruiser action. Got to be Damien Mead. Stay Strong C&K out front. Kebab House Race team in there as well. Riding out a team here, and hand over that is Graham Stark. I think that says CEO on the back of his jersey. If that's his reference to a Kebab House Race team, then I love it. He's going to take that 3rd spot on the line as Big Nige Smith works his way through from a 3 to 2. 50-54-year-old cruisers out on track. Gary Carver in that 2 spot. Chasing down your race leader, that is Kev Sykes. Heading into that final corner, Carver looking for a way round. Tim Porter in there in 3. Mark Cottrell in 4. Carver hanging on to this one down the final straight. Sykes looking to come back at him for that 1 spot, but it was Carver out front. Stephen Hassel, Daz O'Brien. Good to see Daz back on track after that carnage that ensued in this final yesterday. Went absolutely flying over the pro set. So he's in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Stephen Hassel as they bring it down to the stripe. Pete Butler was also victim of that carnage yesterday. Good to see him back on track. He's leading out this moto. One rider hit the deck in turn number 1. That was Ian Robbins. He's going to finish his lap. Good to see. Put your hands together for Ian. So Pete and Richard Ellis out front. That's going to be your order at the front of the pack with the 017 rounding out the top 3. That was Dominic Elliott out of Brixton. 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser now hits the track. That looks like Anya Matter-Alonso heading for turn number 1 at the front of the pack. She's going to pick up the whole shot. Who's in there with her? Looking like Divide Brand in that 2 spot. That's Isla Radcliffe, Adam Merton heading on through. That is going to be Ipswich's Carmel Allison on the 063 with Erin J. Jackson on the template. Adam Midlanks in there in 4, but it is Peckham BMX out front. Anya Matter-Alonso heading into that final corner. Looking like she's going to pick up this moto win in race number 163. Radcliffe, Allison and Jackson in that order. Race 164, Sakaraka 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser. Annalise Capman-Compton looked up the inside of Alexis McCartney in turn number 2. Didn't quite make it happen, so it is Harmer out front, riding out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, going 1, 2 and 3 with Allen's Factory and Halo Wheels Race Team. That's your front 3 as they head down to the line. McCartney isn't done yet, neither is Carpenter. That one was busy as they went across the line. The transponders of truth will tell us who got what. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser now out on track. Taylor Lee Mohan, Olivia Firth, Kira Lee and Molly Nice are your front 4 riders. It is Mohan out front, looking like she's going to wrap up this moto win, headed down to the stripe, sorted race gear in that 2 spot, but she's under pressure from Nice at the line. Not sure who got it between Firth and Nice. Hannah Drew, Pro Star BMX, leads out race 166. That looks like Amy Willits in the middle of the pack at about 4th at the moment. Abby Pike in 2, Yetska Hemstock in 3. I think Manda Hemstock's here this weekend. She is, she's recording on the first straight. Are you massaging this weekend, Manda? Yeah? Head over to Ice Bikes 10 if you want your sports massages by Magic Manda. She'll give you any sports massage to help you through your day of racing. She's over on the first straight in the Ice Bikes gazebo. As Yetska, her daughter, just took that 2 spot on the line. And Michelle Stupple, Kim Patsford. That looks like Cassie Harding in 3, Josephine Burston in 4, Nikki Sitch in at 5. Tracy Sharp in 6 and Grace Turner in 7. I won't repeat to you what Grace said to me coming into this last turn yesterday, because there's a lot of children on the track. But I think I got Grace's name wrong momentarily, and she wasn't too pleased with it. Sorry about that, Grace. But she was in that last moto. As we move on to the second 30-plus women's cruiser, that looked like Anita Wong taking the moto win. Coach Chizzy was in 3. Rebecca Goal leads out SJN in race number 168. That looks like Lisa Tarlin in this one as well. Forgot the right race? No, sorry. Next one, that is race 169 on track. It is Goal, SJN, Carver, 1, 2, 3, Chalice in 4, Ireland in 5, and Joe Wheel in 6. Joe dropped me a message yesterday on Facebook. We've got a word that we've got to try and cram into commentary somewhere. I haven't got a clue where that one's going to go, but we'll give it a go later on in the day. I didn't forget, Joe, don't worry. We'll do our best. The McRock chasing down Bernie Shale into that final corner in the 55-plus cruiser, guys. Shale, Reed out front. Here comes Brent Featherstone working his way through into a top 3 spot, and that's going to be Keith Brown in 4. There was a rider earlier on in one of the older cruiser categories that lost a chain heading down the final straight. If that was you, it is in the cabin at the bottom of the track, so near the finish line. I think that was the admin cabin that I was just told. So if you are missing your chain, in reception, I do apologise, it's in reception. So if you are missing your chain from your race earlier on, it is likely in reception. Next on track 17 to 29, year-old cruisers, Owen Putland, Theo Pope, 1 and 2. Charlie Roy under pressure down the final straight. That looks like Kyle Hill. Took a moto win yesterday, did Kyle. Looking really quick this weekend. He's going to take a top 4 finish as we look at the 2024 17 to 29 year-old cruiser national series champion. That is Alex Brooks. Is it the third one on the bounce? Couldn't someone at RAB let me know? Is it the third title that Alex has won on the bounce? Is that a thumbs up? That looks like a thumbs up. Yeah, third one on the bounce for Alex. So very consistent on his cruiser. He's going to take that moto win as we move on to race 179. Connor Blythe chasing down your race leader, Josh Cates, out of Braintree BMX Club. Here comes Matt McHugh on the inside, but one rider works his way around the outside. That is the BMX Race Hub jersey, Jake Green. No wonder I didn't recognise him earlier on. Jake's in there in that top 3 spot. Good to see Jake back on track. Ned Penny leads out the next moto. Zach Randall, Todd, Lewis Longley, Kean Brown, Jake Thompson and Daniel Wilson on in this one as well. Longley around the outside. Daniel Wilson's going to stick it up the inside of both of Penny and Longley in that final turn. Penny's pumping his way down the last straight. It looked like he had his chain on his bike. I just don't... Oh, okay. He's just chilling his way to the finish as Arne Esselman leads out the next moto, race 176. Rocky O'Brien in there behind him. Is Arne going to do something for 2 in 1 out? I'd love to know who 2 in 1 out is as well. If you want to let us know up at commentary, we'll keep the secret safe. I won't tell anyone, I promise. Is it you, Finn? I reckon it's Finn. Right, we are on to the 6 and unders. Bringing the thunder heading into turn number 2. Henry Dodd leads this one out. Looks like he has got Lou and Jamira in there behind him. Who's picking up 3 and 4? That looks like Ronnie meets John Joe Blundell and Seth Goostrey in there at the moment. Isaac Tomlinson in 5. Jamira and Dodd. Look at that battle out front. Here comes Blundell. He's not done yet. He wants a piece of the front 2 pie. Heading down the final straight, and I think he might have just nicked it off of Henry Dodd down the final straight. Jamira's going to take the moto win. Blundell, Dodd in that order with Goostrey in 4 and Tomlinson in 5. More 6 and under action in and out of that first corner. It is, of course, Oliver Bridle leading this moto through. Shelby Yates in there in that 2 spot. That looks like Benji Ross Foster in 3 as they head into that second corner. A Jump Club jersey in the mix as well. Mixed Picks race team. That is Charlie Thorne getting busy. Looks around the outside of the 6-7-1 plate. That is Jax Bradley, but he's hanging on to that top 4 spot at the moment. Ionis Chorkos in there in 6. Look at Thorne up the inside of Bradley in the final turn. Bridle, Yates, Foster in that order out front. Who's going to get the 4 spot? Looking like Charlie Thorne's going to hang on to it as they head down to the stripe. Thorne takes 4, Bradley for 5, Chorkos in at 6.
Checking out 7-year-old girls now. That is Maggie Devine out in front. Where is Hattie McGoldrick in there in 4 at the moment. Verity Kay in there in 2. The 184 is Matilda Hewitt. She's in there in 3. Our Hats is in there in that 4th spot. Also Tia Worthington in the mix as well. Matilda Hewitt, Flick Brennall and Luciana Pinzon-Barron. Race 180, Kylie Dixon, Ola Jewis, Evie Knight, Abigail Henning. Abigail in 3. That looks like Mabel leading it into the corner with the 6.53 of Ola Jewis. Oh, Ola makes a move. Steals the position away. Mabel's coming back at her. Trying to get it back again. Look at these 2 young ladies, elbow to elbow as they get to the line. Looks like Ola, just about held on to it. 7-year-old boys, Logan Aceto, Finley Thomas, Toby Brooke, Oscar rather fast. Rapid Roman Birdfield and yesterday's winner Arlo Payne in there as well. So all the heavy hitters in the 7-year-olds all in this moto. Roman's out in front, Logan's in there in 2. Arlo's on it like a car bonnet in 3. Oscar needs to eat more cake in 4. Finley in there in 5. Have we missed somebody? Toby Brooke as well. More 7-year-olds. Atlas Lewis Field, Albie Blight. Albie's in there in 3. Arlo Hatch, Teddy Gorman, Connor Rowe and Oscar Granger. Oscar in 4. Doing it for Blackpool BMX Club. I still think his dad should go back to riding that McNeil freestyle frame for racing. Classic. 5.25. Who's that young man? That is Connor Rowe out of Exeter. Keep up the hard work, Connor. Well done. As Atlas Lewis Field takes it to the line. And Arlo Hatch pushes it down the final straight. Well done, Arlo. Good lad. Moving on, more 7s. Rudy Pleasance Ford, Charlie Crossley. Big link in this one on his new bike. Frankie Jones, Jack Hale and Finley Kerr. Looks like Rudy's in there in 1, Oakley in 2. Finley going through in 3. As they head down towards that finish line. And race 184 heads towards the second turn. Ella Grant, Layla Dixon, Megan Keller, Maisie Dyson, Tallulah Widdowson, Madison Stupple, Phoebe Millar and Lauren Snell. It is the 0-1 of Phoebe Millar leading it in. Ella Grant's going through in 2. Maisie Dyson there in 3. Lauren in 4. And that is Madison Stupple, I think, going through in about 6. Just behind Megan Keller. Moving on a page on the moto sheets. Now we can finally turn them over. Leo Britz in this one. Who else have we got in there? Have I taken too many sheets off? Let's have a look. Joel Pritchard. Oh, we missed one. There we go. Antek Perebny. Right. Antek Perebny and Jake Avis going 1 and 2. Joel Pritchard in 4, rocking his Hawks jersey. And Northeast BMX's Joseph O'Brien. Race 187, Seth Robinson in this one for Brunwoods. He's in there in 3. It's the 3.44 and the 4.61. Alistair North and Christian Garbachik. Lewis Rothwell out of Preston. In there in that 4th position, the 3.63 out of Cardiff BMX. Regan Jones. And a very stylish manual from Carter Kennedy out of Cumbernauld as well. Ocean Holloway had a bit of a problem. So hope he's all right. Race 188, Alexander Gilbert, Oakley Hill, Oscar Marco. Hill in 2, Gilbert in 1, Marco in 3. Emerson Tucker there in 4. And Jensen Jessup, Teddy Hayes, and Jensen Me as well. Race 189, Charlie Hargreaves. In there in about 6 at the minute. Eliza Powell, Cara Cross, Holly Webb. Webb in 1. That is River Henderson in there in 2. Eliza in 3. Cara Cross going through in 4. That's going to be Molly Tomlinson in 5. Charlie Hargreaves in 6. Ruby Evans in 7. I think we had a birthday shout for Mrs. Evans from Cornwall. I will double check and try and squeeze that in later on. I've had that many birthday mentions this week, we might have missed a couple. If we have, I apologise, we don't miss them deliberately. Florence Kay, Betty Wills, Millie Wheeler, Rosie Geddes, Florence Dyson, Maja Olivia Kodich, and Roxy Rowlands from the Brumty Massive. Get well soon to Leo as well, with his broken collarbone.
Race 9-year-old boys into that final corner. Thomas Giles looking for a way round Charlie Dowsing, heading down the final straight. Dowsing, Giles, 1 and 2. Who's going to get it? It will be Dowsing at the line with Rocco. Westwood rounding out the top 3. The Northeast back on track, heading into turn number 2. That is Jesse Rose leading this one out. Where is Oakley Lewisfield? Is in there at about 3 at the minute. Chasing down that EV1 frame in that 2 spot. That's Jack Kitching riding out of Fluid Bicycle Motocross. In and out of the final corner then. Who's picking up the top 4? That is Chester Grocott out of LVG National Race Team. That's going to be your top 4 spots as they head across the line. Who's that on the inside? Got to be the 984 of Rexford, working his way underneath Hendrix Hines in the turn. Can he make it stick? I think Hines is going to hang on to 3. Who's in 2? That's the 232 of George Spencer. Under pressure into the turn. Ollie Bird has been shuffled back. Rexford takes advantage as well. Spencer from 3 to 1 in one corner. Rexford goes from 4th to 2nd. Hendrix Hines hangs on to 3. Ollie Bird shuffled back to 5. Chaos in that final turn in the 9-year-olds. Ethan Shaw, Seth Kacharik, 1 and 2 in race number 194. That is Jack Haynes inside the top 3. The 008, not quite 007, but he's as smooth as you like. Arthur Donaldson in there inside the top 4, heading down the final straight though. It's all about Ethan Shaw, Birmingham NRT out front. Decoy BMX on track. That is Jack Belton on the 838 plate. Fast signatures in there behind him. Joseph Dewis in and out of that second corner, rider for Gosport. Looking like we've got a Gosport National Race Team rider in there as well. That is Rory Smith looking for a way around the 590. Ballantyne in the final corner. Looks for a high-low. Can Smith make it stick? Looking like the 715 is in there as well. That is Leo Ingham. Wants a piece of the top 4 pie. Can he nick it on the line? I think he's going to get a top 4 finish just in front of Ballantyne, who's shuffled back to 5. 10-year-old girls, Trixie Trays leads this one out on the 14 plate, riding for Fluid Bicycle Motocross, going 1 and 2 with the 8 plate of Holly Richardson out of CGR, the 9 in there as well. That is Izzy Dolan out of the Brookwood National Race Team. Looking like we've got the 11 plate of Bonnie Dudley out of Creation Cycles in there in 4, chasing Dolan right away down to the line. Who's going to get the 3 spot? I think Dolan might have just hung on to it. More 10-year-old girls going in and out of that second corner. Maisie Egan, Grace Hudak battling it out. I think it is between these 2 at the top of the standings as well. They're going in and out of that final corner. Maisie Egan, Allen's Factory Supercross, being chased down by your European number 7, Grace Hudak out of Moto 1 365 race team with Smiley's Flight Club's Sophie Bailey in 3. That looks like one of the Tewalder brothers. Lucas out front. Good to catch up with them 2 yesterday. Looks like Seb Hewitt's thrown in a high-low in turn at number 3. He's worked his way from 2 to 1. Creation Cycles going to take that moto win with Tewalder out of Peckham in 2. That looks like Jacob Anderson leading out race number 199, heading through the 3rd straight. Who's in there with him? Ray Watson and the W8 of Benny Jackson in and out of that final corner. Absolute BMX Winner Photography and Fluid Bicycle Motocross. That's your front 3. Watson under pressure from Jackson, but he's got a super fast last straight. He's going to hang on to that 2 spots. Race 200, Carlin Gordon on track somewhere in this one. He's in that 3 spot at the minute, being chased down by the Team A rider who's just made his move. That is Bo Morris. It's his birthday today and he's heading into that final turn in that 5 spot, but it is Claydon out front, being chased down by Rex Beasley out of Stay Strong C&K, looking like Green Machine in there as well. That's Oliver Richards being chased down by Gordon as he heads to the line. Not quite sure who finished inside the top 3. 5 on the plate. That looks like Finley Munro out of Allen's Factory, going 1 and 2 with LCC Race Team. That is Ronnie the Landwood Shark. That didn't go right, did it? The Land Shark, Ronnie Wood. He's in there in that 2 spot as we lose the 46 in the final turn. That was Oscar Hall. Yeah, exactly. It was all rolling off the tongue and then it all went wrong. Put your hands together for Oscar as he finishes his lap. As Connor Hemphill, GT Factory, goes through that final turn out front. LCC in 2 and 3, that's Teddy Jones and Freddie Ray Orland. They are split up by Edward Cordery, who's looking for a top 2 finish as they head to the line. That one was busy across the stripe between Jones and Cordery. Preston Newmarsh Powell leading out race number 203.
I'll carry on. Right, Harvey Simpson in this one. I've got a feeling I had a message about his sister's birthday, I'm sure I did. Havana Simpson, I think he was. No, I'll do it. It's all right. Well, you carry on.
Check it.
Oh,
right.
I'll
So I'll carry on.
It's all right, you carry on for a minute.
Okay, the 11-year-old girls, race 204. That is the 8-plate of Poppy May Kirby leading this one out, going 1 and 2 with Elsie Ply. Looking for a way round, doing it for absolute, in and out of that final turn. That is the 282 of Freya Harries out of MK Evolution, being chased down this final straight. That's Evie Dyson inside the top 4. Blight was tight on the line for that one spot, but it was Kirby hanging on.
It was Harvey Simpson's sister, Havana. She's 8 next week. She's watching her brother, so we're giving her a happy birthday for next week. That's what that was. Right, I knew I'd seen it somewhere. I get messages in about 6 different inboxes, and I just get lost with it all. Anyway, there we go. Lauren Keller, Laney Cording, that is Grace Gerard going through as well in the 2. Amelia Martin doing it for the Belfast City BMX Club. And the other birthday shout out that I missed was Karen Evans out of Cornwall. So happy birthday, Karen. That one came through yesterday, so I'm sorry I missed that one as well. Somebody's had a roll round on the floor, I'm not sure who it was. As Casey dropped some 90s classics. There's a lot of 40-plus parents raving away in the back of a tea tent somewhere. Off their heads on Haribo. As the riders wait quietly atop the hill. We haven't mentioned the Braintree 40th anniversary race, have you? Let's do it again. Braintree's 40th anniversary race is upcoming very, very soon. Julian Allen will be turn-barring his way around that track, assuming he's in one piece. So the Braintree 40th anniversary race, I can't remember the dates, because that's in another inbox that I can't find. But yeah, if you want to get involved with that one, do you know the date of that one, Lewis? 10th of August. Saturday the 10th of August, Braintree BMX Club. They'll be doing all the old school malarkey. There'll be all kinds of craziness going on because it's Braintree and that's what they do. So the 10th of August, Braintree's 40th anniversary race. If you want to get involved, see anybody from Braintree BMX Club, they will give you all the details and you can be a part of that. And yeah, it's going to be a banger, that one. So we are just looking after our fallen rider at the moment. And let's hope they're okay. So yeah, I know I'm going to say this later on, but I just want to thank Birmingham BMX Club for all their efforts this weekend. We always enjoy coming to Birmingham. They do a grand job. So thank you guys for everything that you do. They have a cracking winter series as well, if you want to get involved in that. The Bradford Birmingham BMX Club Winter Series. If you want to get wet and cold on a Sunday, riding your bike, Birmingham is the place to do it. Also, big shout out to everybody who is watching on BMX Race Hub on YouTube. We definitely need BMX Race Hub in our sports. They do a fantastic job. So if you can be a subscriber to that channel, it would really help. Costs you nothing to click subscribe on YouTube. BMX Race Hub, tell your mum, your nan, your auntie, your uncle, your postman, your neighbour's dog, whoever it might be. Get them to subscribe to BMX Race Hub. I don't know who our follower was, but it was from Peckham BMX Club. I hope they are okay. I think it was Ocean Headley. So Ocean, we hope you're all right. And you are back on your bike soon.
Are you ready, riders?
Right, here we go again. Iris Hyder, I think, heading down that hill. She's out there in 1. Who else have we got in there? Lottie Mosley, Winnie Andrews, Lily Mae Gould, Millie Ross, the birthday girl, and Tyler Davenport. Looks like Millie's in there in 2, Tyler's in 3. Rusting the racing, Lily Mae Gould going through inside the top 4. But it is Iris Hyder of Pure Bicycles out in front, Lottie Mosley in there as well, and Winnie Andrews. Winnie took a tumble in the previous moto, but it's not stopped her having a go in moto number 2. She's back on it. I'm still going to nag Sean until he starts racing again, because he's far too good to sit on the sidelines. Race 207, Lucy Stevenson, Holly Hume, Mara McCarran, Seren Pritchard, that's Elizabeth Lola Poole out there in front. Where is Sadie McSwitty? She's in there in 5. But it looks like Elizabeth Lola Poole is going to take it to the line from Seren Pritchard and Lucy Stevenson. 11-year-old boys up next. Ridley Davis, Swales, Bibby, Ford and Belton. And it is James Bibby leading it into the corner. That'll be Harry Swales in there in 2. Belton in 3. Louis Swales in there as well. As we move on to Moto 209. Be handy if I could turn these pages on these sheets. Oops, rider down in the final turn. It was the 906 of Moses Dennis Essel. Just picking himself up. As the next moto comes around, that's Noah Everly. Freddie Toogood, Archie Malkin, Zach Worthington in this one. Zach's in there in 3 at the minute, so having a good lap for Preston Pirates. The rider in 4 on the 33 is Jet Thompson out of the Gosport National Race Team. And the 52 plate going through in 5 is Freddie Toogood out of Derby. Race 211, the 11-year-old boys. Cotton Smith, Taylor, Divine, Knight, Murphy, Hamill and Heaver. Divine and Smith on the inside going into the corner. Zach Hamill in there in that 3rd spot. That looks like the rider from Tygo Racing in 4. That's Finley Murphy, I think, riding out under Neaton as well. But it's Divine and Smith into the turn. Hamill in there in 3. The 23 is Oliver Taylor out of MK Evolution. Bram Heaver going through as well. And Sam Knight's doing it for Birmingham. Race 212, Joe Rook. Callum Goostrey in there, Leighton Hardy, Jacob Aston doing it for Midlands. He's in there in 5. Chasing down the rider out of Brixton, which is Emil Challenger. Dawson Scott doing it for Team Gnarly. But the battle is out front between Jamira and Rook to the line. Harding in there in 3. Race 213, Marcus Mullen, Max Livingston, Lucas Laurie, Leon Waite, Louis Sheffy, Akin Brazier and birthday boy Ronnie Payne. Ronnie out in front. Marcus Mullen in there in 2. Brazier in 3. Leon Waite in 4. Louis Sheffy in 5. Lucas Laurie in 6 and Max Livingston in 7. Up Tea Ladies bin. Thank you, Gemma. As we move on to Moto 214, Adrian Galitis, Kia Phillips, Mason Jones, Zach Parsons, Billy Cheeseman, Archie Crocker-White, Deacon Childs and Albert Aliadans. And it's Archie Crocker-White leading it down to the finish line. Easy for me to say. Race 215, Lewis.
12-year-old girls on track. Ward, Cotton, Kiss, Fawcett, Rutherford and Warren. Ruby Warren chasing down your race leader. That is Emma Kiss out of Braintree BMX Club heading into that final turn. Who's in 3? Looking like Esme Ward out of Warren BMX Race Team. Brooke Fast Fawcett in there in 4, riding out of Hard Knocks Bike Coach and heading down to the stripe. Martha Cotton in there in 5 and Isabella Rutherford in 6. Emily Eaton, your British champ, leads out the next moto with the W6. Poppy Bishop in there behind her, chasing her into the final turn. That is the template in 3. Allegra True out of SAS Race Team. Nora Siret out of Team Mine and Bournemouth, heading down the final straight. She's pulling True under pressure as they head down to the stripe. Dad's watching on at the bottom of the tower, and Siret looked like she might have nicked the 3 spot. That one was tight on the stripe. Race 2-1-7, Gerard, Carol, Jones, Salmon, Tucker, Surtees and O'Connell. It is now O'Connell in there in 3, but Dakota Tucker leads this one out for Pure Bicycles. Going 1 and 2 with Jump Clubs. Anushka Jones headed down the final straight. BMX Widow Photography in there in 3 with O'Connell, and Gerard out of Hard Knocks in 4. 12-year-old boys, race 2-1-8, Joe Douglas in this one. And he's out front, doing it for the Norwich Flyers. That is the 420 of Max Vass in there in the 2 spot. Who was that looking up the inside the 24 plate of Ralph Sowerby. He's now under pressure from the 5-7-8 plate, heading down the final straight. I think that was Lawrence Bojang looking for a top 3 finish. Didn't quite make it happen. Sowerby hangs on to 3. Max McNulty, Team Bunnies, leads out his second motor of the day out of turn number 2. On the 25 plate, he's going 1 and 2 with the 29 plate of Mark towards Idlow into that final turn. That looks like Zane Williams in there in 3, riding out of Peckham. He's got the 22 plate of Davey in there behind him. That is Evan Davey out of Cornwall. BMX Club putting Williams under pressure down to the line. I think Davey might have just nicked that top 3 finish. Harry Bailey. Right team, wrong rider. Oliver Arnold. Jumps up an age group there. Arnold leads this one out then. Ethan Crooks Martin in there behind him, right out of a Hot Shot Race Team. Heading down the final straight, Arnold and Martin heading down to the line. Here comes Martin with a late charge, caddy nicking on the stripe. I think he may have just done that. We are looking at more 12-year-old boys heading into that second turn and back out again for Rogers and Miller. Them 2 guys going 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like Harley Steele in there in 3. Got to be Bodie Markley out of Concept Neighbour UK inside the top 4, but the last straight action is out front. Miller looking for a late charge on Rogers. Has he got enough left in the tank? Rogers hangs on to the moto win. Race 2-2-2 on track. That looks like the new Tom Palmer in that 2 spot, chasing down the European number 3 out of BMXHype.com. That's Harry Donald who's picking up the 3 spot. Got to be Green Machines. Hot Thomas Honeywell on the 8 plate as they bring it into the final turn. The 28 plate of Adam Arnold in there as well. He's in 4 heading down the final straight. Then Donald going to take the moto win. Here comes Honeywell with a late charge down the final straight, looking for a way around Tom Palmer on the line. I'm not quite sure if he found it. Round number 9's winner, Ethan Howell, leads out race number 2-2-3 with the 4 of Charlie Wilcox in there behind him. Ethan Howell's really turned on the turbocharge this season. He's been flying all year long, and he's going to pick up another moto win. But he's under pressure from Wilcox down to the line as Colby Williams takes 3. Moving on to the 13-year-old girls then. Lexi Kearns out front. Allen's Factory Supercross, Anastasia Muhar in there in 3, Maddie the Baddie Dixon in there in 5. That is a 6 plate in between the 2 of them. That's Matilda Sacharu with Libby Copping in that 2 spot. So it is Kearns, Copping, Muhar, Sacharu, Dixon 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, and that was Ellie Moore in at 6. Race 2-2-5, Sidonia Cleve in this moto. She's in about 3 or 4 at the moment. She's in 4, chasing down Jalala Patel, who's in there in 3, heading into the final turn. Rin Gianolino chasing down your race leader though. That is Katie Millar heading down the final straight. Millar, Gianolino 1 and 2. That's how they're going to finish. Patel taking 3. 13-year-old boys on track. Edward Miller in this one. He's in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Newton Hindley on the exit of turn number 2. Noah Buttery on the 49 plate, doing it for that is Peterborough Phantoms. Caden Thompson in and out of that final corner inside the top 3. That looks like Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there as well. The Bristol Jets inside the top 5. Freddie Warwick under pressure to the line, looking like he's just got nipped at the line, and he's going to take that 5 spots. Stay strong, Clark and Kent leading it out from the 2-1-1 plate. That is Kobe Rayford and Daniel Collins-Ige heading into that final corner and back out again. That's going to be your front 2 riders as they head down the final straight with Ronnie Richards in there in 3. Logan Young looking like he's going to round out the top 4 spots. Dexter Beerup on track. Looks like we've lost Adam Stevenson, I think that was, heading through the second straight, but he's stuck upright and chasing down the pack then as they bring it on round. Dexter Beerup, Brody Geddes out front at the moment. That looks like the 447 of Leo Cranston working his way round the outside into a top 3 spot. Heading down the final straight, the 63 in there as well. That looked like it was Riley Schimmel out of Decoy BMX. Racer number 229 on track. That looks like it could be Noah Buttery in the mix inside the top three, doing it for LVG, but the battle out front is with Todd Smith-Notman and Elvis Lawrence heading into that final corner. Robin Matten Alonso is in the mix inside the top 3 or 4 as well, heading down the final straight. Lawrence chasing Notman to the line. Notman's going to hang on to that moto win. Smiley's Fly Club going 1 and 2 in the next moto, heading into that second corner. That looked like it was Heath Osborne inside the top 3. Freddie Parkinson's getting busy in about 5 of the minute through a move on Freddie Richardson heading into that second corner, and he's thrown it back in the final turn as well. Milo Weller in there in 4. It's Hamilton, Bailey, Osborne, Weller, Parkinson, Richardson. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. And that was Pete Pratt in 7. Next up on a track, we are looking at Nathaniel Eames of Old Bicycle Motocross leading out moto number 231. He's got Billy Harrison and Thomas Westmore in there behind him, in and out of that final corner. It is Eames out front, dominant moto from him. He's going to pick up this win down the last straight. Westmore, Harrison in that order as they bring it down to the line. Little Cotty's on track, your world number 7. Rab Racing leading this one out, the 23 plate in there behind him. That is Maxwell Lawrence heading into the final turn, the 47 in there as well. Samuel Rollison out of Retro Racing, but it is out front with Little Cotty going to take that moto win for Rab Racing. Toby Lynch on track.
Toby Lynch, yeah, battling away with Mr. Guppy in and out of that turn. Osborne in there in 3. And Oliver Tyers going through in 4. Oliver had a great day yesterday, taking the win. As we move on to 234. As we move on to the 14-year-old young ladies, Hayley Watson going through, battling away with Lossie Brown. Into that corner, Lily Hayes. Quietly going about her business in 3, getting faster every time we see her. Eliza French, Lucy Gardner, Lottie McFarlane and Orla Cooper in there as well. As we move on to Moto 235, Amelia Everly, who'll be on Mabo next year. Ruby Walford, Ava Wright in there. Grace Burge in 2. That's going to be Alana Price out of Peckham going through in 3. Jessie Leasley out of Doncaster on that 767. And the 12 of Daisy Knowles out of Manchester. All chasing Amelia Everly to the line, race 236. 14-year-old boys, Surridge, Bradford, Spencer, Kitson, Turblanche. Wilson, Parr and Tandy. St Kitson in there in 1. Ossie and Parr looking good in 2. The 33 is Ted Spencer, I think. Out of Peckham. A Peckham rider without a Peckham jersey on it always throws me off. Anyway, 237, Ollie Kirby and Logan Ritchie. That is Oliver James, battling away with Harvey Tomlinson. Ollie Kirby's in there in 3. We had Thomas McGovern and Remy Colquhoun in there as well with William Chaplin. Emmy Seawood in that second position, behind Rufus Cousineau. Moto 238. Louis Avery in there on the 21. Cooper McCrum just picking up a top 4.
Ready, riders?
Tell you what, do you think we can create a job for somebody just to turn our moto sheets for us? Because neither of us appear to be able to do it. It was rubbish. Honestly. Yeah. We'll get Casey to do it. We'll add it to his job description. Right, where am I up to? I have no idea where I'm up to. Heath Thomas, Oliver Sim, Amos Guppy, that is your 1, 2 and 3. Guppy making his move now on Thomas. Oliver Sim going well in 3. In that almost retro Midlands Club jersey now. I don't know if it's possible to have a retro club jersey, but I think we've got one. Race 241. Ben Larkins out there in front, doing it for Pure Bicycles. The 20 plate is Freddie Franklin out of Rusty Nut Racing. Logan Widdowson in there in 4, chasing down Jamira. Riley Binney in there as well, and the 144 of Harry Taylor out of Birmingham. Race 242, Freddie Entwistle in 3, but he's got Seeley and Eden Boone to deal with, which is no easy feat. That's Teddy Headley in there in 4 for Peckham. Jake Asher was in there for Doncaster as well. Race 243, PB Alderton, Betty Brewer, Sabina Ashman out in front. Anya Mattern Alonso in 2. That's going to be Bethany Coates, I think, going through for Decoy, and Eleanor Curtis. PB Alderton in there in that 4th spot. And we've got Smiley Maloney and Anya Mattern Alonso in there. Race 244. Carly Hayes in the mix somewhere in about 5th spot at the minute. But you've got Megan Roy and Ruby Morse to deal with, and that's no easy feat. Sophie Elwood, Annalise Cadman-Carpenter, Alexis McCartney, Lucy Groundwater, and Missy Larch. Next up, Moto 245. Jumping in, Lewis.
Race 245, 15-year-old girls. Jessica Marion, Lorianne Carruthers out front. Lexi Waite putting pressure on down the final straight. Going to work her way into a top 3 finish. As we look at the 15-year-old boys, race 246. Oh, we've lost one rider into turn 2. Not quite sure who that was. Maybe Cameron Cox. Yes, it was that came unclipped into the turn. Just can't get clipped back in as he heads into that final corner. It is John O'Haradine out front. He's going to take that motor win. That looks like Louis Pinder inside the top 3, pushing down to the stripe. Battling it out with Ryan Woolcock out of Gosports. Cody Coker, the 8-plate, leading this one out for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Zachary Tears in there in 3, the 24-plate, splitting them both up. That is Kai Blaine out of Team Air Andover, Lewis Collins and Nemo in there inside the top 4, heading down that last straight, but it is Cody Coker out front, picking up the moto win. Mabo UK out front, that is Noah Everly heading into turn number 2. He's got the 17-plate of Lucas Webster in there behind him, doing it for Absolute, looking like Caden Dunn out of GT Factory is in the mix as well. Who's in 4? That's the 19, working his way on through. George Chapman out of Decoy, chasing down Dunn down the final straight, but it's going to be Everly, Webster, Dunn in 1, 2 and 3. Sean Brown on track for Birmingham NRT, heading into that second corner. He's got Nathan Barata in that 3 spot behind him, chasing him down, looking like Shea Jordan is inside the top 4 as well. He wants to make something happen today in and out of that final turn. Samson Townsend in there in 5, but your race leader, Rab Racing's Eli Smith taking the moto win. More 15-year-old boys on track. That is Ollie Coppin in 4, chasing down the 21-plate just in front of him. Finn Collis out of Absolute, looking for a race report after this weekend's racing from Dad. As he heads into that final turn, the 16-plate of Joe Pentonvote in there as well. Collis threads the needle in the final corner and goes from 3 to 2, chasing down Mason Lang as he heads towards the stripe. 16-year-old girls out on track. Fumi Adarami Hepburn leads this one out for Peckham BMX, going 1 and 2 with Preston Pirates. Rosie O'Brien heading into that final corner. That looks like Lacey Beard in there inside the top 3, under pressure from the 11 on the exit of the final turn. That's Molly Simpson pushing all the way. O'Brien under pressure from both riders as they head towards the stripe. O'Brien looking like she might have just hung on to that 2 spot on the line. Esme Brooke, Team ABU UK, leads out race 252. That looks like Lily Phillips on the inside into that final corner. Annabelle Charlton having the move put on her in that final turn. That was Jamie Owens on the 438 plate, working her way into a top 3 spot. Phillips in 2, Owens in 3, Charlton in 4, and Ayalola in 5. 16-year-old boys, Josh Williams leads out this moto in that final corner. Ellis Berry in the 2 spot, being chased down by Romeo Kapai in the exit of turn number 3. Malachi Price, he's going to round out your top 4 spots as BMX Winner Photography picks up the moto win. Finn Hoff as smooth as you like through that second straight for Pro Star BMX. Who's in there behind him? Looking like we have got one of the Centurions, Lewis Cook, on the 23 plate. Yes, it is being chased on through by the 19 into that final corner. That is Max Burgess out of Preston. So your front 3 looking safe and clear, but it is going to be Finn Hoff out front. Pro Star just tagged me in something on Instagram as well. Well, Knick Knack Engineering did actually. A new timing system that it looks like they're introducing to the BMX scene. So if you've got any questions about any timing systems, Knick Knack Engineering is the place to be this weekend over at Pro Start BMX. So if you want any questions answering by the Knick Knack guys, they're over at the Pro Start tent. As we look at the moto number 256, Thomas Duran, Curtis Copeland out front, JTL Simpson Davies having a battle with the 30 plate heading into the final turn. That is Ted Warwick, but he's got Reese Toole looking for a way round. Zach Twitching's in this one as well. He's in about 6 at the moment, heading down that final straight, chasing Toole to the line. Has he got enough left to pick that 5 spot off? I don't know if he got close enough.
Oliver Kendall, Finn Phillips in moto 257 in and out of turn number 2. That is Patrick Dyer in 3. Niall O'Connell going through in 4 with a 33. Chasing him down, Hayden Stone in 5. Marku Reynolds in 6. Look at the battle out front though. Finn Phillips, Oliver Kendall to the line. Oh, close. Moving on. James Clitheroe, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Out there in front, Elliot Brook of Rab Racing in 2. SAS Racing's Sam Hamblin going through in 3 with a Manchester rider in 4. That's going to be Zach Chapman. But it's Clitheroe, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, taking it to the line, followed by Brook. Moto 259, 17, 18-year-olds. We've got Arne Esselman in 3. Got to fight it out with Dax de Gambe and the rider out of Green Machine Tribe. That'll be Scott Monroe Higgs into the final corner. The 7 belongs to Luke Morris. Took a tumble in that previous moto, but he's looking good. And Sam Day's trying to get involved as well. Esselman, another big boost over the line. He wants that 20 quid in a kiss, doesn't he? Without a shadow of a doubt. 260, Webb, Young, Curry, Grieg, Brown, Talbot and Big R. Scurry Curry, oh! Jack Webb hitting the deck out of Ipswich, going into that final corner. He's picked himself up and walks away, which is good to see. As Moto 261 heads to the final turn, Ruben Smith and Ben Weiss going 1 and 2. Sebastian Hamblin with the 3. Race 262, Lewis Longley on the inside, doing it for Pro Star. In and out of the turn we go. Holloway leading it through. That'll be Keanu Schaefer-Cohen in there in that second spot. Ben Fitzsimmons getting involved. Here comes Owen Putnam round the outside. Oscar Bassiou Cowlard in there in 5. And the treble 2. That belongs to Jack Rickson out of TNT, but it's going to go Holloway, Putland, Fitzsimmons. Moto 263 on track. Eric Bamford doing it for the Brunty Massive. Liam Doyle's in there as well, the 197. Brandon Mallon, Belfast City BMX Club. Whoop, whoop. As we move back to Moto 264, Alex Stokes doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross in that 4th position. James Seaward from Hard Knocks taking the win with Joshua Cates in there in 2. And it might have been Mickey Porter in 3. Race 265, Willards, Drew, Townsend, Elwood, Nice, Firth and Akalele. Olivia Firth, Sorted Race Gear and EMV Graphics and Signage. In there in that 2nd position, chasing down the 7 of Annabelle Townsend. Into that final corner, Hannah Drew in 3, Molly Nice in 4. Amy Willards going through in 5. Race 266. Lily Chiziwa and Remy Godfrey, followed by Megan Dewhig and Mika Pritchard. That is your 1, 2, 3, 4. Imogen Gibson in 5. Hannah Baker in 6. Ellen Parr in 7 and Alicia Linscott in 8. So it's going to go Chiziwa, Godfrey and Dewhig. Ellie Featherstone and Emily Green going 1 and 2. In Moto 267, Caitlin Ellis. Where's our kid? She's in there in 4. That'll be Tilly McCrum in 5, Emily Clinch in 6, Jamie Hyam in 7. But Ellie Featherstone does exactly what it says on the tin, or the gazebo, one or the other, taking the win. As we move on to 17 to 29 males, Connor Hedges. Connor's been a guest on the BMX Commentator podcast. You can check that out wherever you get yours. Apple, Amazon, YouTube and Spotify. Muzzle 269, Lewis.
19 to 29-year-olds into that second corner. Hayden Green, yesterday's winner, chasing down the one plate of Callum Child Maple. Been about 6 years since Hayden Green took a national win, I think. And he's chasing down that one plate of Maple down the final straight. Adam Brazil going to round out the top 3 spots. As we go racing through the second straight, Reese Hoggart just getting it all wrong. The battle of the baddest is still on. There's 1 point in it between Reese Hoggart and George Higley. So that'll be interesting come later on in the day. It is Hudson though, leading from Bruniez, Holloway and Lucas heading down the final straight. That's going to be your front 4 as they take it across the line. More 19 to 29-year-old action. That is Ross Sharp leading it out into the corner. Got to be Dan Kay in there in that 2 spot. Kenny Phillips in 3. Luke Davies-Hayes rounding out the top 4, but he's got Camille Suleiman working his way round the outside, just couldn't get across enough. So Davies-Hayes hangs on to that 4th spot, heading down the final straight. Suleiman isn't done yet though, pushing all the way to the stripe. I think Suleiman might have just nicked the 4th spot, shuffling Davies-Hayes up back to 5 female 30 plus. Anita Wong, Rebecca Gold, Fon Clements and Annie Chizawa. If you got any school games questions, direct them at Coach Chizzy. She's the Midlands head coach, I believe, as she heads towards the final turn in that 4th spot for Team Buddies. Rebecca Goldo out front, your British champion. Double biking this weekend, as is Anita Wong and Fon Clements. It is going to be Gol, Clements, Wong and Chiswick in that order. Masters on track. Yesterday's winner not here today, as I think he's gone to the Czech Republic. Is that right? Yeah. For 4 cross. So no Scott Beaumont. He has wrapped up the national title as well. So I'm informed. So no Scott this weekend. Well, today, as I say. John Lidlingston though going to take that moto win. Matthew Bourne in the 2 spot. More Masters on track. Billy Owen took a win at Manchester a couple of weeks back, and he's wanting to do the same today as he heads in and back out of that second corner. He's got David James in there behind him, chasing him down this 3rd straight. That looks like Team Gnarly's Dale Scott in there inside the top 4 with Christopher Granger in 3, but it is all about Irwin out front. Urban Air BMX going to take that moto win. As vets hit the track, that is Ben Martinez leading this one out for Crucial Racing, going 1 and 2 with his teammate Danny Taylor, heading in and back out of that second corner. Matt Eaton out of BRE Racing in the mix as well inside the top 3, the 170 plate in the 4, that is Adrian Ridley out of Bristol Jets BMX Club, but he's got the rider out of Andover working his way around the outside. That is George Salmon picking up a top 4 spot as they head down to the stripe. Salmon just over jumping slightly, just about managed to keep that one upright. As the second rack of vets hit that second turn, Fraser Watson, Zoltan Boudet, Matt Barnard and Adam Boudet, that's your front 4. Hayden Tarora is going to round out the top 5. Boudet chasing Watson down to the line. I think Boudet might have nicked that moto win. Grand Vets on track. Kimber, Baggs, Taylor, Shale and Elliott. That looks like Dominic Elliott in that 2 spot. Mark Taylor looked up the inside of him, didn't dive under though. Mike Baggs in there in the 4 spot, but they're all chasing. Bernie Shale out front. That looks like Alan Kimber out of Gosport National Race Team in there in 5, but Bernie Shale, GT Factory, smooth as you like down the final straight. He's going to pick up this moto win in race 277. Steve Fortune on Track Divide UK heading into that second corner. Neil Waddington, John Perkins, Robert Clark. The Warlocks in this one as well. He's not racing though. I'm not sure what's happened to Neil. He's probably retired it for the weekend. He's had enough. He's probably chilling over by the Pure gazebo somewhere. Yeah, there he is, over by Pure. He's chilling. He's not even got his race jersey on. He's had enough for the weekend. As we look at Hilly, his teammate, heading into that final corner, Fitzroy Bryce. Oggy in there in 3, chasing down Bryce out of that final corner. Craig Nelson in there inside the top 4. Junior men hit the track end. No Flynn Drellincourt in this one after his crash in his first moto. That is Danny J. Montfort on the outside, heading into the first turn. It is going to be Montfort leading this one through. He's going to want... Oh, he gets it all wrong through the second straight. Comes unclipped through the pro sets. Ned Penny, Gabe Simpson, the only 2 managing to get through it safe and sound. Penny, Simpson, Hughes, Montfort, 1, 2, 3, 4. Ned Penny out front though, looking good on the exit of turn 3, but Gabe Simpson isn't done yet, hunting him down the final straight. Simpson, Penny down to the line. I think Simpson's going to nick it. Ned Penny in the front running with Arne Esselmont for that 2-in-1 out competition. They've got the whole scene on strings, so they said on their Instagram. So that'll be interesting. As we look at Championship Women heading into turn number 1, that is Stay Strong C&K going 1 and 2 backs and Rendell Todd, and his backs leading it from Rendell Todd heading into that second corner. Ava Brown in there in 3, Cody Harmer in 4, and Akira Cook rounding out the top 5. Rendell Todd's put a move on backs as they exit turn number 2 though, and she's worked her way into that 1 spot. So that is your new race leader, Elsa Rendell Todd, heading down the final straight. She's going to pick up this moto win with Betsy Backs in that second spot. Looks like we lost Ava Brown in that second turn. She's back up to her feet. Put your hands together for Ava, ladies and gents.
Right, good to see Ava's up and all right anyway.
Ready, rider?
Oh, okay. Right, looks like we're moving on to the Superclass. Collis, Marnham, Markley, Russell, Hunt into the turn. Josh Marnham going to pick up the whole shot. Are they diving underneath him? No, they are not. Russell in there into around the outside, taking to the skies. Everybody else playing it safe. Casey Markley's 18 today. Happy birthday, Casey. Just back from a holiday in Tenerife with 24 of his mates. No wonder he couldn't jump through that pro section. Marnham heading towards the line. He's going to get into the stripe. Hunt, Russell going through as well. Wow, wow, wow.
Second rack of Superclass men hits the track, heading for turn number 1. Cal Russell out of the inside, going to pick up the whole shot into the turn. Who's in there with him? Got to be Mark Fletcher. In and out they go and through the pro section. Jay Boville's in there inside the top 3, doing it for Mabo UK's got Harry Tanner out of GT Factory. In there in 4, that looks like Harrison Bell in 5. Cal Strickland has pulled on the ripcord through the pro set. He's at the back of the pack, so it is Russell out front. Boville's not done yet, chasing Fletcher down the final straight. Russell, Fletcher, Boville, Tanner. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was Harrison Bell in 5.
Right, that is the siren for round 3, but we do need to complete the next moto, which is the Championship Women one. So hold on to your hats, people, for one more moto. Tay again, Lucy Hutt, Lucy Simpson, Freya the Slayer, Chalice, Elizabeth Brown, and Sienna Harvey. Right, we are just hanging on. There has been a mechanical, so that's the reason for the hold up. Yeah, we're getting it sorted. Oh yeah, right, bike's on the way up. Formula 1 pit stop. Nice to see all the BMX celebrities in the house, including Billy Wright. It's not a BMX race unless Billy Wright's here. We play Spot Billy Wright at the Grands, the USA BMX Grands. He's usually hanging around somewhere in the infield with his camera. As we move on to Championship Women. Last moto of round number 2. Right, here we go, Championship Women, moto number 2, Freya the Slayer Chalice in the middle, Sienna Harvey just on her outside shoulder at the moment. Into the turn we go, Maggie Bowen in there in 4, Tia Gaynor in 5, Lucy Hunt in 6, Lucy Simpson in there in that 3 spot. So, Freya, Sienna 1 and 2. Sienna Harvey right on Freya Chalice's back wheel as they go down towards that final corner. Simpson looking good in 3. There's a little bit of a gap to Tia Gaynor in there in 4, but down the final straight. Freya Chalice takes the win. Sienna Harvey for 2, Lucy Simpson for 3, Tia Gaynor for 4. Who's going to get the 5? Ooh, might have been Elizabeth Bowen.
Well, we are talking Phil. There's Victor Wonder.
All right, just getting ready for round 3 to begin. 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser Open is first up.
You ready, guys? Ready, guys?
All right, game on. Here we go. Round number 3. Murphy, Thompson, Nelson, Turblanche, Chapel, Heaver, and Livingston heading down towards turn number 1. Looks like Milton Keynes are going to lead it into the turn. That is going to be Jamie Turblanche. Jamie Turblanche and the rider out of Nuneaton, I think it is Finlay Murphy. Finley's in there in that second spot. Bram Heaver in 3. Looks like the Gosport NRT guys are 4 and 5 at the moment. Mixed picks in there in 6. That's going to be Max Chappell. And the Bristol rider is Ollie Nelson, but they are all chasing Jamie Turblanche to the line. 286 is your moto. Cotton, Large, Hickman, Duff, Mallion, Swales, and Marco. And it looks like Mallion leading it out. Marco's in there in about 3 at the minute. Aaron Hickman out of Bradford going through in that 5th spot, chasing down the rider in front of him. And it looks like we've got Tygo's Percy Large in there in about 6 at the moment. So Mallion lead them into the final corner. Toby Duff out of Andover on that 349 plates. He'll be pushing hard as well as they complete moto number 286 to 87. More cruiser action. Amelia Martin, Page, Cathcart Cunnison. Billy Cheeseman from Gosport NRC. Zavi Fox Cooper just working his way into that second position as Oliver Arnold leads them into the final turn. Sam Dolan is in there as well, and Oisin King. Moto 288, Thomas Barnard, Taylor Hall, Bo Morris, the birthday boy, Frankie Griffin leading it through, Lucas Storm and Adam Arnold and Charlie Labras. So it's all got a bit tasty down that first straight. 2 riders having a tumble, one with wonky handlebars. That'd be a great name for a bar, that, the Wonky Handlebar. It would be a really great name for that. I'm not going to try and open a bar called that, but, you know, random thoughts that appear in my head as we go through a race day. 13-14 cruisers. Alfie Sim just getting that first turn a little bit wrong, and it's pushed him back a bit, but he's still got time to make up some positions as they go in and out of the second turn towards the final turn. Sims in there in 6 at the minute, chasing down the 24. of Liam Byrne. As Tate Kitson takes it to the line from McSwitty and Warren. Race 290, Cam, Mattern Alonso. Cathcart, Cunnison, Miller, Georgeson, Younger, Wilson and Labras. Oh, one rider down in the turn. Robin Mattern Alonso leading it through. Labras battling away with the two riders from One BMX. That'll be Jake Georgeson. And one other who's not listed. But you know, minor details. Race 291. Cooper Westwood doing it for Divide UK in 5. Looks like Newton Hindley's leading it out, battling away with Little Cotty. Good to see him back on it after his tumble. Freddie Walworth pushing hard on the cruiser as well. Jack Walford in 4. Freddie Walworth still shopping for positions down that final straight. Might have even picked one up by passing Addison Milburn. 292 is your moto, Louis Kaimat. BMXHype.com in there in 2. Ashton Coombs doing it for BMX United. Looks like the Manchester rider Zach Chapman is out in front. Jack Labras coming through to steal that 4th position. Race 293. Ben Mosley in this one. That's Zachary Tier. Jake Hart out in front. John O'Haradine. Ben Mosley. Elliot Albert and William Friend. In Moto 293, 294. Coming down that second straight, Sean Brown in there for Birmingham National Race Team. No Joe Little for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Took a tumble yesterday, broke his shoulder. So we hope you're all right, Joe. Wishing you all the best for a speedy recovery, mate. As they go in and out of turn number 3. Aidan True in there in that 3rd spot, 4th spot even. Chasing down Oakley Hooper from Mixed Picks BMX, 295. Heading into turn number 2, JTL Simpson Davis. Jump Club S&M Source. Rodri Jones in there, Bradley Davison, I think, in there in 2. DC Cycles, Colby Hall working his way in. Matthew Russell doing it for Northeast BMX and Smiley's Flight Club. Have got Louis Pinder in the race 296. Tom Palmer, Dan Popel, Jamie Webb, Nathan Abbott, Chris Hayes, Ryan Jones, Agris Alienzans. It's Popel and Abbott going 1 and 2. Nathan Abbott in there as well. Just trying to check out the rider in 6. That's going to be Ryan Jones from Smiley's Flight Club.
Okay, just to let you know, ladies and gents, we are going straight into quarterfinals after the motos are done. So you need to be keeping an eye out on scores, please, and you will need to be in the pens ready and waiting for your quarters when that last Superclass gate drops. We are trying to get straight going with the quarters as soon as the motos are done, so make sure you are there, ready and waiting, please.
Right, just want to chuck in as well, we've got some foreign viewers on BMX Race Hub. Mike Pardon, 80s BMX freestyle icon, raced a little bit as well through the 2000s, moved to Australia to go and live in the outback and be a paramedic, and he's watching in Oz. I've had a message from John Lee. So Mike Pardon, thank you for watching on the BMX Race Hub live stream. We really appreciate it. I'm hoping he's still awake and not gone to bed. He's probably sat there swigging a Tolly of VB and throwing another shrimp on the barbie.
And that's what the BMX Race Hub can do. So make sure you are getting all the people back home to watch on the BMX Race Hub, please, ladies and gents. The only stream is on the YouTube channel, the BMX Race Hub. Head over to there, they've got all sorts of good videos, track guides, highlights and things like that, interviews. So get yourself over to the BMX Race Hub and get everyone that's back home to get watching the racing this weekend. That looked like Matt Barnard. Got to have been 45, 49 cruisers. Yes, it was. Race 301 on a track. Fraser Watson, Norbert Marco. These two had a good old battle into the first corner yesterday for their whole shot award in this class. We've got a load of whole shot awards to give out later on today as well. We'll give them to you later on, along with their sponsors. As we look at the 50 to 54-year-old cruiser guys. Heading into the final turn, that was Benters chasing down your race leader, Stephen Hassel, Mongoose Factory, along with Allen's Factory Supercross. They're going to go through in 1 and 2 with Rab Racing in there in 3. Still the best set-up team tent that I've seen so far this year at the national circuit. So well done to Rab, keeping their riders hydrated and fueled all weekend long. That is Kev Sykes leading out the next moto though, in and out of that final corner. Along with Gary Carver in that 2 spot. That looks like Tim Porter in 3, but he's under a bucket load of pressure from Dominic Elliott and Tim Drew. Good to see Tim back on his bike after his crash yesterday in his final, as is this guy, Daz O'Brien. Pete Butler's in this one as well. He was the one that crashed with him. So Daz leading out this moto into the final turn. Oggy, Ellis, 2 and 3. Butler in there in 4. And the rider in at 5 is Christos Shokos heading down to the stripe. O'Brien just got it a little bit sideways, but managed to keep it upright and take the moto win. 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser. Out on track, Alexis McCartney, Annalise Campbell-Carpenter going to 1 and 2. Cody Harmer in there in that 3 spot. Erin J. Jackson in at 4, riding out of the mid-lengths. But it is all out front with Allen's Factory Supercross. McCartney going to take this moto win. Start to finish down to the stripe with Halo Wheels Race Team in there in at 2. Anya Matar Alonso doing it for Espana and Peckham BMX. Espanol out front. Ala Radcliffe, Divide Brand in there in that 2 spot. That looks like DC Cycles in there as well. That is Isla Young on the 20 plate, chasing down Radcliffe as they head through the final straight. Missy Large out of Tiger Race Team in there in 4 with Carmel Allison out of Ipswich in at 5. And that looks like Olivia Firth going to 1 and 2 with Money Nice. Sorted Race Gear, BMX United, Allen's Factory in there as well with Kira Lee. Shannon Entourage of fans at Manchester Outdoor at Plattfields a few weeks ago, and she took the win in one of her finals. I think that was on the Saturday. They were going wild on the last corner, so she's going to take 3 in at that moto. Race 308, sorry. Hannah Drew leads this one out as Taylor Lee Mohan works her way round the outside to pick up the race lead into that final corner. She leads it then from Drew and Hemstock down the final straight. Don't forget, Magic Manda over on the first straight, providing all of your sports massage needs in the Ice Bikes tent. Get yourself over there as we move on to the 30-plus women's cruiser.
Yep, 21 and under ladies out on track. That is Sav Carver leading it into the final corner. Anita Wong, Teresa Chalice, 2 and 3. Josephine Burston going through in 4. Doing it for Braintree, Fawn Clements in 5. Tracy Sharp in 6. Sav Carver taking the win. And Joe Wheel was in there as well for Derby. As we watch Sarah J. Nichols and Becca Gold battle into the final corner. Grace Turner, Cassie Harding, Lisa Tarling and Annie Chiziwa as well. SJN absolutely on it today, taking another moto win. As we move on to Moto 311, Michelle Stupple out in front, Nikki Sitch in there in 3. That's going to be Kim Batsford there in 2. Claire Albert, Kirsty Frey and Emily Eilert also out on track. Michelle Stupple leading into the turn. Big battle going on for that 3. Nikki Sitch is involved. As they go in and out, it's going to go Stupple Batsford. Sitch, is she going to hang it on from Eilert? Oh, it's going to be close at the line. Might be one for the transponders of truth. 55-plus cruiser. Steve Needham out there, but that looks like Bernie Shale out in front. Keith Brown in 2, Chris Madron in 3. That'll be Graham Watts in there as well. And Steve Keach and Steve Needham. Race 313 in the place to be. Please don't argue and please don't disagree. There you go. Don't know where that came from. Brentford Vasson in 1, the McRock, Raymond Reed and Darren 2. Battling with Billy Stupple. That'll be Dave Knowles in there in 4. That's Stevie Noble in 5 and Jonathan Charlesworth, I think, in 6. Race 314 onto the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers, Owen Putland and Luke Davies-Hayes, 1 and 2 into the turn. Zach Rendell-Todd almost getting swallowed up in that final corner. Hanging on for a 3, but they are all over the back of him to the finish line. Is he going to hold it? I think he did. As we move on to more 17 to 29-year-olds. The 1 plate into the turn, or the 7, sorry, of Luca Manzi. That'll be Zach Green, Niall Moss, Kyle Hill, your 1, 2, 3, 4, with Joe Walbridge and Callum Daly in there 2. Daniel Wilson leads out moto number 316 with his teammate Matt McHugh in there in 3. Joshua Cates, sandwich between them. That'll be Max Henderson Goodfellow. Nose Manuel in his way through there in 4. Race 317, Alex Brooks. Arne Esselmont going 1 and 2. The 3 plate, that is Theo Pope. He's in there in that 4th spot. Is Esselmont going to do another launch to flat? Yes, he is. I think he's winning. I think Arne Esselmont is winning that competition. 318, Rocky O'Brien, Bradley George, Charlie Roy, Jake Thompson, Ned Penny and Sam Perry-Ogden. Ned leading down the final straight, Rocky O'Brien in there in 2. Charlie Roy in 3. Right, 6 and unders bringing the thunder out of turn number 1. Our little guys. The mini missiles, Oliver Bridle, Seth Goostree, Lou and Jamira in there as well. 1 lap, just grab. yeah. Oh, hang on, it's getting busy in the final corner in the 6 and unders. Look at these 4 guys going at it. Meanwhile, Oliver Bridle's checked out and gone. Lou and Jamira getting involved, though. This is going to be a 3-way finish for the 2. Oh! Good job we've got transponders. As we look at Shelby Yates on his home track. A bazillion subscribers on YouTube. Henry Dodd of Mid-Lancs in there in 2. Jax Bradley in 3. That's going to be Charlie Thorne going through in 4. And the young man out of Manchester is Ionis Chalkos.
7-year-old girls on track, Abigail Henning, Maggie Devine and Mabel Pine, Matilda Hewitt, Flick Bretnor, Kylie Dixon and Hattie McGoldrick. Here is Hattie out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross. She's in the mix at the moment in about 5 or 6, I think that is. Yes, she is in 5, but it's Exeter out front leading this one out. Mabel Pine, your British champion, going to take that moto win with Abigail Henning and Maggie Devine going through in 2 and 3. Second rack of the 7-year-old girls in and out of that second corner. Moore, Worthington, Hines, Jewis, Barron, Knight and Kay. It is Jewis leading out the 104. In there behind her, that is Izzy Moore out of Nuneaton. In and out of that final corner. The front 2 ladies running safe and clear. That looks like Bruntwood's Verity Kay inside the top 3. Who's in 4? Looking like that could be Cornwall's Evie Knight. 7-year-old boys, race 323 on track. Logan Aceto leads it out for Moto 1365. He's got Oscar rather fast in there behind him. The 284 in the mix as well. That is Atlas Lewisfield out of Andover and Team A. In and out of that final turn, the front 3 are running away with it. Frankie Jones, LCC race team, he's in the mix inside the top 4, and that's how they're going to take it across the line. Rapid Roman Birdfield is on track, ladies and gents, heading into turn number 2. Who's in there with him? Looking like Preston's Arlo Payne. Looks up the inside of Birdfield in turn 2, but didn't dive under. Rudy Pleasance Ford inside the top 3, but he's under pressure from the 700 of Albie Blight. Looking for a way around the outside, and I think he might have just found the key to pick the lock in and out of that final turn. It is Birdfield leading it down the final straight. Payne, Blight, Ford in that order. That's how they're going to take it across the line, with Crossley in the mix as well, and Oscar Granger in at 6. Third rack of the 7-year-old boys on track. In and out of that second corner, gotta be the GT factory guy out front, but he's under a lot of pressure from MK Evolution. That is the 4.65 of Teddy Gorman, trying to work his way into that one spot, scrapping it out down that last straight. Here he comes. It is all about Gorman out front. Finley Thomas going to have to settle for that 2 spot as the 2.84 of Finley Kerr goes through in the top 3. 8-year-old girls on track. Your British champ leads this one out. Phoebe Millar Moto 1.365. She's going 1 and 2 with mixed picks in that 2 spot. That is the 8.89 of Ella Grant heading into that final turn. Her teammate is in there as well in about 4. That's got to be Lauren Snell on the 2.96. She's chasing down the Bradford Bandit. That is Maisie Dyson occupying that 3 spot as they're taken across the line with Gosport NRT in there as well. That was Megan Keller. Race at 3.27 on track. Got to be Antek Peremni at the front of the pack. He is being chased down as he enters that final straight. Rustin at Racing in the mix. That is Elliot Hatch on the 3.07. Look at the battle for that 3 spot. One rider slips his pedal at the line. That was Oakley Hill having a good old scrap as he went to the stripe. Not quite sure where he ended up, as Jake Avis leads out the following moto with Christian Garbachik in there behind him, the 7.57 of Oscar Marco DC Cycles. The Marcos have been on fire all weekend long, and he's occupied that 3 spot under pressure from Leo Pritz as he head down to the line. Avis though taking that moto win. Race 3.29 on track. Ned Wills in this one. Where is that? I think that could be Wills at the front of the pack. No, sorry, Wills is in there in 4, chasing down the Team Buddies rider. That is Hunter James. Oh, Wills hits the deck. Came together with Joseph O'Brien heading into the final turn. Gotta be Alistair North picking up that moto win. Caleb Tuolda in that 2 spot. Hunter Chambers in 3. Jensen Mee was in that moto as well. As we look at the next moto in the 8-year-olds. Going around the carnage in that final turn. Henry Sullivan is your race leader. He's going to take that win all the way to the stripe with Seb Perry in the 2 spot. It looks like Ned's back onto his feet. Put your hands together for Ned Wills, ladies and gents. We're just going to check that Joseph is all right. Looks like we're getting the next moto underway. These are your 9-year-old girls, Holly Webb, Betty Wills, Maya Collins. Put your hands together for Joseph O'Brien, ladies and gents. He's up and walking away. River Henderson, Molly Tomlinson, Florence Dyson and Rosie Geddes all out on track. That is Maya Kolazaj, the Dane, in there inside the top 3, looking up the inside of Holly Webb in turn number 2 with your race leader. Her little brother just took a crash into that final turn, but she's flying out front at the minute. The European number 4, Betty Wills, Fluid Bicycle Motocross, going to take this moto win by the looks of it. Kolazaj has made a move from 3 to 2, but she's under pressure from Webb as they bring it down to the stripe. Webb looking like she's going to nick that 2 spot. Back off Kolazaj at the line. Eliza Powell on track. Crank BMX Coaching leads out race 332, going 1 and 2 with Gosport NRT. That's got to be Cara Cross as they bring it into the final turn. Who's in 3? That is a 5, 2 and 9 playing to Florence K out of the Bronte Massive, bringing it on round down the final straight. Bruntwood going through in 3 and 4. That looked like it could have been Roxy Rowlands inside the top 4, taking it down to the stripe.
Race 333, that is Rocco Westwood Divide UK out in front. Hugo Ballantyne in this one for Blackpool. He's in there in 4, but under pressure for the rider from TNT. George Kellum into the final corner. Oliver Hawker in there as well. The 307, that belongs to Dylan Joyce. And a Marklew in there for MK Evolution as well. Race 334, Jackson Chapman Davis, Crank BMX Coaching. Pushing hard, Chester Grocott, Jack Haynes, Aston John Lee in there in 3. Hendrix Hines is leading it out. Lucas Fowles, Seb Staines and Joseph Jewis also in the mix as they go in and out the final corner. It's going to be Hendrix Hines, Jack Haynes and Aston John Lee, your 1, 2, 3. Race 335, Kacharik, Dent, Belton, Ryder Bays, Ingham, Giles, Rose and Birds. Jack Belton for Decoy in there in 1. Northeast BMX's Thomas Giles battling away. He's in there somewhere with Jesse Rose. Leo Ingham doing it for the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. He's in there in 7. as they head towards the finish. Race 336. Griggs, Kincaid, Jones, Tanzer, Arnold, Smythe, Shaw and Kitchen. Birmingham National Race Team, Ethan Shaw leading into the turn. Jack Kitchen going through in 2. That's going to be the Gosport guy, Rory Smythe, going through in that 3 position, with Eric Kincaid out of Belfast City BMX in 4. Just thought I'd throw a Belfast accent in there for a minute, just to annoy Mrs. Eames. 337, Jake James, Arthur Donaldson, Rex Ford, Charlie Dowson out in front, Alistair Kane, Oakley Lewisfield, Dougie Johnson and Jackson Elliots. Jake doing it for mixed picks, Charlie Dowson out in front, Rex Ford in there in that 2nd position. That's going to be Arthur Donaldson going through in 3. With the team rider going through in 4, that's going to be Oakley Lewisfield. Race 338, Erin Toogood, India Bennett. Holly Richardson in this one, Ada Walding going through in 4. Ophelia Shepherd, I think it is, in there in 5, doing it for Nottingham. Sophie Bailey out in front though, Bonnie Dudley. She's in there in 3, doing it for Creation Cycles. Just trying to pick up the rider in 2, that'll be Holly Richardson out of CGR. Moving on, Maisie Egan, LSBMX.com. Leaning out the turn, but here comes Grace Hudak. Looks like she's got a bit of momentum. Is she going to pass her at the line? I think she is. Hudak and Egan to the stripe. Whoa! Super close. Trixie Trey's in there in 3 as well. That could have been a final. Race 340. Murray Watson, BMX Widow Photography. Arthur Claydon out of Exeter. I think he's in there in 2. Looking for Ronnie Walwork out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Going through in 5. And we also had Josiah Bird, Clayton Southart, Neil Grandans and Otto Parr in the race 341, the Land Shark, Ronnie Woods doing sharky things until Benny Jackson worked his way past, doing it for Fluence. So it's Jackson, Wood 1 and 2, Tompkins in 3. That's going to be Ollie Warner going through in 4. Who's going to pick up the 5? Is Beasley going to get it? I think he got nipped at the line. Race 342. Thomas Henning, Josh Venter, Bo Morris, Benjamin Gray, Wilson Eaton, Leo Bradley, Ted Harvey, and Freddie Walsh. These are your 10-year-old boys. Tom Henning in a right old battle there to the line. As we look at race 343, Connor Hemphill and Preston Newmarsh Powell going 1 and 2. Oliver Riches is in there in 3. Rider in 4, that's going to be Lucas Tawalde, being tracked down by the rider from Derby, which I think was Ted Malkin. Race 344, Moore, Anderson, Orland, Richie Munro, Jones and Simpson. Harvey Simpson doing it for TNT. Jacob Anderson and Finn Munro out in front. The LCC guys are going 3 and 4, Freddie Ray Orland and Teddy Jones.
Race 345, we are looking at the 10-year-old boys. Seb Hewitt, Edward Cordery are your front 2 riders heading towards the final turn. The 15 plate of Carlin Gordon in there as well, riding out of the northeast in and out of that final corner. Looking like Arlo Steinmetz is going to occupy that top 4 spot as they take it down to the line. Cordery chasing Hewitt, not quite going to get close enough though. 11-year-old girls on track, 7 Pritchard, Crank BMX Coaching, 6 on the plate leads. This one out from Freya Harris out of MK in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Looks like the 2 plate of Lauren Keller is going 3 and 4 with the 8 of Poppy May Kirby in that final turn. Lucy Stevenson and Winnie Andrews in the mix as well in 5 and 6 heading down the final straight. Keller has had an absolutely massive late charge and gone from 3 to 1 on the line. Elizabeth Lola Poole leads out race 347 in the 11-year-old girls doing it for sorted race gear. That looks like Bradford in there as well. Evie Dyson on the 21 plate. She is being chased out of that final turn though by Tyler Davenport out of Crank BMX Coaching and Paige Cathcart-Gunnison, who's going to pick up that top 4 finish. Looks like we've lost the rider in turn number 1. That might have been Millie Ross. Yes, it was. And Sadie McSwitty, as we look at Grace Gerard. Leading this one out, Maura McCarran, Lainey Corning going 2 and 3. Put your hands together for Millie and Sadie as they head towards the final turn, finishing their laps. Moving on to moto number 349, Hyder, Martin, Blight, Webb, Beard and Hume. Iris Hyder, got to be somewhere near the front. Yes, she is. European number 3. Leads this one out for Pure Bicycles. In and out of turn number 2, that looks like Elsie Blight. Absolute Bicycle Motocross in that second spot. Being chased down by Holly Hume heading into the final turn. Amelia Martin out of Belfast City. I won't give the accent a go. I'll make a real mess of it. She's in there in that top 4 spot, pushing Hume all the way down the final straight. Who's going to get the 3 spot on the line? I think Hume might have just hung on to it. Martin in.
Ready, riders?
Attention. Okay, riders, right on start. Riders, ready, watch the gate. Attention. Okay, riders, right on start. Riders, ready, watch the gate. Attention. Okay, riders, right on start. Riders, ready, watch the gate. Attention. Okay, riders, right on start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Commentators lost power.
Attention. Riders, ready to start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Pardon? You got the wrong gate. Some confusion around the gate there.
One, two. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Am I on? No.
Thank you.
It's melted. Melted the socket. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Attention.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Hey, we're here, although we haven't got a clue what moto we're on. That's marked towards Imo by the looks of it. Do apologise. Got a few issues. Thank you very much to Casey getting us back up and running and the help of the club. We are on the 12-year-olds. Tom Palmer in there in that 3 spot, looking for a way round, heading into that final turn. That's Zane Williams on the inside, just about hanging on to it. But yesterday's winner, Ethan Howell, is out front in this one, heading right the way down to the stripe. He's going to pick up that moto win. I think I might have got a page too early. Ethan Crooks-Martin, here we are, race 363. On track, heading into turn number 2. Ethan Crooks-Martin leads it out. That looks like Charlie Wilcox in there at about 3 at the minute, looking for a way round. The green machine rider, that is Thomas Honeywell. So it is Martin, Honeywell and Wilcox in that order. Farmers under pressure from Davey in the turn. Elbows are flying. Davey and Palmer, who's going to get this top 4 finish as they bring it down to the stripe. Looking like it might be Davey hanging on to it. Farmer in 5. There's your music. Happy Sunday. Right, race 364. That is Harry Donald leading this one out. Max Vass in there in that 2 spot, chasing him into the final turn. George Spencer under pressure. What a move that was from Ralph Selby. Teed it up perfectly. He's going to pick up a top 3 finish down to the line with Bodie Markley in there in 4. That is James Miller leading the next moto from Max McNulty, who's locked underneath. He's having a cracking day, is Max. He's looking for a way round for Team Buddies, but it's GT Factory out front still. Joe Douglas in there inside the top 3. Miller defending really well in that last corner. He's going to hang on to this moto win with McNulty in behind him. 13-year-old girls, that is Rin Giannolino, not quite getting it as smooth as she wanted to into that second corner, but she still leads out the moto. Who's in there with her? Looking like we've got the 4-plate of Sinoni Cleve heading into the final turn, repping that Crew 19 jersey. Look at the move from Matilda Sacharu, wanted to dive under on the inside of Lexi Keynes, didn't quite make it stick, so it is going to be Keynes hanging on to that 3 spot across the stripe. Second rack of the 13-year-old girls. On track, we are looking at the 2 plates. Leading this one out, that is Katie Millar. Going 1 and 2 with Jalala Patel, Libby Coppin in there in 3. They are queuing up behind. Maddie the Baddie though, she's just about hanging on to that 4 spot, heading down the final straight. Evie Malkin under pressure down to the line with Ellie Moore. Malkin and Moore on the line for that 5 spot. Not sure who got it. 13-year-old boys now on track. Nate Hamilton, Daniel Colazage are out front. Zach Childs is in there in 3 on the 69 plate, in and out of that final turn. Childs in there in 3, then that's how they're going to bring it down to the stripe. Next 13-year-old boys moto on track. Dexter Beerup is in there in 4. Eames is in 5, looking for a way round. Your race leader is Toby Lynch with Noah Buttery in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3 is your world number 7, James Cottrell, heading into the final turn. In and out they go. It is Lynch. He's going to be your race winner. Eames chasing Beerup down the final straight. Has he got enough room left? I think Beerup's going to hang on to that top 4 finish. Eames in at 5. That looks like race number 370 on track. Freddie Parkinson chasing down the 22 plate of Ben Millington into that final turn. It's getting busy in the final corner. That was Maxwell Lawrence looking up the inside of Parkinson, but he's shuffled back a spot as Alonso takes advantage of him getting caught up in the traffic. Alonso in at 3. Ned Gubby on track. He's going 1 and 2 with Birmingham NRT. That is Heath Osborne, who is picking up the 2 spot into turn number 3. That looks like the 32 plate of Logan Young in 4 with the front 2 riders. Guppy, Osborne out front. No one's going to catch the pair of them as they go across the line. Kobe Rayford, Freddie Richardson all out front in the next moto in one of the races. Can't find which one, but they're going in and out of that final turn. Rayford, Richardson, Lawrence in that order. That looks like Westmore in the mix as well as they go down that final straight. That looks like it could be race 373 on track. Yes, it is. Milo Weller leads this one out from Isaac Shaw and Todd Smith-Dotman. And Leo Cranston occupies that 4th spot. Cooper Westwood is on track. Bought me my box of beer yesterday, so thank you very much, Cooper. He's in the mix looking for a way round into that top 5 spot. Blake Allison had the move stuck on him. What a move that was from Westwood. He's going to pick up that top 5 finish down the final straight with a perfect last corner. Race 374 on track. Gotta be Harry Bailey out front on the 10 plate. Ronnie Richards, Newton Hindley in there behind him, heading into the final turn. The 15 plate, he's in the mix as well. That is Oscar Jewell out of Team Air. So Team Air and Andover are going through in a 3 and 4 as they bring it down to the line with Bailey out front.
Right, race 375, we had a faller at the bottom of the hill. I'm not quite sure who it was as they hit the deck. I'm looking around, I've got a feeling it was Oliver Tyers because I can't see him. So I think Oliver took a tumble on that first straight. Edward Miller leading it out. Stevenson in there in 2. Owen Miller going through in 3. It was Oliver Tyers who went down. He's picked himself up. Yesterday's winner in the 13s. Limping away. Let's hope he's okay though. Can we just have Leighton Renison or James Russell or anybody from Birmingham BMX Club just back up to the commentary tower, please? Leighton Renison, James Russell, can you just head yourselves back up to the commentary tower, please? We just need you for a minute. Thank you very much. Right, as we move on, that is Ailey Watson, Ava Wright, Lottie Brown, Ruby Walford, and Lucy Gardner in this one. Eliza French and Jessie Leasley. Jessie took a tumble. She's back up and okay though. Rolling away. Just making some adjustments so we don't lose power all over again as we head down towards turn number 1 with the 14-year-old boys. Getting a bit busy in that first turn. That's the 680 leading it through. Going to be Lucas Smith out of Peterborough. Harry Taylor's in there, Remy Colquhoun, Joshua Bradford, Finley Cranage and Louis Avery. In and out of that turn. Might be Avery taking it to the line as we move on. Harvey Tomlinson, Ewan Beats. They're 1 and 3. That looks like the Mongoose rider Rufus Cousineau. In there in 2. Oliver Sim out of Midlands inside the top 5. Trying to catch the 14 of Tate Kitson. There's 380 comes out of turn number 1. Eden Boone, Oliver James going through in 2, chasing Ben Larkins. Jack Gould doing it for decoy. Eric McSwitty out of Manchester He's in there in 3, Stan Mason out of Birmingham, Max Surridge, Liam Wilson as well. But it's going to be Larkins, James, McSwitty and Boone having a battle as well. Race 3, 81. William Chaplin in this one. Logan Widdowson, Alex Dunkley. Dunkley back there in about 7. As Mason and Entwistle go 1 and 2. Emmy Seaward in 3. Widdowson's inside the top 5 and has just about held on to it. 382, Price, Radcliffe, Shaw, Asher, Wilson, Spencer and Ritchie. Ted Spencer out of Peckham, just realised who he is now. Just got used to the jersey right at the end of the season. Enzo Shaw going through in 2, the Doncaster rider. That is Jake Asher in 3, with Henry Radcliffe in 4. 14-year-olds, more of them. Chase Barnard's got a bit of work to do in this one. Guppy and Jamira are going 1 and 2 into the turn, with Lucas Tandy out of Birmingham in 3. Decoys Thomas McGovern inside the top 4. Race 384, Ossian Parr. Jack Davey, Lucas Seeley, Heath Thomas, Seeley and Thomas. Going 1 and 2, Cooper McCrum. Back there in 6, but pushing hard to 13 is Jack Davey out of Cornwall. Green Machines rider is Ollie Kirby. He's just going to finish 5th. 385, Lucy Groundwater. They're in about 6th spot at the minute. That is Carly Hayes out in front. Megan Roy in there in 2, Sabine Ashman in 3. Betty Brewer and Bethany Coates. Coates in 4, Radcliffe in 5. And Charlotte Stanley from Bronte's national race team. Race 386, Elwood Carruthers. Imogen Cockrell, Alexis McCartney, that is you 1, 2, 3, 4. BB Alderson in 5. That might be Adele Baruti in 6.
Race 387, 15-year-old girls is led away by Lexi Waite, Jessica Marriott and Ruby Moores as they head for the final turn. Waite out front though. She currently sits top of the standings in this age group and she's being chased down the final straight. It is going to be Waite, Moores, Waite, Marriott, Moores 1, 2 and 3. Annalise Cameron-Cobbs are in 4. 15-year-old boys, and it is Caden Dunn leading out their first moto of the 3rd rack through the 3rd straight. That looks like Samson Townsend in there at about 3 at the minute, looking for a way round Nathan Baratta in the final turn. Louis Pinder's in there in 4, but Caden Dunn, GT Factory, quick as you like through that last straight. He's going to pick up the win. Sean Brown on track, he leads this one away from Kai Blaine in that 2 spot, doing it for Team Air, in and out of that 2nd corner, looking at the 21 plate of Finn Collis is occupying that 3rd spot with the corner specialist Ollie Copping in there in 4. He's being chased out of the final corner though by Kemi Cook and Copping down the final straight. Copping's hanging on to it, has Cook got enough left? He's not going to get close enough. Cody Coker leads this one out from Absolute. Lucas Webster in that 2nd corner. Eli Smith took a 2nd yesterday to Coker. He's in there in that 3 spot heading into the final turn. But yesterday's winner, Cody Coker, on an absolute charge this weekend. He's going to take this moto win. Who's in there for that 2 spot? Smith with a late charge to the line. I think you might have just nicked it from Webster. That looks like Zachary Tier and Shay Jordan out front in the next moto. John O'Harradine doing it for the ladies, and MK Evolution in the mix inside the top 4. He's chasing down the 19 plate of George Chapman. Chapman around the outside of Jordan in the final turn. Didn't make it happen. So now he's under pressure from Harradine down the final straight. Jordan chasing Tia right the way to the line. Tia's going to hang on to it. Jordan for 2. As Noah Reveley leads this one out for Mabo UK with Fluent Basketball motocrossers Mason Lang in the 2 spot in race number 392, heading through the 3rd straight. That looks like it could be the 652 of Ryan Woodcock out of Gosport national race team. He's under pressure from Matty Porolek down the final straight. As Porolek got enough room, I don't think he's going to get close enough. He'll take that 4th spot. Rosie O'Brien leads out the first moto in the 16-year-old girls. Going 1 and 2 with Fumi and Rami Hepburn as they head on through the third straight. Here comes Fumi round the outside. She's going to make it stick as well. So Peckham BMX take over the lead in race 393. O'Brien doing all she can to close the gap back down, but I don't think she's going to manage it as Adarami Hepburn picks up the moto win. Annabelle Charlton on track, 718 on the plate, doing it for Blackpool. In and out of that second corner. That is Esme Brooke on the 4X plate inside the top two. The 438 in there as well. That's Jamie Owens being chased down by the 11 and Molly Simpson down the final straight. Brooke with a late charge on Charlton. Can she make it stick? I think she's going to. Esme Brooke picks up the moto win. 16-year-old boys on track then. Finn Hoff, Finn Phillips out front. Pro Star BMX Mongoose Factory, and then two guys running away with this one. Looks like we must have had a bucket load of carnage in this moto somewhere along the line. I think that might have been hot. Jaden Fawcett's being the unlucky guy getting caught up in it. So put your hands together for Jaden as he completes his lap. We are looking at race 396. Zach Twitchen leads this one out. Didn't quite get the second straight that he wanted, but he is still leading this one through in and out of the second corner. That looks like it could be Zahir Walsh out of Peckham. A couple of riders down as they enter the third straight. Ellis Berry was one of them. He's straight back up to his feet, and Lewis Cook was the other. Put your hands together for Berry and Cook. It is going to be Twitchen and Walsh out front. Thomas Durant leads out the next moto from yesterday's winner. That is Ollie Kendall. Kendall, though, looking for a way round Durant as they head through the third straight. Copeland's in there in 3. Who's picking up the top 4? That is a 19 plate as it come on round. Got to be Max Burgess inside that top 4 spot with the 502 in there as well. That is Patrick Dyer out of Ireland. 16-year-olds still on track. Elliot Brooke leads this one out. I've gone one page too early. Brooke, Millar out front, the 26 plate in there in 3. That is Callum David. He's being chased down by Niall O'Connell as he head down the final straight. O'Connell with a late charge. Can he pick up a top 3 finish? I think he might have just nicked it on the stride. Josh Williams on track. BMX Widow Photography. JTL Simpson Davies and Jaden Green in there in 2 and 3. Look at the moves being made for that 4th spot. The 41 plate getting busy. That is Marku Reynolds. He's got a scrap though with the 171. Couldn't get the words out then. Dylan Barlow chasing. Made a meal of that one. Reynolds is going to hang on to the top 4. Reynolds. I'm going to leave that motor where it is because that went awfully wrong. James Clitheroe, Junior Dr. Smooth. It was Dr. Smooth Senior's birthday yesterday, so happy 50th. Dylan Clayton for yesterday, and Hard Knocks have got another birthday this weekend. Ollie Cope crashed yesterday in his final, so happy 21st to Ollie. We are on race number 400, and there's 425. Wonderful. Okay, no worries. We are... Totally missed that one. Looked like Owen Putland, I think, though, with Joseph Keary. We are on race 402. Ben Weiss out front. Dexter Gambay in that 2 spot. That looks like the 11 of Oscar Matthew Cowlard. A bit under pressure, though, from Alfie Holloway in that final turn. Holloway looked for a high-low. Can he make it stick down the final straight? It's going to be Matthew Cowlard hanging on to that top 3 finish with Holloway in 4. Ben Fitzsimmons leads out this 17 to 18-year-old moto with Charlie Bigger in that 2 spot. That looks like Brandon Mallon in there inside the top 4. He's chasing down the 23 plate into that final turn. That looks like it could have been Joshua Simpson-Jacobs out of Preston BMX. Sam Day getting involved as well. He's going to work his way through for a top 4 spot on the line. We are looking at race 404 on track. Braintree leads it out. Josh Cates in the lead at the moment. Who's in there with him? Looking like it could be Peckham BMX's Lamin Akareli, but he's under an awful lot of pressure from Luke Morris on the exit of turn number 3. Kieran Betterchrist inside the top 4 under pressure himself from Longley as he head down to the line. I think Betterchrist might have hung on to that one.
405, Alfie Moon, Liam Doyle, Cody Whittaker in this one as well. Pushing Harkiano Schaefer-Cohen in 3, but it is the 17 of Che Young out of the Hawks, leading in and out of that final corner. Gabrielle Almeida in there as well. As we move on to Moto 406, Jaden Seawards, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in that 3rd position. Theodore Peterkin, and the 293, or the 239 is Mickey Porter. 407 female 17 to 29-year-olds into the first turn. Got Lily Chiziwa, Molly Nice in there, Chiziwa leading it through. Caitlin Ellis going through in 2, Molly is indeed in there in 3. That is Tilly McCrum in 4. Alicia Lynn Scott in 6, doing it for mixed picks, battling with Amy Willets. And the rider in 5, that is the 64, I think it is. Or it might be the 6X actually, of Ella Lamb. As Ellie Featherstone leads out moto number 408, Olivia Firth in that 3rd spot for sorted race gear. And EMV graphics and signage. The 7X is Alaya Akaleli, and the 7 is Annabelle Townsend, who's in that 2nd spot. Remy Godfrey with a late charge for a 3rd place finish. Moto 409, Emily Green, Megan Kirby, Imogen Gibson, all in this one. Megan Dewhit going through, that is Hannah Drew. In there in 4, Jamie Hyam pushing hard as well. Mika Pritchard doing it for DC Cycles. Race 410, Daniel Kay, Brett Dove, Reese Hoggart, Team Gnarly. Still on the hype train, Lewis Giles, Adam Brazil. Adam's going to be a guest on the BMX Commentator podcast in the next week or so. We've got a little conversation planned. So Adam's going to drop some science knowledge bombs for you. As we move on to Moto 411. Joseph Harris in 5, Kyle Hill looking like he's just cruising around as Hayden Green takes it to the line. Followed by Neil Brunez doing it for BMXHype.com. 412, George Higley, Aaron Holloway, Callum Shard Maple out in front, Ross Sharp, George Warner. Oh, someone's gone down in a big heap. George Higley. As Ross Sharp goes through in 3 and Kenny Phillips in 4. Race 413. Coming out the turn, Connor Hudson, Camille Suleiman and Connor Hedges. That's your 1, 2, 3. Billy Luckhurst in there in 4. Shopping for a position down that final straight. With Jack Ellis going through as well. And Connor Busbridge.
Relax a second, just relax. Okay, we're going again.
Right, we're on again. Becca Gold, Anita Wong, Annie Chiziwa and Fong Clements. So Becca out in front at the moment in 1. Anita in 2. Annie in 3. Fong in 4. These are the 21 and under cruiser ladies. Heading down towards that final turn. Becca's out in front. Fong Clements making a late charge down that last straight. Look at this, from 4th to 3rd to 2nd. Big moves in 21 and under ladies 20-inch. As they go in and out of the turn. Matthew Bourne and John Lillingston. Dale Scott and Chris Granger. Moto 416, James Jones, Thompson, Irwin and Sean Issett rocking that retro BMXHype.com kit. Leading it through. He was on the siders yesterday watching England. Irwin's trying to make a late charge around the side. Cranking down the straight. Getting a bit fresh now. As Matthew Eaton leads out. Moto 417. 417.
This wind isn't making life easy for anyone, is it? Right, that looks like Zoltan Boudet and Fraser Watson having a good old elbow bash into that final turn. Check out that move from Ben Martinez. That is experience at its finest with a perfect high-low in that final corner to go from 4th to 2nd. Grand Vets on track. Hilly leads it out into turn number 2 for Pure Bicycles. Oggy's in the mix as well. That looks like Divide UK's Michael Baggs in the mix as well inside the top 3. So Divide going through in 2 and 3. Oggy in a different Divide kit. That's what threw me off. It is David Knowles in there inside the top 4 with Clark in 5, and that looks like Gosford NRT in 6 with Alan Kimber. Fitzroy Bryce getting busy into turn number 2, but he's a lead in this moto. He's got Steve Fortune in there behind him, Mark Taylor inside the top 3. That is a 23 plate in 4. Got to be John Perkins out of Brixton BMX Club. The 10 plate in there as well. Bernie Shale, GT Factory with Basil Holt in there in about 6, heading down the final straight. He's putting Shale under pressure, heading down to the line. I think Hull's going to nick the 5 spot from Shale on the line. More Grand Vex action coming your way, ladies and gents. Craig and Nelly Nelson leads this one out. The 818 in there in that 2 spot. That is Neil Waddington with Dominic Elliott inside the top 3 out of that final corner. Gosport NRT in the mix as well. That is Daniel Keary George going to take that 4th spot on the line. Gate goes down, last moto of junior men heading into the turn. That looks like Danny J. Montfort on the inside. He's going to lead this one out. Who's in there with him? That is Ned Penny picking up the 2 spot. All of them pull on the ripcord through the process. So Montfort and Penny are out front. Gabe Simpson's in there in 3. Miller Hughes in 4 with a battle. Is out front. Has Penny got enough left for Montfort heading for this final turn? It's going to be GT out front with Danny J. Montfort. He's going to wrap up this win in junior men heading down to the stripe. Ned Penny, Gabe Simpson, Miller Hughes in that order.
All right, championship women get underway. Let's have quarterfinals in the pens, please. For the quarterfinals in the pens. That is Freya the Slayer Chalice into turn number 1. Elsa Rendleton going through in 2. Lucy Simpson in 3. Cody Harmer in 4 and Akira Cook in 5. I am dithering. I'm absolutely freezing at the minute. Freya the Slayer bringing it down to the final corner. In and out we go. Elsa Rendleton, Lucy Simpson, Cody Harmer and Akira Cook.
Second rack of championship women here. It's the track headed for turn number 1. Sienna Harvey's on the inside, looking like she's going to pick up the whole shot in this moto for Crucial Racing. Harvey backs out front. Tia Gaynor and Elizabeth Brown going 3 and 4, heading into that second corner. That is Lucy Hutt in 5, in and out of that second turn. Then it is Stake Strong. Clark and Kent still chasing down Crucial into that final turn. Yesterday's winner, Sienna Harvey, she's going to wrap up this win down the final straight. Backs in there behind her. Gaynor, Bound, Hutt in that order as they take it across the stripe.
Relax, 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 relax. Yeah, we're okay. We're just checking the wind, that's all. Yeah, it's still all right.
Right, here we go, Superclass heading down the hill, heading down towards turn number 1. Looks like Russell's going to lead it into the turn. In and out we go. Jay Boville in there as well. It's getting pretty windy now, so they're going to be cautious going through this process. But it is Russell and Boville. Harry Tanner in there in 3, Harrison Bell in 4. As they go in and out of the corner. Take it to the line. Ooh, cold.
Second rack of Superclassmen, the last moto of the 2024 BMX National Series, headed for turn number 1. Marnham's on the inside, looking like he's going to pick up the whole shot. Marnham on his home track leads it out. Matt Hunt's in there with him in the 2 spot. Here comes Brad Russell working his way through the pack into a top 3 spot. Fletcher drops back to 4, and that is Taylor Hunt in 5. In and out of the second turn and down the 3rd straight, all about Marnham out front. Hunt, has he got enough left for him on the exit of turn 3? It's going to be Marnham, Hunt, Russell, Fletcher, 1, 2, 3, 4, Taylor Hunt in 5. That is your motos done and dusted, ladies and gents. We are diving straight into quarterfinal action. Do not go anywhere. Quarterfinals are imminent, ladies and gents. Get yourselves tracks out if you're not already. Rich has just nicked Casey's jacket. You warm enough up there, Case? Quarterfinals are kicking off with the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers.
Ready, riders?
Quarterfinals are a go for day number 2 of Birmingham, heading towards turn number 1. That is the one plate of Alex Brooks. Look at that for a whole shot in a quarterfinal, ladies and gents. Brooks, Kyle Hill's in there in that 2 spot, chased on through by the 9 of Connor Blythe, heading into that second corner. Luke Davies-Hayes is in the qualifying spot, in there in 4. In and out of that second corner, Rap Racing out front. He's already wrapped up the title in his age group, but he's here for fun today. Down the final straight, Brooks, Hill, Blythe, Luke Davies-Hayes, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Quarterfinal number 2 heading out. Daniel Wilson in there with Theo Pop. Those guys going 1 and 2 at the moment. Sorry, it's Charlie Roy. In and out of that corner. That's Green in there in 3. Pope going through in 4. Who's got the 5 right now? Looks like it's Callum Daly on the outside looking in. Moto 1365 going to pick up 2 riders into the semi-finals. Wilson going through as well.
On someone leads out the 3rd quarter-final for the 17-29-year-old cruisers, heading for turn number 2. Rocky O'Brien's in there with him. That looks like it could be Luca Manzi inside the top 3. Who's in 4? Look at the elbows flying with Mac McHugh. Looking like McHugh's hanging on to him, but he's got the 9X. Right there behind him, that's Lewis Longley on the exit of turn number 3. McHugh, Longley, who's going to get it down the final straight? McHugh's going to hang on to it and take it through to the semi-finals by the looks of it.
Quarter-final number 4, 17 to 29 cruiser. Portland's in there. Penny's in there as well. In that 4th spot, he's got Birmingham National Race Team's Ben Weiss right behind him as they go into the final corner. Zach Reynolds in the mix as well, but not done enough to get through. Who's going to get that final qualifying spot? It is going to be Ned Penny.
Moving on to the 9-year-old quarter-finals. That's your British champion Ethan Shaw leading it out. He's got Jack Haynes in there behind him. Rocco Westwood is in a qualifying spot, followed by Brad UK as he enters turn number 2. Who's in there in 4? Looking like that could be Joseph Dewis out of Fast Signatures race team heading into the final turn. The 811 in there behind him, that is Chester Grocott. Got a bucket load of work to do to catch Dewis down this final straight. Shaw, Haynes, Westwood, Dewis, 1, 2, 3, 4.
On to the 9-year-olds, Charlie Dowsing out in front, Jack Kitchens in there as well. We're looking at Thomas Giles, Oakley Lewis Field in the mix as well as they head towards the final corner. Who's got that last qualifying spot? It is Kitchen. Kitchen chasing down Bird. Oh, Dent's trying to make a move. Oakley, Atlas Field getting involved as well. Who's going to get that final qualifying spot? Kitchen's pushing for it. It's going to be close at the stripe. Kitchen gets it.
Quarterfinal number 7 on track. Jack Belton's in this one. He's in about 3 at the minute, chasing down Hendrix Hines in there in that second spot. The 41 plate leads this one through. Jesse Rose heading into the final corner. Who's got the final qualifying spot? One rider slips his pedal. I'm not quite sure who that was, but he's under pressure as he enters the final straight. That was a 2.63 of William Arnold. Here comes the Blackpool rider, Hugo Ballantyne. Goes from 5 to 4 and takes it through to the semis.
Right, George Spencer rusting up racing in 4th place in quarter-final number 4 for the 9-year-olds. He's worked his way up into 3 and displaced Seth Kacharik at the same time. Kacharik under pressure from Aston John Lee as they go into the final turn. He's made his move, dived underneath. There's a 3-way battle going on for the 3 and the 4. Who's going to get it over the line? Spencer, Kacharik. Looks like Lee's the unlucky man in 5.
Arthur Claydon got it a little bit wrong through the second straight, but just about stuck it right. And he's in there in 3, being chased down by the 20 plate as he heads to the final turn. That is Freddie Rayola, but your race leaders are Jacob Anderson and Benny Jackson. Them 2 guys are going to go through in 1 and 2. Claydon and Orland are through in 3 and 4 as well.
Connor Hemphill out in front in this one. He has got Murray Watson in there with him. Let's have a look who's tracking him down. The 7 plate of Teddy Jones is in there as well. Rex Beasley doing it for Stay Strong. Oh, just pushing Joey Tompkins up in that second turn. Tompkins isn't done yet. He's trying to work his way down the inside. Steinmetz is in there as well. Hemphill, Watson, Jones, Beasley. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4 unless Tompkins has got anything for him. He's having a go. He might run out of time and room.
The Lanchong leads out quarterfinal number 11 in that second corner. He's got Seb Hewitt in there with him out of Creation Cycles heading through the 3rd straight. The front 4 are looking safe and clear at the moment. Oliver Richards is in 3. He's having a good old scrap there with a 2.97 of Isaac Moore out of Exeter Eagles. The front 4 are safe and clear. Hewitt now going to be your race leader down to the stripe. He's going to go through with Wood in there in 2, looking like Moore's going to take it through with Richards as well.
Finley Munro, Preston Newmarsh Power going 1 and 2 in this one. Lucas Tuolde in there in 3. Who's got the 4? It is the 24, I think it is, of, can't quite tell. 24, I've lost my page. Hang on, oh, Neil Grandens. Sorry, Neil, making it through in that 4th spot.
European number 4 on the bubble at the moment. That is James Bibby out front in that second corner. Zach Everly's in there as well, having a good old scrap with a 9 plate of Ronnie Payne, the birthday boy. He turns 11 today and he wants to take it through to the semi-finals as his own birthday present to himself. Akim Brazier is under pressure down the final straight. Who's the rider out of MK? Got to be Oliver Taylor pushing Brazier to the line. That one was close for 4th.
Right, Jack Devine battling away in quarter-final number 2 for the 11-year-olds. Itai Jamira's in there as well in that 3 spot and working his way in. The young man out in front on the 25 is Albert Aliadzans, and that is Finn Monroe out of Allen'sBMX.com in that final qualifying position. Sam Riches is back there in 5. He's going to be the unlucky guy going out.
Archie Croker White is chasing down the 7 plate of Joe Rook, heading for that second corner in quarterfinal number 15. That looks like it could be Creation Cycles. Harley Bowler inside the top 4, but he's being chased down by Braintree. Zach Parsons on the 609. Adrian Garletis is in there in 3. 70s Rook, White, Galetis, 1, 2, 3, Bowler's thrown it under Galetis in the final turn, looking like he's going to work his way to a final qualifying spot and into the semis.
Smith, Bell and Hardy 1, 2 and 3 in quarter-final number 4 for the 11-year-olds. Those guys are looking good at the minute. The guy in there in that final qualifying spot is Zach Hamill. Hamill in 4, Tygo and trying to get involved with the 881 of Finley Murphy. Looks like he's going to be the unlucky man in 5. Waite's coming through as well.
Harry Donald, as smooth as you like through that second straight. He leads out quarter-final number 17 in the 12-year-old boys. He's got Charlie Wilcox and the 8 plate of Thomas Honeywell in there behind him. The 54 plate of Lawrence Bojank is in a qualifying spot in fourth. Here comes a 0-3-0 of Joe Douglas down the final straight. Bojank, Douglas to the line. Douglas looking like he's going to make it happen at the stripe and go through in fourth.
Quarter-final 18, Ethan Rogers, James Miller, Colby Williams. Williams is in that fourth spot right now. Ralph Sowerby's in there in 3. Williams is looking good at the minute. He's got a gap on the 50-5, I think it is, of Stanley Farber. So Williams is going to go through in fourth. Rogers is going to take the win. Miller in there as well. Sowerby making it in.
Ethan Howell and Oliver Arnold are leading out the next quarter-final. Howell and Arnold out front. Who's in there with him? Looking at the 16 plate, bringing it on round. That is Tom Palmer heading into the final turn. The 29 plate of Mark towards Idlow. In there inside the top 4. In and out of the final corner. Ben's Timor kisses in 5. Got a bit of work to do to chase down towards Idlow as they head to the line. Not going to get close enough. It's going to be Mark hanging on. Ethan Crooks Martin on track in quarter-final number 20. He's going 1 and 2 with Max McNulty. McNulty's been on fire all day long. We lose one rider in the second tier. That looks like it could be the 15 plate of Williams. Up to the top 3. McNulty's worked his way around the outside of Ethan Crooks Martin. Kamiri Brooks Fifield is going to take that final qualifying spot in fourth. Looks like we lost Max Vass and the 23 plate of Gilmore Green. Moving on to the 13-year-old quarterfinals. Nathaniel Eames is in there in 4. Rayford leads it out. Cottrell's in there in 2. Dexter Beer up in 3. Eames is in there in 4. Collisage and Young scrapping it out into the final corner. Who's going to get the battle for 5? It's going to be Rayford, Cottrell, Beer up, Eames down the final straight. Eames is going to hang on to that final qualifying spot across the line. Quarter-final number 22 on track. Toby Lynch leads it from the 42 plate of Noah Buttery. Heading to turn number 2. Birmingham NRT are in 3 and 4 as they go in and out of the corner. Got to be Heath Osborne and Isaac Shaw hanging on to it at the moment. The 15 plate heading on through. That is Oscar Jewell. Got a bucket load of time. Bucket load of space to gain down this final straight. It's going to be Lynch, Buttery, Osborne, Shaw in that order.
Right, last of the quarterfinals for the 13-year-old boys. Nate Hamilton is leading this one out. That is Elvis Lawrence in there in that 4th spot. Edward Miller in 3 as they go in and out of the turn. Where is Freddie Parkinson? He's got it all to do. He's trying to work his way in now. Miller's looking good for the 3. Hamilton leading it out. Not sure who that is in 2. Lawrence is coming. Here comes Freddie Richardson as well. There's going to be a big battle for that 4th spot. Who's going to get it? Richardson, I think.
Ned Guppy, Harry Bailey into turn number 2 out front. Todd Smith-Dobbins in 3. He's got Milo Weller in there in 4, but it looks like we've got Thomas Westmore in there in 5. He is chasing Weller down into that final turn like a predator against its prey. Here he comes down the final straight. Guppy, Bailey, Norman are all safe and through. Weller under pressure, but he's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
Quarter-final 25. Oliver James is in there in 2, chasing down Guppy out of the turn. That looks like the 14 plate of Kitson and the 22 that belongs to Elijah Jamira. Jamira's just got beat off in the final corner, taking the position away. He's going to make it in 4.
Quarter-final number 26 is now on track. Yesterday's winner Ben Larkins leads this one out. He's got Heath Thomas in there behind him, who's in 3 and 4. Looking at Freddie Edwardson, he's making moves, and he finds himself in a qualifying spot, chasing down the 864 of Ocean Par in the final turn. That looks like it could be Enzo Shaw in the mix in there in about 5 of the minute with Logan Woodison in 6. Larkins, Thomas out front.
Needle getting threaded as they went down that first straight and into the first turn. We have got Lucas Seeley, Rufus Cousineau, Emmy Seawood. Where is she? She's in there in 5 at the minute. She needs the 4. She's battling away with the rider on the 19. That's going to be McSwitty into the final corner. Leans on him and pushes him away. Emmy Seawood in there in the 4. She's just got to keep it going to the line. Seawood's going to make it in that final qualifying spot.
The last of the 14-year-old quarterfinals hits the track. The Japanese jerseys out front on the back of Harvey Tomlinson as he brings it in and out of that second corner. He's got the 15 plate of Eden Boone in there inside that 2 spot. Looking at the 13, he's on the bubble as well. Got Epi Davey, Jack Davey inside the top 3. Mason Groves is in there in 4. The front 4 looking safe and clear. The battle is out front between Tomlinson and Boone, but Tomlinson's going to win.
Coca Barata and Shea Jordan is having the weekend of his life here at Birmingham. He's in there in 3 at the moment and heading into the corner with Zachary Tier going through in 4. Coppins in 5. Moves being made in the front of the pack as Cody Coca takes the lead. Coca, Barata, oh! Coppin and Tier getting together in the final turn, and that's left it for Matty Pollage to go through for Birmingham.
15-year-old quarter-final chaos. Back on track then in quarter-final number 30. That is looking like the 24 plate of Blaine leading it from Everly into the final turn. The 21 of Collis is in there in 3. Samson Townsend's in for the front 4 looking safe and clear. Everly's made his move from 2 to 1. Blaine's going to take that 2 spot. It is going to be Collis and Townsend on the line.
Oh, third quarter-final for the 15-year-olds. Eli Smith racing on the inside. The 4-player Mason Lang is going to lead it into the turn. Lang, Smith going 1 and 2. Milk Keys, John O'Hara-Dean. He's doing it for the ladies and doing it for a spot in the semi-final. He's in there in 3 right now. Who's got the 4 as they come out of the turn? We are looking at the 19 of George Chapman. Chapman under pressure from Lewis Collins. Limo into the final corner. It's going to go Lang, Smith, Harradine, 1, 2 and 3, Chapman with the 4.
Final 15-year-old quarter-final on track. Lucas Webster and Sean Brown are out front in spots 1 and 2. Brown throws it under in the corner and goes into that 1 spot. Look at the battle for the 4. The 18 plate just being shuffled back. Heading into the final turn, that was Cameron Cox. Ryan Woodcock occupies that 4th spot. Caden Dunn's in there in 3. Heading down the final straight. Brown, Webster, Dunn, 1, 2, 3. And it is Woodcock through.
Lewis Cox in 4th spot now as they go into turn number 2. It's Oliver Kendall and Finley Hoff out there 1 and 2. Sam Hamlin's looking good in the 3. Danica O'Hagan out of Ireland. He's in the 4. He's got to catch the Scotsman. It's a battle of the nations as they go down the final straight. Kendall, Hoff, Hamlin, Cook, all through.
Josh Williams is out front in quarter-final number 34, heading into the second corner. He's got Elliot Brook in there behind him for Rab Racing. In and out they go, looking like JT Simpson Davis is in a qualifying spot. Here comes the 42 plate of Romeo Kapai on the inside, trying to work his way into a qualifying spot. But it's going to be the 17 of Jaden Green hanging on to the final top 4 position as they take it down to the line.
Right, Thomas around James Clitheroe 1 and 2. That looks like the 12 play of Curtis Copeland, who's in there in 3. Who's got the 4 right now? Jaden Fawcett of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, but he has got pressure because Ellis Berry and Midlands is all over the back of him as they go into the final turn. Doran, Clitheroe, Copeland, Berry's chasing Fawcett down the straight. Who's going to get it at the line? Fawcett's going to hold on.
Quarter-final number 36 on track. Finn Phillips and Zach Twitchen are going 1 and 2. These guys are good mates off the track and they're looking to do it on the track at the moment. Looking on moto 1365 is in there as well. That's Thomas Millar. The front 3 are safe and clear. Who's in 4? Looking at the 19 plate of Burgess is hanging on to it in a minute, but he's got MCR in there behind him. Looking at that cover, the 45 plate of Reese Toole. Toole takes in Burgess. Burgess is going to hang on.
Right, taking a look at the 33X of Reuben Smith out in front. Where is Arne Esselmon? He's in there in 4 right now. He's got to chase down Sam Day out of hole shot, who's in there in the 3 with Alfie Holloway in the 2. Esselmon has a look to see where everybody is. He's going to take it down the final straight. Is he going to pick up the 3 on Day? Is he going to stand in for 2 in 1 now? Yes, he is.
Scary Carey leads out the next quarter-final with Ben Fitzsimmons and Dexter Gambe, both in qualifying spots. But look at the rider up the inside. Gotta be Oscar Matthew Carlon. Yes, it is from Team Mine. He's having a good old scrap there with Keanu Schaefer Cohen in the final turn. Cohen's worked his way round and he's now occupying that final qualifying spot. It's going to be Carey, Fitzsimmons, Gambe, 1, 2, 3. Cohen's going to take that 4th spot.
Right, in Poland and Jaden Seward 1 and 2. In the penultimate quarter-final, that is Sebastian Hamlin going through in 3, Luke Morris in 4, Charlie Bigger might just left himself too much to do in 5. From 4 going through, including Morris.
Shea Young finds himself in the 5th spot, heading through the second straight, but he's working his way around the outside of Harvey Milbank into that qualifying spot. It is Kate leading it out. Ben Weiss is in that 2 spot. Who's in there in 3? Looking like it is the 35X plate. Scott Monroe Higgs in and out of the final turn. Neil Bank not quite going to catch Young down this final straight. Young's going to take that final qualifying spot in the final quarter-final. We are going semi-final racing at 1:45, ladies and gents. 1:45 for your semi-finals. Make sure you are in the pens, ready and waiting, please. Thank you very much.
dangerous. Get dangerous. Shameless. Basic. Shameless. Get dangerous. That's my.
or so. If you are in the semi-finals, you should be at least making your way to the pens, please. If not there already. If you're not trackside already, get yourself there.
No. I've had a race like that and it works.
Okay, ready?
Attention. Okay, riders, start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Right, semi-final number 1 underway. These are the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers heading down towards turn number 1. Frankie Griffin picking up another hole shot into the turn. Out we go, Birmingham, sorry, Brumwood are in there with Sammy Fox Cooper. He's worked his way into 2. Who's got the 4, the 28? And that belongs to Adam Arnold with Lucas Storman out there in front of him. So Storman in 3, Arnold in 4. Who's got the 5? Milton Keynes rider Jamie Turblanche. Turblanche is on the outside looking in. Has he got anything left down the final straight? Looks like he's going to run out of time to catch Adam Arnold's.
Hunter Manuel leads out the second semi-final in the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. He's got the European number 7 Oliver Arnold in there behind him. That looks like Charlie Cotton inside the top 3 doing it for Knowsley BMX Club, who's picking up 4. Look at the moves being made by Benedict Marco. Looking for a way round Harry Swales as they head for the final turn. Swales, Marco looks for a high-low. Can he bring it down this final straight? It's going to be Mallion. Looking like Cotton is putting pressure on Arnold as he takes it to the line. Who's going to get the final qualified spot? It's going to be Swales.
Right, Jack Walford and Cooper McCrum are 3 and 4 in this one, and Newton Hindley is leading it out. These are the 13 to 14-year-olds. Alfie Sims having a battle with Freddie Walwork at the back of the pack as they go towards the final turn. Wilson diving underneath, throwing the elbow in on Walford. Couldn't quite make it stick. Hindley, he's going to make it in McCrum. Walford takes the 4.
Cotty and Kitson are out front in the 4th semi-final of the day, in and out of that second corner. Looking like that could be Hard Shot picking up the final qualified spot. That is Jacob Ward. Here comes the 8 plate though of Eric McSwitty, looking for a way into a qualified spot. Robin Matalonzo hanging on to 3. McSwitty going down the final straight on a charge. Gonna go from 5 to 4 and take it to the final.
Right, 15, 16-year-olds, Thomas Miller, Jake Hart in this one. They are going 1 and 2. Zachary Tears in there in 3. DC Cycles in the 4. In and out of the turn, it's Colby Hall holding on to it. Coming under pressure now from the brass down the final straight. Is it going to be Colby? Will it be LaBrassa? The line? Colby gets it.
Second rack of 15 to 16-year-old cruiser semi-finals on track. That is Sean Brown leading this one out. Check out Louis Kaimab in there in 4 at the minute, heading into that second corner. The riders are queuing up though, in and out of that second turn. It is Brown, Davies, Harradine, 1, 2, 3. Maps in there in 4, but he's got pressure coming from Zach Chapman in the final turn. Here comes Map and Chapman going at it down the final straight. Chapman's made his move, gonna go from 5 to 4 and take it to the final.
50 to 54 cruiser in the 4th spot. That is the 8 plate of Pete Butler, I think it is. Kevin Sykes is in there as well. Hassel, Sykes, Butler, 1, 2 and 3. Rich Ellis, I think it is actually in there in 4. Ellis in 4, being tracked by the 017 of Dominic Elliott. Elliott chasing Ellis for that final spot. It's going to go Hassel, Sykes, Butler and Ellis.
50 to 54-year-old nearly cruiser bruisers heading through the second straight. That is Daz O'Brien and Martin Ogden going 1 and 2. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Got to be Gaz Carver and John Benter's bringing it through the 3rd straight. Tim Porter is in there in 5. Bentley round the outside from 4 to 3. O'Brien, Oggy 1 and 2. Benters is going to wrap up that top 3 spot with Carver rounding out the top 4.
30 plus female cruiser Michelle Stupple, Kim Batsford, Anita Wonga, 1, 2, 3 at the minute. Teresa Chalice is in there in 4, being battled with by Fong Clements. Chiziwa in there in 6, Kirsty Freer in 7. Turner's going through in 8. It's going to be Stupple, Batsford, Wong. Who's going to get that final spot in the main event? Chalice is under pressure now as they come to the final turn. Clements is lining it up. They're going to drag race down the final straight. Looks like Chalice is going to hold on.
Sean Pelver's in turn number 1, and it was Rebecca Gold that came out on top. Gold leads it from SJN through the second straight. That looks like Sav Carver inside the top 3. Who's picking up 4? That's got to be Cassie Harding out of Team Mine into that second turn. Nikki Sitch is inside the top 5. Got a bit of work to do to catch Harding as they bring it through the 3rd straight, but it is Gold out front running away with the semi-final in the 30 plus women's cruiser. Gold, SJN, Carver, Harding in that order. That's how they're going to take it through.
17 to 29-year-olds in and out of the turn. Moto 1365. Charlie Roy out in front. Poland's getting in there as well. That is Joshua Cates going through in 4. Jake Green in 5. Just trying to pick up the rider in 3 as they head down towards the final turn. It is the 600, I think it is, that belongs to Jake Green. So Green in that BMX Race Hub jersey. Charlie Roy, Owen Poland, Joshua Cates, all in.
Alex Brooks on someone go 1 and 2 in semi-final number 12, heading for turn number 2. Dan Wilson's under pressure from Rocky O'Brien, and Ned Penny is ahead into that corner as well. In and out they go. Penny throws it under O'Brien and he works his way into a top 4 spot. O'Brien's in 5, Hilly's in near in 6. Last turn action, Brooks and Esselmon have run away from the pack. They're going to take it down to the stripe. Wilson's going to take that 3 spot safely clear across the line. Penny rounding out the top 4.
The 7-year-old boys all go. This is rapidly becoming my favourite class to watch. Rapid Roman Perfield out in front. Where is Arlo Payne? He's back there in 6 at the moment. Battling away with Toby Brook into the turn. He's up into 5. He's looking for the 4. He's diving underneath. Arlo Payne, the winner of round number 9. He's in a qualifying spot. But look who's next to him. 284. Finley Kerr into the turn. It's all mixed up. Albie Blight's involved in it as well. There's a 3-way battle for that final spot in the main event. Arlo Payne's going to make it in with Albie Blight. Birdfield with a win.
Rudy Pleasance Ford checks in and back out of that first turn. Out front for Hard Shot Race Team. Who's in there with him? Got to be Logan Aceto in that 2 spot. Look at the pressure that Oscar Rather Fast is putting on Frankie Jones around the outside into that second corner. Ford Aceto out front looking good. Here comes the rider out of MK, looking like that could have been Teddy Gorman. He's just worked his way from 5 to 3 and 1 straight. Rather Fast is in there in 4. Rudy Pleasance Ford, Logan Aceto and Teddy Gorman are all safe and clear from the rest of the pack. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? That was Rather Fast.
Right, Christian Garbachick and Peterborough's holding on to that final qualifying spot at the moment right now. Oh! A touch of elbows with the 216 of Charlie Blakeburn, and that has ended his lap. It's mixed it right up. Looks like Tawalde is going to get that final spot. Perendi's going to make it in. Tawalde in 4.
8-year-old semi-finals are on track for their second rank. That is Henry Sullivan at a crucial race and leading this one out. Elliot Hatch is in that 2 spot, bringing it on round. Jake Avis in 3. Here comes Oscar Marco looking up the inside into the final corner. Can he make it happen? He's scrapping it out with Green Machines. Callum Wood, Marco down the final straight, looking like Wood's going to hang on to it as he stands, and yes he is. He takes that final qualifying spot.
Right on with the 9-year-old semi-finals. Ethan Shaw of the Birmingham National Race Team is approaching his teammates right in that first corner. He's going to pick up the lead. Hendrix Hines is in there in 2. Northeast BMX working the way into 3. I've got a feeling that's Jesse Rose on the 168 and the 41. Thomas Giles is in there as well. So Northeast BMX looking to get 2 riders in this 9-year-old main event, and the rider trying to stop him is George Spencer from Rusty Nut Racing. He's in there in 5 at the minute. Spencer dives underneath, takes the spot away. Look at the drag race down the straight. Who's going to get into the line? Spencer looked like he just might have not done enough. Oh, so close.
Charlie Dowson, Jack Haynes and Jack Belton all hit the deck, entering turn number 1 in the second 9-year-old semi-final. So it's Arthur Donaldson and Rex Ford on the 984 heading into the final turn in 1 and 2. Seth Kacharik's in there in 3. Who's going to get that final qualifying spot? Looking like Jewis is in 5, chasing Hugo Ballantyne. Ballantyne's going to hang on to the final qualifying spot. Put your hands together for Charlie Dowson, Jack Belton and Jack Haynes, ladies and gents.
All right, here we go. These are the 10-year-old boys heading into the turn. Jacob Anderson, Ronnie Woods in 5, he needs a 4. Benny Jackson's in there in 3. That is Finn Munro going through in that 3rd spot. Arthur Claydon is the rider in 4. Ronnie Wood in 5. We're coming to the final corner. If the move's going to be made, it needs to be made now. High-lows in the final turn. Drag racing down the final straight. Anderson, Jackson, Munro. Here comes Wood. Wood to the line. Is he going to get it? I don't think he did.
Connor Hemhill was shot out of a cannon down that first straight and he leads out. Semi-final number 20 in the 10-year-olds. He's got Murray Watson and Preston Newmarsh Powell going through in 2 and 3. As it stands, LCC are on the bubble in there in 4. Joe Rook's in there in about 6. It is Teddy Jones hanging on to it, but he's under pressure from Seb Hewitt down the final straight. Jones and Hewitt having a drag race to the line. Who's going to get that final qualifier spot? I think Hewitt might have just nicked it. That was close.
Right, Mara McCarran in 4th spot at the minute. Amelia Martin of Belfast City BMX Club Hub hit the deck on turn number 1 as they head down towards the last turn. It's Iris Hyder. Hyder in 1, Lauren Keller in 2, Seren Pritchard in 3, McCarran in 4. Freya Harris is looking for a way round as they go around the final corner. She might just run out of time. She's having a go at McCarran. I don't think she's going to get it. Hyder's going through, McCarran in 4.
Elizabeth Lola Paul whole shots in that first corner, and she's going 1 and 2 with the 3-plate of Grace Sherrard. Heading into turn number 2, that is Green Machines, Poppy May Kirby in there inside the top 3 as they go into that second corner. Who's got the 4th spot? That's Absolute at the moment. Elsie Blight under pressure from the 5-plate of Millie Ross in the final turn. Blight, Ross out of the final corner. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? Blight putting pressure on Kirby as they bring it down to the line. Kirby, Ross, Blight. That one was a 3-way across the stripe.
Right, Bibby, Rook and Bella 1, 2 and 3 at the minute. Where is Marcus Mullen? He's in there in 4 and he's battling away with the 4-4-5 of Archie Crocker White. Here comes Everly as well as they go into that last turn. Crocker White threading the needle, stole that position away from Mullen. Mullen's coming back at him. Who's going to get into the line? Crocker White and Mullen. Oh, too close.
Birthday boy Ronnie Payne on track, heading into that second corner, leading out his semi-final. He's got the 1 plate in there behind him, that is Jack Devine. Here comes the pressure from the 6 of Isaac Smith, the British champion, scrapping it out with the 2 plate of Leighton Harding. Taj Jamiro with a perfect high-low in that last corner. He's going to make it stick as well and take it through to the semi-final, to the final, sorry, on the line.
12-year-old girls all go. Emily Eaton and Poppy Bishop are in this one. They are 1 and 3 at the moment. That looks like Dakota Tucker going through in 4. And Esme Ward is there in that 2 spot. Looks like the rider is outside on. Looking in is Martha Cotton. She's left herself too much to do. Dakota Tucker makes it in. Emily Eaton taking the win.
Emma Kiss chases down Ruby Warren into turn number 2 in semi-final number 26 and makes her move, and it sticks as well, so Kiss leads it from Warren. At the moment it looks like we've got Hard Knocks and Jump Club battling into the final corner. It's going to be Brooke Fast Fawcett working her way into 3. Anushka Jones is in 4, Nora Siren is in 5, got a bit of work to do to catch Jones down the final straight, but she's pushing all the way. Can she chase to the line? Not quite sure who got the 4.
Right, moving on, we are looking at Harry Donald out front in this one. James Miller, Ethan Howell, that is Tom Palmer in there in the 2. In and out the turn we go. It looks like the rider out of Norwich, Joe Douglas, who's in there for that 4, but he's coming under pressure from Thomas Honeywell as he comes towards the line. Who's going to get him, Douglas or Honeywell? It was James Miller who hit the deck. Let's hope he's okay.
Second 12-year-old semi-final hits the track. Ethan Rogers is on the inside. He's going to make it happen into turn number 1 for Mabo UK. Look at Max McNulty on the inside. Oh, had to pull on the ripcord and ends up at the back of the pack. Rogers, Martin, Wilcox, 1, 2 and 3. Who's in 4? Mark towards Idlow. He's in there in a qualified spot at the moment. Looking like we've got the 2 Williams brothers in 5 and 6. Heading towards her final turn. Has the template got enough left? That's Colby trying to find a way round. One towards Idlow down the final straight. Towards Idlow's going to hang on to the final qualifying spots. Semi-final chaos looks like it's exploded on that first straight buttery. Notman are both riders swallowed up in it. One other rider on the floor, but Lynch leads it from Lawrence and Hamilton heading into the final turn. Freddie Richardson is in there in 5. Got a bit of work to do to catch the rider in front of him. That's the 11 of Isaac Shaw. Shaw's going to work his way into a top 3 spot, heading down to the line. Richardson and Hamilton to the stripe. That one was close. Wow, oh wow. Ben Millington was the other fallen rider. Put your hands together for Noah Buttery, ladies and gents. Todd Smith-Norman as well is going to walk away. Ben Millington's up to his feet.
Ready, riders?
Semi-final number 30 hits the track. Guppy shuts down Cottrell out of the gate. Rayford's right there with them. They're heading into turn number 1. Rayford, Cottrell, here comes Harry Bailey. He wants a piece as well. In and out of that first corner. Eames gets stuck wide heading through that first corner. So it is Beer Up. Beer Up's inside the qualifier. Oh! Beer Up hits the deck. In turn number 2, Rayford, Cottrell, Guppy, Bailey. 1, 2, 3, 4 into the final corner. That looks like Osborne in there in 5. Got a bit of work to do to catch. Bailey in front of him heading down the final straight. Rayford, Cottrell, Guppy. 1, 2, 3, and it was Bailey in 4. Looks like we have lost Freddie Entwistle in turn number 1 in the first of the 14-year-old semi-finals. Ben Larkins, yesterday winner, leads it out from Heath Thomas and Harvey Tomlinson heading into the final turn. That's Ocean Parr inside the top 4. In and out, they're going down the final straight. The front 4 are safe and clear from the rest of the pack. That's how they're going to wrap it up. Put your hands together for Freddie Entwistle, ladies and gents.
Right, 14-year-old semi-final number 2, Lucas Seeley. Oh, one rider's down, and that is Oliver James. I think he's hit the floor before they even got to the bottom of the hill. It is Guppy, Seeley, 1 and 2. Mason Groves in there in 3. Who's got the 4 right now? We're looking at the 15 of Eden Boone. Boone's in that spot, but Elijah Jamira is chasing him down. And if there's one rider you don't want behind you on a technical rhythm section, it is Elijah Jamira. In and out the turn, Guppy, Seeley, Groves, Boone, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Job done.
Ready, riders?
15-year-old girls hit the track for their semi-finals. Looking like Ruby Moore's got a good gate heading for the first turn, but it is the 2-plate of Megan Roy. Hole shotting into the turn, and Elise Cameron Carpenter's on the inside. Roy, Moores, Hayes, 1, 2, 3. Laurie Ann Carruthers is inside the top 4 heading into that second corner, and Elise Cameron Carpenter is chasing down the front 4 as they go in and out of that second turn. All about Roy out front though. Moores isn't done yet. Your national champion from last year looking for a way through in and out of that final corner. It is going to be Roy, Moores in that order down to the stripe. Who's going to get 3? Laurie Ann Carruthers pushing it to the line. She's going to go through with Carly Hayes.
Right, we lost Adele Veruti of Peckham on straight number 1, but as they go around turn number 2, it is Sophie Elbert, Sabina Rashman, Alexis McCartney is under pressure. Jess Marrion's working her way through. Here comes Lexi Waite as well into the final turn. McCartney tries to go underneath her teammate, can't make it stick. Elwood, Ashman, Marriott and Waits.
The 15-year-old boys are heading to turn number 1 for their first semi-final. That looks like Team Aaron Andover on the outside. Got a big high Blaine. He's shuffled back to that 2 spot. Now chasing down Mason Lang. Lang, Blaine, Everly, Gunn. That is your front 4 heading into the second turn. Here comes Blaine. He throws it under Lang in the second corner. They're over bashing as they come back through the straight. Jake Jordan is in there in 5. Look at them going out into the front of the pack. Caden Dunn throws it under and goes into that second spot. Everly's under pressure. Here comes Eli Smith heading down to the line. That one was all chaos.
Cody Coker, Lucas Webster, 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like the 21 of Finley Collis in there in 3. And who's got that 4 spot right now? It is the Birmingham National Race Team rider, Sean Brown, as they head down towards the final turn. 6.52 of Ryan Woodcock trying to get close enough. It looks like Coker's going to make it in. Collis is in there as well. Sean Brown takes the 3.
The front 4 separate from the rest of the pack as the exit turn number 1 because of a bit of traffic. And Zach Twitchen is inside the top 4 as they go in and out of that second turn. Looking like Finn Phillips is in there in 3. James Clitheroe chasing down your race leader though. That is Thomas Duran. Here comes JT Simpson Davies on the exit of turn number 3. Twitchen, Davies, Twitchen looking like he's going to hang on to it as they bring it down to the stripe. Twitchen takes it to the final.
Smart riding from Josh Williams of BMX Widow Photography. He's worked his way into the lead in this one. He's got Oliver Kendall all over the back of him, and here comes Finley Hoff as well. Who's got that 4 spot? Looks like Elliot Brook right now. Under pressure though from Jaden Green of Blackpool as they go in and out the final turn. It's going to be Williams, Kendall, Hoff, Brook. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Ruben Smith leads out the first 17 to 18-year-old semi-final into that second corner. He's been a fire all season long. That is the 35X, and there behind him got to be Scott Monroe Higgs. He's being chased down by the 2 SAS riders though. In and out they go. That's got to be Keanu Chauffeur Cohen, and they're looking like we're going to have Sam Hamling inside the top 4 as well, but he's under pressure from the other Green Machine rider. That one was close on the strike.
Oh, in Portland, Darn Esselmont going 1 and 2. Jaden Seawood threads the needle, works his way into that top 3 position. Ben Bice of Birmingham National Race Team is in there in 4 right now. Has he left the door up for Luke Morris? Not quite. Morris is on him, trying to work his way through. And Sam Day in there in 6. In and out the final turn. Morris has another go at Ben Bice. It's going to be Portland, Seawood, Vice. Who's going to get the 4? No idea.
17 to 29-year-old women now out on track. Looking like we have got Megan Kirby out front leading the way in and out of that second corner. Team Minded near in there in the 2 spot as well. That's got to be Annabelle Townsend on the 7 plate. Ellie Featherstone's worked her way around the outside into a top 3 spot and throws in a perfect last corner to go from 4th to 2nd. So it is Kirby Featherstone who's going to get the final qualifying spot. Townsend and Godfrey are through to the final.
More big moves coming on in that turn. Shaziwa in 1. Caitlin Ellis made a very smart move to work her way into 2. Emily Green's in there in 3. That is Megan Dewhig in 4. Imogen Gibson in 5. Dewhig into the final turn in 4. She's got plenty of speed and momentum. It's going to go to Shaziwa, Ellis, Green and Dewhig.
There was a lot of riders pulling on the ripcord in turn number 1 in the first 19 to 29-year-old semi-final, but Neil Brunez is managing to hang on to that top 4 spot in the minute, but Billy Lucas leads this one out. Lucas, Holloway, Phillips, 1, 2, 3. That is Brunez in there in 4. Here comes Connor Hudson, though, with a last straight charge. Brunez, Hudson, who's going to get that final qualifying spot as they take it down to the line. I think Hudson may have just nicked it on the stripe.
Callum Shard Maple is leading out the second of the 19 to 29-year-old semi-finals. Hayden Green is in there as well. That looks like Ross Sharp in there in 3 and divides. Daniel Kay has got the 4, but the 16 is on him. That belongs to Sean Tobin. Tobin's made his move, okay. Tobin's going to make it in. Tobin goes through in 4.
Grand Vets on track, the penultimate semi-final of the weekend. That is Alan Hill leading it out, going 1 and 2 with Martin Ogden in and out of that second corner. Craig Nelson's in there in 3. Who's in 4? That is the 15 of Mike Baggs. Out of divides UK, Mark Taylor dives underneath in the final turn. The elbows are flying. Taylor, Baggs, who's going to get it down to the stride? Looking like Taylor's hanging on to it for the time being. Taylor's going to take it through.
Bryce Fortune, Waddington, 1, 2 and 3. Look at Dominic Elliott getting involved as well, and Bernie Shale as they go towards the second turn. Fitzroy Bryce is leading it out. Bryce and Fortune, Waddington, Elliott now is opened up. Shale's in there in 5. Looks like Waddington's going to have done enough to make it in. Fitzroy Bryce is going to take the win in the semi. Fortune for 2, Waddington for 3, and Dominic Elliott for 4. 25 past 2 for your finals. 25 past 2 for your finals. Hello, Brooke. And we are, oh, she's brought cake. I knew there was a reason she was my favourite rider.
Okay. Well, the temperatures just ramped up. The rain stopped. There was rain during the quarterfinals, but wow, that was super hot. I think it tried to dry the track out, just people riding around it. National champs first mention for the inside line this weekend. Yeah, good to see more of an event of it.
Yeah, it's the fact that we've tried something a little bit different and bring riders in and get them racing on a Friday evening. It's always tough when you try and put these events on for the first time. But I think as we kind of move along and the age groups get used to the fact that there's going to be a national sleeve available for them, I'm hoping they're going to get involved, next year and the year after and the year after that.
Yeah, there were some good numbers actually in the younger age groups, which is part of the reason really. Make more of an event of it, and also with those younger riders, it being a thing they want to do.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think they making the national champs an actual event that riders can enter and be a part of, rather than it just being the sort of the championship age groups. It gives them a sort of sense of how race days are going to work later on down the line as well, especially because some of these guys want to sort of take this professional and that sort of thing. So it really opens up them avenues of how it's going to look in the future.
Yeah, the whole moto and LCQ thing I think is really important, especially for the riders looking for that step up or already in Europe and Worlds and so on, going into those championship categories. And there's plenty of feedback as well. I've had loads of feedback. I'm sure you guys have as well, and we'll feed all that back in and really make next year even better. Point of the weekend, I think. Sienna and Freya yesterday into the first corner.
Yeah, it was a decent battle, wasn't it? The fact that the 80s style elbows were being thrown in turn number one and Sienna didn't back off one bit. I actually had a quick chat with her this morning and just said, that was mega, because that's the kind of racing that the fans want to see, and it also makes mine and Lewis's job really easy to commentate on that kind of stuff. So yeah, superb job. I'd like to see more of it. I just like watching really good battles, and if Sienna and Freya are battling like that all through the next couple of seasons, brilliant. Bring it on.
Yeah, I said to Sienna at Plattfield, she really stands out in terms of the improvement, the track skill, the fitness, the strength. It's all really coming together, and obviously the results are showing. But of course, Freya learns from these things really fast.
Yeah, I mean, they're both fantastic riders. They both come on leaps and bounds, especially, like you say, Sienna over the last few years. Obviously, Freya's been used to being out at the front. She is that rider that is always leading the pack. So, like you say, Freya bounces back from these sort of scenarios. So it'd be good to see how she sort of deals with that today, come final time. But I think the way that Sienna's sort of improved over the last few seasons is absolutely incredible. I don't think we could name a rider that sort of had that level of improvement over the last few years, and especially doing it in the championship classes. Obviously, she made the jump to junior, I think it was last year, and now she's just excelling and starting to pick up them results. So it's always good to see.
Yeah, a lot of pressure in that environment. And speaking of pressure, next up is the Olympics.
Yeah, once every 4 years, gold medals on the line. The entire British sporting public pick up on anybody who wins a medal. If it's a gold and a silver like we got in Tokyo, so much the better. We've got the riders there who can get it done. Let's see what happens.
We got a strong group, freestyle as well. Actually, I mean, we got world champion in the men, haven't we? Going in there, Kieran. Yeah. So, what are you going to be watching the freestyle as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a great event. I mean, I tried to catch as much of it as I could when it was back in Tokyo. I mean, I didn't get it all because obviously the time difference and things like that. But I think the Olympics is massive for any sort of athlete across any sport. So especially for us to be sending who we're sending, and obviously they are at the top of their game and that sort of thing. So yeah, I think it's going to be a really good event.
And then after that, the Brits.
Yeah, the Brits. I mean, it's massive. It's mine and Richard's, as far as I'm aware, our favourite British event. So it's a great weekend. It's full of fun. It's full of great riding, and it's full of so much competition that I think everyone just enjoys it that little bit more than the national series. It just brings out this extra bit of riding that no one seems to have throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, nice one. And then the podcast, you had Dr. Rich on there. How's that?
Yeah, Dr. Jason Richardson. I've known Jason for a long time, but he came on and he's talked all about the mental game and just dropped some knowledge bombs that normally he would only kind of reserve for his clients. So Jason, he's really given it a good go, and he's been a fantastic guest. And I suggest if you do listen to the BMX Commentator podcast, available on Apple, Amazon, YouTube, and Spotify,
Nice work.
definitely give it a whirl. But also, when you listen to that episode, get a notepad, because you will get some gems out of that.
Yeah, well, I feel the same way about the Barry Nobles one, actually. We talked about that one before. And yeah, the mental game is a really big part. 3 or 4 of our riders on Team Mine this weekend, it's been a mental game, and neither of you made me cry live on YouTube, so thank you very much, because it was quite a good result just now. So we'll leave it there. That was the inside line with Rich and Lewis, and the finals are up next.
dangerous. Get dangerous. Shameless. Facing. Shameless. Get dangerous. Shameless. 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 Like get dangerous. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Shameless. Facing. Shameless. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Shameless. Facing. Shameless. Get dangerous. Shameless. 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 Get dangerous. Get dangerous. Get dangerous.
9 to 12-year-old cruiser B finals hit the track, looking like Benedict Marco has been shot out of a cannon, heading for that first corner. Who's there with him? Looking like Bram Heaver's picking up the 2 spot. Marco, Heaver in that order on the exit of turn number 1. Ocean King in the mix as well inside the top 3. Jamie Tablanche's on the outside looking in there at about 4 or 5 at the minute, looking for a way round the Gosport NRT rider. That's got to be Jet Thompson, who just comes up short on the challenge of to Blanche, heading through the 3rd straight. He's looking for a way into a top 3 spot, but looking like King's hanging on to it. Benedict Marco gonna take this B final win. Bram Heaver and Ocean King 2 and 3. 9 to 12-year-old cruiser A final is up on the gates. We have got Adam Arnold, Harry Swales, Lucas Stoneman, Charlie Cotton, Oliver Arnold, Xavi Fox Cooper, Hunter Malion and Frankie Griffin. The first A final of the last round of the year, heading towards turn number 1. The E-plates have been going at it all season, and it's going to be Frankie Griffin picking up another A final hole shot. Griffin leads it out. Who's in there with him? The European number 7 of Oliver Arnold, heading on through into turn number 2. Xavi Fox Cooper wants a podium to round out his birthday. He's been on fire all day long. He turns 12 today. He's being chased down though as they head towards that final corner. Looking like that is Lucas Stoneman. Xavi Fox Cooper dives under, goes from 3 to 2. Here comes Arnold putting the pressure back on. Griffin down to the stripe. Who's going to get that 2 spot? That one was close.
Right, we are looking at the B final for the 13-14-year-old cruisers. Jacob Warmley and Wilson Addison Milburn in the Alfie Sim. Evolved Bicycle Motocross has worked his way into 4. Here comes Freddie Walworth looking for the 5 as well. For Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in and out of the turn. Looks like Hot Shots Jacob Ward. He's going to get it. Milburn for the 2. Who's going to get that 4th spot? Too close to call. Your faller was Alfie Andrews. Let's hope he's all right. A final for the 13-14-year-old cruisers. Oh, can I just say the winner of every A final gets a massive bar of Cadbury's chocolate, I believe, and there's some whole shot awards. So let's have a look. Oh, we'll just figure them out as we go along. Anyway, 13-14 cruisers lined up. We have got Jack Walford, Cooper McCrum, Logan Young, Newton Hindley, Eric McSwitty, Robin Mattern Alonso, James Cottrell and Tate Kitson. Thirteen, 14-year-old cruisers lead the game, the last final of the year in the National Series. Looks like Little Cotty's going to bring it into the turn. He's got Tate Kitson right on his back wheel though at the moment. And as they head down towards turn number 2, that is the rider out of Manchester in there in 3, Eric McSwitty. But it's Cottrell, Kitson going 1 and 2. Newton Hindley's in there in 4, Cooper McCrum in 5, Jack Walford in 6. Last straight action, elbow to elbow. Look at the drag race. Kitson and Cottrell to the line. Who's going to get it at the stripe? Oh! Wouldn't even like to say, transponders of truth, do your thing.
Mixed picks out front in the 15-16-year-old cruiser B final. That is Oakley Hooper leading this one through. Who's in there within BMXhype.com? That is, of course, Louis Kaimap under a bit of pressure from Bradley Davison in and out of that final corner. Hooper, Map out front, Davison in 3. Here comes Map with a late charge down to the stripe. Who's going to get the win? I think it was Hooper. 15 to 16-year-old cruisers. This is a whole shot award, ladies and gents. So the first person across the white stripe in turn number 1 is going to win at 50 quid, sponsored by Coleman's. So this is a whole shot class lining up on the gate. We have got Colby Hoare, Zachary Tia, Zach Chapman, John O'Harradine, Jake Hart, J. Teal, Simpson Davies, Thomas Millar and Sean Brown. Our first whole shot class of the day hits the track. Thomas Millar wants himself this 50 quid sponsored by Coleman's, and he's going to take it home. Cha-ching, so in and out of the turn, it's Millar. Davies, 1 and 2, who's in there in 3. That's the template, picking it up as they come on round. Got to be Zach Chapman out of MCR. We've lost Colby Hall on the second straight, but it's out front with the rider out of Moto 1365. JT Simpson Davies isn't done yet. He's hunting him down as the exit turn number 3. Millar, Davies, 1 and 2. Chapman in 3. Brown's in there in 4. That's how they're going to take it across the line. Thomas Millar takes the win.
Next up, 30 to 39 cruise of the A final. We have Jamie Webb, Agris Alienzans, John Lillingston, Nathan Abbott, Martin Brown, Jack Hudson, the original Tom Palmer, and Daniel Poble. To 39 cruiser. Oh, somebody hit the gates and got it all wrong as they head towards the first turn. Hudson, here comes Tom Palmer as well. Hudson leading it. Oh, Palmer nearly ran into his back wheel. John Lillingston working his way into that 2 spot. Martin Smiley Brown's in there in 3. Popel in 5 with all the work to do at the moment. Nathan Abbott in there in 6. But it is Jack Hudson leading into the final turn. Has Lillingston got anything for him? He's going to drag race him down the final straight. Hudson, here comes Lillingston. Who's going to get it at the line? Hudson, Lillingston, Brown, you're 1, 2, 3.
40 to 44-year-old cruisers up on the gate for their A final. We've got Ian Smith, Matt Swales, Craig Cording, Dylan Dixon, Andy McCoy, Richard Stevenson, Matt Eaton, and the King of Rimmers, Kingsley Mears. Finally, the 40 to 44 cruisers are a go. Mears comes out of lane number 8 and check that out for a lead into turn number 1. Kingsley Mears leads this one out. Matthew Eaton out of Biori racing in there into the 3 plate of Richard Stevenson's in the mix as well inside the top 3. Andy McCoy's been grafting all day long and he's just about hanging on to that 5 spot into that second turn. It is all about Mears out front though, as smooth as you like. I believe this will make it 6 from 6 for him so far this season, heading down to the stripe. Mears, Eaton, Stevenson, 1, 2, 3. McCoy with a late charge on Cording, not going to get close enough. Cording hands on to 4.
45 to 49-year-old cruisers all lining up on the gate. We have got Graham Stark, David Stokes, Stuart Little, Big Knight Smith, Damien Mead, Matt Barnard, Norbert Marco, and Fraser Watson. Cruiser bruisers but never losers as they head down the hill. Norbert Marco's got a great one. Watson's on the inside and the 2 Stay Strong boys are heading into the turn. Stuart Little in there in 5. Dave Stokes working his way around the outside, trying to work his way in behind his teammate, but it is Watson leading it in and out of the turn. Fraser Watson of BMX Widow Photography. Norbert Marco, DC Cycles, Matt Barnard in 3, Damien Mead in 4. Stu Little in there in 5, but Watson checked out and gone. He's going to take the win in the 45 to 49 cruisers.
50 to 54-year-old cruiser B final. Tim Porter leads this one out for Bradford Bandits. That is Tim Drew in there with that 2 spot, who's looking at the inside. Cotty had the move stuck on him. That looks like it could be Stephen Noble. I think it might be heading towards the final turn. No, sorry, it is Dominic Elliott. Elliott with a perfect high-low in that final turn to go from 4 to 3. Porter, Drew in that order down to the stripe. Who's going to get the 3 spot? That one's going to be busy across the line. 50 to 54-year-old cruisers up on the gate for their A final. We've got Richard Ellis, Pete Butler, Gary Carver, Kevin Sykes, Stephen Hassel, John Bentley, Martin Ogden, and Daz O'Brien. 50 to 54-year-old cruisers hits the track. O'Brien's on the inside, but it's Hassel looking for the whole shot into the turn. Stephen Hassel leads it through. Check out the 3 of Daz O'Brien throwing it under in the corner. He's worked his way into that 2 spot. He's being chased down by the 7 of Kev Sykes into that second corner. Alan's Factory in the mix as well. Oh, looks like we've dropped a rider. That was Daz O'Brien. Let's hope that he's all right. 2 finals in 2 days, and he's binned it in both of them. Look at Bentley on the inside. Pete Butler's getting busy as well. Gary Carver has just thrown in an absolutely wicked move to go from 6th to 4th. Chasing Oggy to the line. Hassel, Sykes, Oggy. 1, 2, 3.
Right, we are just looking after Darren O'Brien in that turn. We can't see him from where we are. He is Kevin Bacon's stunt double. Does all the EE adverts and everything. He's up, he's all right. And he still looks awesome. Daz O'Brien. Probably sings nice as well. Well done, Darren. Good to see you up, mate, walking away. Whoop, whoop. 13 to 16, a female cruiser lining up on the gate. We have got Carmel Allison, Missy Large, Isla Young, Isla Radcliffe, Annalise Cadman-Carpenter, Cody Harmer, Alexis McCartney, and Anya Matson Alonso. 13 to 16-year-old cruisers for the young ladies leaving the gates. It is Cody Harmer and Annalise Cadman-Carpenter heading towards that first turn. Here comes Anya Matern Alonso stealing away into a top 3 position. Alexis McCartney in 4, Isla Radcliffe in 5. That is Isla Young in 6, Carmel Allison in 7. Missy Lodge going through in 8 as they go in and out of that second turn. Cody Harmer out in front aboard that S&M Steel Panther. Steel is real, especially on a cruiser as she brings it to the line. She's going to take the win. Annalise Cadman-Carpenter for 2. Alexis McCartney for 3.
17 to 29-year-old women's cruisers lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Kira Lee, Amy Willett, Abby Pike, Hannah Drew, Molly Nice, Yetska Hemstock, Olivia Firth and Taylor Lee Mohan. Final 15 hits the track. These year 17 to 29-year-old women's aboard the cruiser. Hannah Drew on the one plate has had a storming start. She's going to hold shot into the turn. Firth is glued to her back wheel on the exit of the corner though. Taylor Lee Mohan is in there in about 3 at the minute with Kira Lee in there in 4. Turn 2 action. It's still with Drew out front. The 1 and 2 from last year are currently 1 and 2 in this final. Drew hanging on to it into the final corner. Here comes Firth looking for the high-low. The elbows are going. It's a battle down the final straight. Firth makes it stick. Firth is going to take this win. Who's going to get the 2 spot on the line? Mohan for 2, Drew in 3.
Right, 30 plus female cruiser, the B final underway. Nikki 6, Josephine Burston 1 and 2. Coach Chizzy's in there in 3 with Tracy Sharp in 4. Emily Eilers diving underneath. Fawn Clements is in there as well. Kirsty Freer always smiling, and Grace Turner as well as they go in and out of the final turn. It's going to be Sidge, Burston, Chizawa 1, 2 and 3. Eilers going to pick up that 4. That is the B final for the 30 plus cruiser ladies. A final up next, we have got Teresa Chalice, Anita Wong, Cassie Harding, Sav Carver, Kim Batsford, Sarah J. Nichols, Michelle Stupple and Becca Goal. Well, we've got no idea how close the points are in this, but we are about to find out as they head down towards the turn. Michelle Stupple, SJN, Sarah J. Nichols in there in 2. Becca Gold's going through in 3, Kim Batsford in 4. Anita Wong, the queen of YouTube, in there in 5. Sab's in 6, Cassie's in 7. Teresa Chalice going through in 8, but Michelle Stupple opening up a big lead now into that final turn. Becca and SJ are having a battle for that second spot. SJ's just holding on to it. Here comes Becca, elbow to elbow. Oh, Becca goes down. Oh my word, SJN for the 2. It all got mixed up on the final straight. The elbows were flying. Becca Gold came out second best. Wow, wow, wow. Someone opened up a can of crazy on the final straight in 30 plus ladies cruiser.
55 plus cruisers up on the gate for their final. We have got Stephen Noble, David Knowles, Keith Brown, Brent Featherstone, Chris Madron, Billy Stupple, Raymond Reed and Bernie Shale. 55 plus Cruiser Bruisers hit the track. The McRock's on the inside. Madron's had a great gate heading for the corner. Looking like he's going to pick up the whole shot, doing it for Pure Bicycles. Pure out front. Ellie Featherstone's BMX coaching in there in two with Brent Featherstone. That looks like it could be Radio Race Team in there as well with the McRock. He's being chased down by Bernie Shale in and out of turn number 2. Billy Stupple's getting busy as well. He wants a piece of the top 4 pie. He's in there in 5 at the moment. Last turn action. Madron, Featherstone, Reed, 1, 2, 3. Shale chasing Reed down the final straight. Has he got enough left in the tank? Reed looking like he might hang on to that podium spot to the line. Madron takes the win.
Oh, Luke Davis Hayes hits the deck as well in turn number 1 in the B final for the 17 to 29 Cruiser. Rocky O'Brien, the man in charge at the moment, looks like somebody's lost the chain because there's a lot of pumping going on as they go down towards that final corner. You can hear the chain rattling. I think it's Connor Blythe. Matt McHugh in there in 2. Is he going to be able to catch him at the line? Oh, it wasn't quite Aaron Gwynn, but it was close enough. 17:29, the A final for Cruiser. We've got Ned Penny, Joshua Cates, Owen Putland, Charlie Roy, Dan Wilson, Jake Green, Alex Brooks, and winning the 2-in-1 out style competition in the minute, Arne Esselmont. 17:29, the Cruiser final. Alex Brooks on the inside, battling away with Putland into the turn. Here we go. Oh, getting involved is Green as well in the BMX Race Hub jersey. He slips his way into that second position, but out front, doing it for Rab Racing. Alex Brooks. Moves going on in the turn, elbows being thrown. Looks like Putland just exited the wrong side of the straight as Ned Penny gave him a cheeky little nudge on the way past. Alex Brooks is going to get it. Brooks, Green, Penny, 1, 2, and 3.
7-year-old boys on track for their B final. That is the 1-3-4 of Finley Thomas. GT Factory leading it from the LCC rider. Frankie Jones heading into turn number 2. That looks like it could be the Runnymede rider Finley Kurt inside the top 3 with Exeter in there in 4. That looks like it is the 3-4-9 plate heading into the final turn. Toby Brook rounding out the top 4 spots as they go in and out of that final corner. Here comes Jones though, diving down the last straight. Can he make it happen? He's going to go from 2 to 1 and take the 7-year-old B final across the line.
Right, Oscar Marco leading out the 8-year-old boys B final. We've got Charlie Blakeburn in there as well. I can see Christian Jock Garbachick out of Peterborough in that 3rd spot. The minute chasing down the rider from the Brunwood Massive. That is Alexander Gilbert. Milton Keynes are in there in 4. That's going to be Blakeburn. Oakley Hill doing it for LCC. They're in 5. As they head towards the line, it's going to be Marco, Garbachick, Gilbert, you 1, 2, 3.
9-year-old B final on track. This age group got explosive in the semi-finals, so Charlie Dowson is leading this B final out at the moment. He's got a 41 plate of Jesse Rose right there with him heading for turn number 2. That is Jack Belton in the mix inside the top 3 with Rocco Westwood in there in 4 for Divide Brand UK. In and out of turn number 2, it's looking good for Crucial Gang out front. That is of course Charlie Dowson into the final corner. Rose, Belton, 2 and 3 in and out of that last turn they go. Looking like that could be Joseph Dewis in there in 5, but it's all about Dowsing out front.
Right, 10-year-old B final. We've got 3 riders from the Lutterworth Cycle Centre, the LCC team. They are flying in formation at the moment. Teddy Jones is out in front. Ronnie Wood is in there in 2. Freddie Way Orland in 3. That looks like Tawalde and Peckham in there in 4, diving underneath as they head down the final straight. Jones and Wood battling to the line. Who's going to get into the straight? Wood's leaving it late. Jones has got his nose in front, steals it.
11-year-old girls on track for their B final. That looks like it could be Elsie Blight leading it out on the template. That is got to be Freya Harris in there in the 2 spot, chasing it towards the final turn. The 4 plate of Laney Cordin in the mix as well inside the top 3. Look up the inside though. Here comes Crank BMX coaching. That is Tyler Davenport working away into a top 3 spot. You've got Paige Cathcart Cunnison in there in 4. It is going to be Blight and Harris out front though.
11-year-old boys B final. Leighton Harding, Marcus Mullen in this one. Mullen's back there in 7 at the moment, but Leighton Harding is leading it out. He's in there in 1. That is Zach Everly going through in 2. The rider in 3 on the 11 is Harley Bowler, and the 13 taking to the skies. That was Zach Hamill, but it looks like Everly is going to put the moves on. Is he going to be able to make it work at the line? Oh, well, Leighton Harding, hold on. Harding, Everly, 1 and 2.
One rider down on the second straight, not quite sure who that was. It could have been Georgia Surtees on the 14 plate. Yes, it was. She's back up to her feet though. It is all about MCR out front on the 5 plate. Martha Cotton and Naya O'Connell, 1 and 2 out front, in and out of that final corner. SAS race team inside the top 3. That is Allegra True bringing it down the final straight. It's all about Martha Cotton. She's going to take this B final win.
Final number 28. These are the 12-year-old boys in the B final. Williams, Honeywell, McNulty in this one. Looks like GT's James Miller is the man in control, leading it out. And the Williams boys there are 3 and 4, but the GT rider will get it at the stripe. Honeywell's going to pick up the 2.
13-year-old boys on track for their B final. Nate Hamilton out of the inside. He's going to take the whole shot into turn number 1. Who's in there with him? Look at Nathaniel Eames getting busy. Throws it under Dexter Bear up in that first corner. Out front then it is Hamilton and Osborne going at it into that second turn. Bear up on the outside of Eames looking for a way through. Eames though inside the top 3 as it stands. Here comes the 37 and Milo Weller wanting a piece of the pie as well. Buttery's in there in 6. In and out of that final corner is Hamilton. Osborne out front. Who's going to get the 3? That is going to be wrapped up by Evolved Bicycle Motocrossers Nathaniel Eames. 14-year-old boys B final on track. Jamira's in this one. His eyes on the floor in turn number 1 with Emmy Seawood. Let's hope that both riders are all right. Looks like we have got Davey leading it out. Rufus Cousineau, out in that 2 spot, being chased down this final straight. That looks like Moto 1365's Tate Kidson inside the top 3. Put your hands together for Emmy Seawood and Elijah Jamira, ladies and gents.
Yeah. You ready, riders?
Right, 15-year-old girls heading down the hill, the B final. Who's going to be the first to rise? Alexis McCartney and Annalise Cabin-Carpenter heading into the turn. Imogen Cockrell's in there as well. He's getting busy in turn number 1. Anya I'll try that again. Anya Mattern Alonso trying to thread the needle in turn number 1. She's back there in 5 now. Oh, McCartney's giving it up to Annalise Cabin-Carpenter. So Halo Wheels have stolen it away from balancebmx.com. Ice Bikes are in there in 3. In and out we go. Cadman, Carpenter, McCartney, Cockrell. That's going to be 1, 2, 3 at the line in the B final for the 15s.
Eli Smith wants to prove a point in this B final as to why I should be in the main, in and out of that second corner. In the 15-year-old boys, he's being chased down by Nathan Barata. That looks like it could be Woodcock under pressure as well into that final turn. That was George Chapman working his way through into a top 3 spot, but Eli Smith takes that one by storm.
Oh, it's getting busy in turn number 1, and it looks like the rider on the 16 had a problem. That was Jaden Fawcett. He's back there in 7 now, got caught up in that first turn, but meanwhile out front the 15 and the 12, and that belongs to Thomas Miller and Curtis Copeland. Curtis Copeland on his home track wants to impress the home fans. Is he going to be able to work his way past? No, he's not. He's going to have to settle for 2.
Keanu Schaefer got caught up in a bucket load of traffic at turn number 1, and that has shuffled him back to about 6 heading into that second turn. It's all out front though with Joseph Skiri Kiri under pressure from Ben Fitzsimmons as they go into the final corner. Here comes NK Evolution's Luke Morris. What a move that was by Che Young, ladies and gents. Threw in a high-low and worked his way into the top 3 spots.
Right, big old impact, 17 to 29 on that first straight. The 2 sorted riders got together, Olivia Firth and Hannah Baker, and both of them ended up on the floor. Emily Clinch of Evolved Bicycle Motocross is in there in 5, but out front to the minute, looks like Mika Pritchard from DC Cycles. Here comes Imogen Gibson for the 2, Hannah Drew for the 3. All the action was on straight number 1. Olivia Firth wins the cruiser, then has to walk away from a crashing 20-inch. Hannah Baker took the brunt of the impacts. We are looking after her right now. All right, Hannah is up.
Okay, riders.
The 19 to 29-year-old B final hits the track, heading for turn number 1. Neil Brunez and Adam Brazil heading for the corner. Looking like Lewis Charles is on the outside, just receives an elbow from Dan Kay in the turn. That leaves Camille Suleiman to work his way into a top 4 spot, but it is Brunez out front, looking good for BMXHype.com. Your world number 7 leads this one out, heading into that final turn. In and out he goes, under pressure though as they exit the corner from Adam Brazil. Brunez, Brazil 1 and 2, Kate in 3.
Right, Grand Veterans, the B final, heading down towards that first turn. Bernie Shale out in front. Looks like Mike Baggs is in there in 2. Dave Knowles getting stuck in there in 3. Clark going through in 4. That is Basil Hall in 5 as they head towards the second turn. Still Bernie Shale, feels like he's been on GT for an absolute age. He has got Mike Baggs on the back of him though, going into that final corner. Gonna try the high-low, drag racing down the straight. Shale, Baggs, Knowles, 1, 2 and 3. Clark in 4.
We are moving on to the A finals. Lining up on the gate, these are your 6 and unders. We have got Charlie Thorne, Seth Goostrey, Lou and Jamira, Benji Ross Foster, Henry Dodd, John Joe Blundell, Shelby Yates and Oliver Bridle. The first 20-inch A final of round number 10 of the 2024 BMX National Series heads towards turn number 1. The 6 and unders are bringing the thunder. Oliver Bridle leads this one through. Oh, pile up in turn number 1. Jamira gets swallowed up, as does John Joe Blundell, so it's out front with the Exeter rider. Looking good for Bridell. Shelby Yates out of Birmingham National Race Team in there in 2. He's being chased down by Henry Dodd through the 3rd straight. That is Benji Ross Foster in 4. Seth Goostrey in 5. Charlie Thorne in 6. But out front with Oliver Bridle, this kid has been on fire all year long. Gonna take the national win in the 6 and unders. Shelby Yates for 2. Henry Dodd's gonna round out the podium spots. Put your hands together for Lou and Jamira and John Joe Blundell, ladies and gents.
Right, next up we have a whole shot award class. £50 sponsored by Birmingham BMX Club for the 7-year-old girls. There is 50 quid up for grabs for the whole shot for this. That is a lot of Haribo. Lining up, we have got Evie Knight, Izzy Moore, Matilda Hewitt, Verity Kay, Abigail Henning, Maggie Devine, Mabel Pine and Ola Jewis. 7-year-old girls leave the gate. They want the sweetie money. Who's going to get it into turn number 1? We are looking at the 0-1 of Mabel Pine into the turn. Cha-ching! Takes the whole shot. She's in there in 1, but she's had the swoop put on her by Ola Jewis. She wants the glory of the win. Abigail Henning in 3. Maggie Devine going through in 4. Who's got the 5 right now as they're heading down the turn? There's no doubt who's in front. Ola Jewis. Mabel Pine is chasing her down the 104. That belongs to Matilda Hewitt, I think. No, it's Izzy Moore. But Jewis, Pine, Henning, Devine. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Sorry, 7-year-old boys lining up. We have got Arlo Payne, Albie Blight, Atlas Lewis Fields, Oscar rather fast. Logan Aceto, Rapid Roman Birdfield, Rudy Pleasance-Ford, and Teddy Gorman. Here come the 7-year-old boys heading down the hill. Rapid Roman Birdfield taking to the skies. Look at Oscar rather fast. He's worked his way into a second spot right now. Aceto's diving underneath. They are leaning all over each other. Arlo Payne's in there in 4 at the minute. Who's got the 5? It looks like they're riding from Milton Keynes. That is Teddy Gorman. Albie Blight in there as well with Oakley Atlasfield and a Rudy Pleasance-Ford. But Rapid Roman Birdfield heading down towards the final corner. Oscar rather fast. They are on him like seagulls on an abandoned kebab. He's in there in the final corner. Birdfield, Aceto, Gorman, rather fast. Payne. That is your 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Eight-year-old girls lining up on at the gate for their 4th moto of the day. We have got Layla Dixon, Lauren Snell, Maisie Dyson, Madison Stupple, Megan Keller, Tutu Wooderson, Ella Grant, and Phoebe Millar. Eight-year-old girls hit the track, headed for turn number 1. The 0-1 out of lane 1, looking like she's going to pick up the whole shot. Who's in there with her? The 8-8-9 of Ella Grant. So it is Millar, Grant, 1 and 2. Who's in there in 3? That is Maisie Dyson on the 7-3-5. She's under pressure though from the 2-9-6 of Lauren Snell. Mixed picks in 1, 2 and 4 at the moment, but it is with Moto 1-3-6-5 heading through that 3rd straight year British champion, looking like she's going to rack up another national win to add to her already large collection. She's going to bring this one down the final straight. Millar takes it to the line. Who's going to get 2 and 3? That's going to be Grant and Dyson in that order. 8-year-old boys up on the gate for the A final. We have got Caleb Tewalder, Seb Perry, Callum Wood, Leo Britz, Jake Avis, Elliot Hatch, Antek Perebny and Henry Sullivan. Eight-year-old boys, Orico Sullivan on the inside, looking like he wants to take it into turn number 1. Perebny though is right there with him. Here come the MK riders. That is Avis picking it up inside the top 3, and he's got Brits right there behind him. Hatch is in there in 5, Tewalder in 6. That looks like Perry in 7 and Wood in 8. Heading into that second corner though, it's all about Crucial Gang out front. Gotta be Sullivan leading this one out. I haven't seen him drop a lap all year long, but he's under pressure from Antek Perebny on his home track. Sullivan, Perebny down the final straight. Who's going to get it? Sullivan's going to hang on. Perebny for 2, Jake Avis in 3.
Right next to the 9-year-old girls final, don't forget people, there is a massive bar of Cadbury's chocolates for the winner of every A final. You will not leave empty-handed. Also, apparently there are a lot of raffle prizes that have not been collected. So if you see the Birmingham club, I'm assuming at the club cabin, you can check your raffle tickets and find out if you've won any fantastic prizes. Right, 9-year-old girls, the final lining up. We've got Florence Kay, River Henderson, Eliza Powell, Florence Dyson, Cara Cross, Marja Olivia Kolodich, Holly Webb and Betty Wills. 9-year-old girls will leave the gate. Oh, Betty Wills took to the skies. Looked like she was going to get a little bit out of control, but managed to hold on to it into the turn. Holly Webb in there in 2. Here comes Olivia working her way through from that 3rd position into the 2. The rider out of Bradford is getting in there as well. That is Florence Dyson. She's up into that 3rd spot now. River Henderson back there in about 5th and working her way through. But out in front, Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Into the final turn, Betty Wills out of Portsmouth BMX Club. She's going to take it down the final straight, pick up that bar of Cadbury's chocolates, scoff it in the car on the way home. Who's going to get the 2? Too close to call. Next up, 9-year-old boys. We have got out of Blackpool Hugo Ballantyne, we've got George Spencer, Seth Kacharik, Rex Ford, Thomas Giles, Arthur Donaldson, Hendrix Hines, and on his home track, Ethan Shaw. Nine-year-old boys, the winner of this one's going to pick up a humongous bar of chocolate. That's a bribe or an incentive if ever I've heard it. Ethan Shaw into the turn. Maybe he's got a sweet tooth. Maybe he wants to pass it on to somebody he really loves. We really don't know. He's in there in that one spot though. Donaldson in 2, Hines in 3, Rex Ford going through in 4, George Spencer in 5. Ethan Shaw, he can almost taste the chocolate of victory as he goes round the final turn. He's going to get it. Looks like Donaldson's going to pick up the 2. Rex Ford is looking good for the 3. Hendrix Hines 4 after slipping that pedal on the final straight.
10-year-old girls A final up on the game. We've got Ada Walden, Bonnie Dudley, Aria Rose Lee, Sophie Bailey, Trixie Trays, Grace Hudak, Holly Richardson and Maisie Egan. Ten-year-old girls looking like Egan's had a flyer on the inside. Where is Hudak? She's in the middle of the pack heading into that first corner. It is Trays on Egan's left-hand shoulder into the turn. So out they come. It is Egan leading this one out. Trays in there behind her. Sophie Bailey is on a charge in there in 3. Hudak's in 4. Lee is in there in 5. That's Richardson in there in 6. Walden 7 and Dudley in 8. In and out they're going down the third straight. Trixie Trays leads this one through for fluid bicycle motocross. Has Egan got enough left for her in the tank? It's going to be Trixie Trays picking up the 10-year-old girls' final win. Who's going to get 2 and 3? Hudak's made a move. Egan, Hudak 2 and 3. 10-year-old boys are up on the gate. This is one of our whole shot classes sponsored by Green Power. Someone's about to be 50 quid richer. Whoever is first across the line in turn number 1. These are your 10-year-olds. We have got Seb Hewitt, Arthur Claydon, Preston Newmarsh Powell, Finley Munro, Murray Watson, Benny Jackson, Connor Hemphill and Jacob Anderson. Final 46 charges down the hill, looking like Anderson's had a great start, looking for turn number 1. Where is Benny Jackson? The world number 8 is on the outside, he's getting busy into the turn, no one's giving an inch. Looks like Anderson and Jackson came together slightly. Jackson has hit the deck on the second straight. Anderson, Powell 1 and 2. Who's in 3? It's got to be the 5 plate of Finn Munro. Bringing it on through. That is Murray Watson in there in 4. But it's with Absolute out front. Jacob Anderson leads it out for Absolute. Bicycle motocross as Preston Newmarsh Powell got enough left for him as they head to the line. It's going to be Anderson, Powell 1 and 2. Munro rounds out the top 3.
Right, we have Ben Millington's jersey here at commentary. It was left in the first aid tent. Ben Millington's race jersey, if he wants to come and collect it. I'm assuming he's still here, hopefully. If he's not headed for home, somebody from his club wants to pick it up. That would be good. Right, 11-year-old girls up next. We have got Millie Ross, Poppy May Kirby, Seren Pritchard, Mara McCarron, Grace Gerard, Lauren Keller, Elizabeth Lola Poole and Iris Haidar. The 11-year-old girls heading down the hill. It's been a tough class. This one is very, very busy as we head towards the turn. Iris Hyder looking like she's going to get in there first. Hyder going through in 1. Lauren Keller in 2. Looks like Elizabeth Lawler-Poole's been shuffled back in the pack. Grace Gerard, Hard Knocks bike coaching in there in 3. Mara McCarron back in 7. Hyder for Pure Bicycles out in front. Poppy May Kirby in there in 4. Elizabeth's worked her way to 5. But Iris Hyder working her way down that final straight. She's going to pick up the win. Hyder, Keller, Gerard, your 1, 2, 3. Next up, the 11-year-old boys. We have got Archie Crocker-White, Archie Bell, Jack Devine, Itai Jamira, Isaac Smith, Joe Rook, Ronnie Payne, and James Bibby. 11-year-old boys, look at them flying down that first straight. James Bibby on the inside, here comes Archie Crocker-White, Joe Rook's in there as well. Isaac the Sender Smith on the inside. Oh my word, how they got through that first corner. All together, I've got no idea. Jack Devine's working his way into 5. That is Archie Bell in 6, but Pro Star, your rider, James Bibby is out in front. Bibby taking it into the final turn. Ronnie Payne's got it all to do as well. But as they go in and out of the corner, it's going to be Bibby, Rook, Crocker-White, 1, 2, and 3. Jamira in 4.
12-year-old girls are lining up on the gate for their A final. We have got Anushka Jones, Dakota Tucker, Brooke Fawcett, Poppy Bishop, Esme Ward, Ruby Warren, Emily Eaton, and Emma Kiss. There's been a few battles at the front of this age group in the last few nationals. Here comes Eaton from the outside, all the way from lane 8. She's looking for the whole shot into the turn. Eaton leads it out. Here comes Emma Kiss in there in that 2 spot. That is Ruby Warren in 3. The W6 in there in 4. Gotta be Poppy Bishop. The Halo Wheels race team. She's under pressure from Brooke fast forcing into the turn. Kiss isn't done yet. She's chasing Eaton down. Last turn action. Eaton, Kiss, Warren in that order. Emily Eaton looking like she might wrap up another national win on the 0-1 plate for Pro Star BMX. They're going to cheer her on as she comes across the line. Eaton, Kiss, Warren, 1, 2, 3. 12-year-old boys on at the gates. We have got Joe Douglas, Tom Palmer, Ethan Howell, Montours Idlow, Charlie Wilcox, Harry Donald, Ethan Crooks Martin, and Ethan Rogers. 12-year-old boys hit the track. This one got busy in the final yesterday. Donald is coming from the middle of the gate looking for the whole shot, and I think he might find it. Joe Douglas is glued to Ethan Rogers into the turn. Ethan Howell's thrown it under. Ethan Crooks Martin has hit the deck. So it is Donald, Rogers, Douglas, 1, 2, 3. Ethan Howell working his way round the outside to pick up a top 3 spot, but didn't quite make it stick. Look at the scrap out front. Here comes Rogers. He isn't done yet. Last turn action. Rogers for a high low. Donald, Rogers, scrap down the final straight. It's a drag race. Ethan Rogers is going to go from 2 to 1. Rogers does it. Donald for 2. Howell in 3. Mabo UK go wild on the last straight.
Next up, 13-year-old girls, we've got Madison Dixon, Isla Young, Libby Coppin, Sidoni Cleve, Lexi Kearns, Joy Patel, Rin Serafina Gianolino, and Katie Millar. The girls are going, the 13-year-olds. It looks like Miller and Jarafino are going to lead it into the first turn. Jalaya Patel on the inside. Oh, we've lost one rider on that first straight from Urban Air. That was Madison Dixon. So, Lexi Kearns in there in 4. Libby Coppin's trying to work her way in as well. Maddie's up and all right, but Katie Millar is leading it through. Has Rin Serafina got anything for her down that final straight? She might have just left it a little bit too late. Millar's going to get it. Serafina for 2. Who's going to get the 3? It's going to be Lexi Kearns doing it for allensbmx.com. Madison Dixon is up and all right, which is nice to see. We will move on to the 13-year-old boys final. This is going to be a banger. We have got Freddie Richardson, Isaac Shaw, Elvis Lawrence, Harry Bailey, Ned Guppy, James Cottrell, Toby Lynch, and Kobe Rayford. 14-year-old boys, I can barely contain my excitement as we head down towards the turn. Toby Lynch picking up the whole shot. Kobe Rayford's in there in 2. Guppy's going through in 3. Shaw in 4. Battling away with Elvis Lawrence. But Toby Lynch, is he going to be able to pick it up? No! Because Kobe Rayford has nicked underneath him in that second turn. Guppy's having a go as well, throwing the elbow in. That slowed them both up. Kobe Rayford taking the win. Toby Lynch so near, but yet so far.
14-year-old girls are all on the gate for their A final. We've got Orla Cooper, Ruby Walford, Lily Hayes, Lottie McFarlane, Lottie Brown, Greg Spurge, Ailey Watson and Amelia Everly. 14-year-old girls, Orago Ailey Watson has had a great gate, heading for the turn. Burge is on the inside, who's going to get the whole shot? It is Mabel UK. Amelia Everly leads this one out. Your European number 5 is out front. The E4's in the middle of the pack, in nearing 3 at the moment, chasing down the 2 spot. That is Ailey Watson, and she's made it stick. So the E5 and the E4 are going to scrap it out, heading to the final turn. But it's all with Everly at the moment. In and out she goes, as Brown got enough left for her down the final straight. Everly, Brown, Watson, 1, 2 and 3. That's how they're going to take it across the line. 14-year-old boys lined up, ready to go. We've got Ocean Parr, Harvey Tomlinson, Mason Groves, Eden Boone, Heath Thomas, Lucas Seeley, Amos Guppy and Ben Larkins. Final 50 for the 14-year-olds. Larkins on the inside wants to make it 2 from 2 for the weekend here in Birmingham. Seeley's on the inside. Oh, there's elbows flying with Seeley and Thomas. Thomas comes out on top, so he's in there in 3, but it is all about Larkins and Guppy out front. Has Guppy got enough left to close down that gap? The Larkins is doing so much to build. Heading into the final corner, Ben Larkins, pure bicycles, looking like he's going to rack it up 2 for 2 this weekend. Larkins, Guppy, Thomas, 1, 2, 3, Seeley in 4.
Right, another one of those hotly anticipated finals up on the gate. We have got the 15-year-old girls. Lexi Waits, Jessica Marriott, Sabina Ashman, Sophie Elwood, Carly Hayes, Ruby Moores, Megan Roy, and in front of friends and family, the Birmingham National Race Team, Lorianne Carruthers. 15-year-old girls leave the hill and head down towards the first turn. Lexi Waits and Megan Roy into turn number 1. It's getting busy, busy, busy. Lorianne Carruthers got pushed away. Oh! She's gone, collected with Sabina Ashman. Meanwhile, turn number 2, Lexi Waits, Allen's BMX.com and Factory Supercross heading down towards the final corner. Jumping Jess Marriott is looking for a way around Megan Roy. She's dived underneath. Lexi's going to get it. Lexi Waits going to take the win. Lexi takes it. Megan in 2, Jess in 3, Sophie in 4, and I am glad to see that Lorianne Carruthers is up and okay. "15-year-old boys up next," when I can turn the page of my moto sheets. Right, deep breath, Rich. Here we go. 15-year-old boys: Finley Collis, Sean Brown, Kai Blaine, Noah Everly, Caden Dunn, Mason Lang, Lucas Webster, and Cody Coker. A 15-year-old riders are going to head into this first turn. There will be no quarter asked or given, but the man out in front of the minute is Cody Coker. Coker out in front. Noah Everly in there in 2. That looks like the rider from Absolute. That's going to be Lucas Webster in 3. Kai Blaine in 4. Caden Dunn in there in 5 with Collis. Is it? Oh! Emily's dropped it in the turn, held everybody else up. Cody Conker can coast to the finish line. He's going to take the win. Who's going to get the 2? Sean Brown's pushing for it. Birmingham National Race Team takes that second spot.
Put your hands together for Noah Everly, ladies and gents. As the 16-year-old girls line up on the gate, we have got Molly Simpson, Lacey Baird, Jamie Owens, Lily Phillips, Annabelle Charlton, Rosie O'Brien, Fumi Adarami Hepburn, and Esme Brooke. 16-year-old girls hit the track. Brooke gets a great gate headed for turn number 1. O'Brien's on the inside. Who's going to get it into the turn? O'Brien out of Preston Pirates, looking like she's going to make it stick. Looked like Brooke went for the high-low in the turn, but just got shoved wide, so it is O'Brien. Fumi Adarami Hepburn has worked her way in. Looks like we've lost one rider in the turn. That's got to be Annabelle Charlton, but the battle is out front. Look at the front 3 going at it. Here comes Fumi Adarami Hepburn. Esme Brooke looks for a high-low, but Hepburn had one of her own on O'Brien. Here she comes down the final straight. Who's going to get the win? Hepburn's going to take it. O'Brien for 2, Brooke in 3. We're just going to make sure that Annabelle is all right in turn at number 1.
Bit rough. Birthday on the Saturday line in the first turn on the Sunday. It's not what you want. We hope she's okay. She's been looked after by our medical team who do a fabulous job. We're going to take good care of Annabelle.
Alright guys, come off the gate. It's going to be a while. It's going to drop the gate as well. Don't worry. It's going to drop the gate as well.
All right, we're just going to take all the necessary precautions. Looking after Annabelle. Right, don't forget Braintree BMX Club have their 40th anniversary race. I think it's the 10th of August, is that right?
That is correct.
There is loads going on down at Braintree on that day. It's going to be a big one, so if you are anywhere near Braintree, you've got the opportunity to go down and get involved. There's like £1,000 prize pot, I think, something like that. It's going to be good. And 21st of July, Bruntwood Park BMX Club, the Brunty Massive, they're having their 10th anniversary shindig. So there's a lot going on there. Big prize money, I think, for classes, old school racing, various other things that I can't remember off the top of my head. But it's the 21st of July at Bruntwood. And the reason I know is because I'm going down to do commentary. So there we go. So I'll be joining everybody down at Brunty. The Brunty Massive have been very quiet this weekend. Normally we hear them from miles away.
I wonder if the gazebo's back here.
It probably is. Love a bit of Taylor Swift. Can't beat it.
He's not lying either. He's still
I'm a Swiftie, I admit it. Do you know what I mean? I don't mind.
Knows all the lyrics.
When you've got a teenage daughter who listens to this stuff all the time, you have no choice.
Do you know the dance moves?
I'm not dancing. No.
Why not?
Absolutely not happening.
That's what the
Daniel's
people
already
want
got
to
his
see.
head in his hands. Look. Couldn't be any more embarrassing.
Yeah, but that's what the people want to see.
Well, I know, but
Honestly,
they're not going to
Mr.
see
Eames,
it.
throwing some tribute.
I've told him before, I said, don't. You know, it's just going to get worse as I get older.
It
So-
does. It
so,
does.
yeah.
It really does. I hope all of you regions have got your Brits Parade plans as well.
Oh, yeah, Brits Parade.
Yeah, Brits Parade.
Do we know what the themes are?
I've heard one of them. I don't think I'm allowed to say that.
Are you not?
No, I don't know. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not.
Right.
I don't want to do it in case Andy McCoy sees me say something and then...
Yeah. Can I just ask, is there anybody from Royston track around, the Royston club around the track at the minute? Anybody from Royston? Come on, somebody from Royston must be here. Put your hands in the air, let me know. Royston BMX Club.
Don't worry, you're not in trouble.
You're not in trouble. It's purely a practical thing.
Down there.
There we go. That lady over there. Can I give you Ben Millington's jersey? Is that all right?
Sorted it. Thank you very much. I've run the first straight. I did see it in the end. Do apologise. Yeah, don't forget we are over in Derby. The second year on the bounce for the Brits. August Bank Holiday weekend. They always put on a good British Championships in Derby, so make sure you get yourselves over there. Back end of August, I think it's about 6 weeks' time away.
I'm not giving it away, Ronnie. Yeah, I've got to send it back to its owner. Are we all right, Ronnie? Are we feeling good, mate? What? Did you?
Rich. I thought Rich was over there signing stuff then. I thought he finally made it. Oh, there is a birthday that we forgot about. One of our other commissaires over in the admin cabin, Mr. Kirby. Very happy birthday to you, sir. This is his birthday this weekend. I think it's today, actually. I know the age, but I won't say it. We'll be respectful. So happy birthday, Mr. Kirby. Another one of our commissaire team, Mr. Whitworth. Happy birthday, sir. I definitely won't say your age. We'll keep it respectful. Any other birthdays around the track? I think we've done the majority of them this weekend. If we do forget, I do apologise. We don't do it intentionally. Can we have the parents of Jamie Terblanche to the skate park immediately, please? Parents of Jamie Terblanche, wherever you may be, you need to head to the skate park immediately, please. Thank you very much.
Are you lot going to start dancing up there? Why don't you show your dad up instead, Nathaniel? Instead of him embarrassing you, why don't you embarrass him? Start.
There's a party going on in the commentary tower.
I was just telling Nathaniel to throw the shapes that you wouldn't.
He ain't going to do that.
He did say no.
I think young Mr. Renison up there's throwing the best shapes.
They're trying to tell me something about Park there.
Is that young Mr. Shaw up there as well? Don't even go there, Nathaniel. Or you're going to walk home. Tread carefully, that's all I'm saying.
Ladies and gents, please put your hands together for Annabelle Charlton. Just bear with us, guys. We'll resume racing as and when we can. We're just going to make sure that Annabelle is okay first. Still got 4 whole shot awards to give away today as well. They are in the Masters, the 19 to 29-year-old men, the vets and the championship women. It certainly is, Casey. It certainly is. Hope you're all in front of your TVs Wednesday night, 8 o'clock kickoff. Why not? Why not, Simon? No! Right, we are ready to resume racing by the looks of it, ladies and gents. The 16-year-old boys are up on the gate, ready and awaiting their final. We have got lining up Elliot Brook, Finn Hoff, Ollie Kendall, Zach Twitchen, Josh Williams, Finn Phillips, James Clitheroe, and Thomas Duran. Final 58, the 16-year-old boys hit the track. Williams and Phillips come together down the hill, and that leaves Williams at the back of the pack. Ollie Kendall wants to do 2 for 2 this weekend, but he's got Finn Hoff glued to him as they come through that second straight. Clitheroe is at the back of the pack at the moment. Twitchen's working his way across into the top 6. So it is Kendall, Hoff, Duran, 1, 2, 3. Elliot Brook is in there in 4. Williams has worked his way into 5, but it's all with Kendall out front. He's under pressure there from the Pro Stop rider, but it's going to go home 2 for 2 with Ollie Kendall. Makes it 2 wins this weekend.
Right, 17, 18-year-olds. We have got Arne Esselmont, Benjamin Weiss, Alfie Holloway, Jaden Seawood, Owen Putland, Sebastian Hamlin, Scott Monroe-Higgs, and Ruben Smith. 17, 18-year-olds are go. This is going to be an absolute banger of a final. Reuben Smith has been on fire all day long. Leads him into that first turn. Looks like we've got Putland going through into Ben Weiss is in there in 3. That is Holloway in 4. Jaden Seaward in 5. Doing it for Hard Knocks by coaching as they go in and out of that second turn. But in the Jump Club Source jersey, in and out of the final turn, he's been absolutely flying. Reuben Smith is going to get it. Putland for the 2, Ben Weiss for the 3, Holloway for the 4.
17 to 29-year-old women up on the gate, lining up. We've got Remy Godfrey, Annabelle Townsend, Megan Newhig, Emily Green, Ellie Featherstone, Caitlin Ellis, Megan Kirby, and Lily Chisua. Final 60 hits the track. The 17 to 29-year-old women are a go. Looking like Featherstone wants to pick it up into the turn. Featherstone, Green, Chisua in that order as they head through that second straight. Remy Godfrey's in there in 4, Kirby's in 5, heading into that second corner, but it's all about Ellie Featherstone's BMX coaching out front. Ellie Featherstone, the team manager, is leading this into that final corner. In and out she goes. She's going to wrap up another national win this season. Featherstone, Green, Chisua, that's your 1, 2, 3. Remy Godfrey rounds out the top 4.
Right, next up, this is a Whole Shot Awards. £50, sponsored by Premier. For the first rider across the whole shot line in turn number 1 in the 19 to 29 Open. We've got Connor Hudson, Aaron Holloway, Sean Tobin, Kenny Phillips, Billy Luckhurst, Ross Sharp, Callum Chard Maple, and Hayden Green. (19 to 29-year-olds. Oh, Kenny Phillips got it all wrong out of that gate. Callum Chard Maple heading down towards the first turn. Hayden Green in there as well. Oh, Hayden Green just about held on to it. Callum Chard Maple hits the deck. Nobody was given an inch going into turn number 1, and Hayden Green has walked away not only with the 50 quid but with the win, because there is nobody near him as he goes into that final turn. Luckhurst is in there in 3, crucial in that second spot. That's going to be Aaron Holloway. Luckhurst for the 3, Hayden Green. You can see the elbows absolutely banging together into the turn. But Hayden Green is 50 quid richer.
That's going to go down as a classic.
A classic, I agree.
30 plus women lining up on the gate for their 4th moto of the day. We have got Fawn Clements, Annie Chisua, Anita Wong, and Rebecca Gold. Here we go, the 30 plus women hit the track, looking like Rebecca Gold is going to take the whole shot, heading for the first corner. Who's in there with her? Absolutely no one, because she's checked out from the rest of the pack. In and out she goes, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross on the 0-1. Who's in there in that 2 spot? That is Anita Wong, riding out of DC Cycles. Annie Chisua looked up the inside of Fawn Clements in turn number 2, but it is the rider out of Andover hanging on to the top 3. Team Bunny's coach Chizzy in 4, in and out of that final corner. All 4 ladies doing 2 bikes this weekend. Goal gonna take the win. Clements with a late pitch to the line. She's gonna nick the 2 spot on the stripe. Wong, Chisua, 3 and 4.
Next up, this is a whole shot class, the Masters, sponsored by Coleman's, 50 quid for the first rider over the whole shot line into turn number 1. It will be one of these riders: Darren Thompson, Dale Scott, Chris Granger, David James, Sean Issett, Matthew Bourne, John Lillingston, and Billy Irwin. The gate drops on Masters. It's only going to get faster. 50 quid on the line as they head down towards the first turn. John Lillingston wants to fill the car with fuel on the way over, and he's done it. Lillingston picking up the whole shot. Is it in there in 2, Irwin in 3, Bourne in 4. 4 as they head towards that second turn. Moto 1, 365, John Lillingston under pressure now from Sean Issett. The old joints are holding up Sean. He's going to work his way down that straight. He's going to battle with Irwin for the 2. Lillingston takes the win, takes the money. Irwin for 2, Issett for 3.
The vets are up on the gates for their final. This one is also a whole shot class, 50 quid up for grabs for the first rider over the white line in turn number 1, sponsored by Green Power. It will be one of these gents lining up that will receive it. We have got Mark Steele, Hayden Tarora, Adam Boudet, Fraser Watson, Matt Barnard, Matt Eaton, Zoltan Boudet and Benjamin Martinez. Vets hit the track. This one's been hotting up all weekend long. Martinez gets a great gate. That looks like Zoltan Boudet on the inside. Watson's in there as well, but it is with crucial racing out of the first corner. Ben Martinez, Boudet, Watson, Boudet, Tarora in that order, in and out of that second turn. But it's all about Martinez out front. Watson isn't done yet. Last turn action, dives underneath. Elbows are flying. Boudet stays strong, so he's going to hang on to that 2 spot. It's all about Martinez, Boudet, Watson. That's your 1, 2, 3.
Right next up, the Grand Veterans final. We have got Mark Taylor, Dominic Elliott, Craig, Nellie Nelson, Neil Waddington, Stephen Fortune, Martin Ogden, Fitzroy Bryce and Alan Hill. Grand Veterans, go Alan Hill on the inside, Martin Ogden in there in 2 aboard that daylight. Fitzroy Bryce is working his way in 3. Craig Nelson inside the top 4 right now. Stephen Fortune in 5. Here comes Neil Waddington trying to get in there, but being banged around as they got on the second straight. Alan Hill is leading it out. Oggy chasing him down, heading into the final turn. Pure Bicycles. Alan Hill taking it down the final straight. He's going to take the win. Oggy for the 2. Fitzroy Bryce is going to pick up the 3 with Craig Nelson in 4.
Junior Open are up on the gates. The 4th moto of the day. Lining up. Riding for Pro Star BMX on the 95 out of Manchester, Gabe Simpson. Riding out of Cyclopark on the 73, Miller Hughes. On the 38, doing it for Absolute and Bath BMX Club, Ned Penny. And on the 107 out of Peckham BMX, Danny Jake Monforte. Gate goes down, junior men hit the track. Ned Penny is flying for turn number 1. Here comes Danny Jake Montfort though on the inside, looking like he's going to work his way in for the lead. Miller Hughes throws it under in the turn. It is Montfort leading it out. Oh, Simpson hits the deck for about the millionth time this weekend. He's back up to his feet straight away. Penny looks on the inside of Montfort in turn 2. It is them 2 guys out front. Montfort, Penny, Hughes, 1, 2, 3 in and out of the final corner. Danny Jake Montfort, pretty sure he took the win yesterday as well. He's going to take it 2 for 2. Penny in there for that 2 spot. Hughes for 3. The 4 is going to go to Gabe Simpson.
Right. We're out of the case. It's been a long weekend. Right, 2 finals left. The first of them is the Championship Women. It was all excitement in round number 9 as Sienna Harvey and Freya Chalice battled into that first turn. Are we set for more? We are about to find out with the riders on the gate. Elizabeth Bound, Cody Harmer, Lucy Simpson, Taya Gaynor, Sienna Harvey, Betsy Bax, Elsa Rendell Todd and Freya Chalice. And there's whole shot money on the line. Championship women are go 50 quid for the whole shot, sponsored by Premier, as they head down towards the first turn. Freya the Slayer picking up the money. Cha-ching! She's 50 quid better off. Sienna Harvey in there in 2. Betsy Bax, Elsa Rendell Todd. That is your top 4 right now, with Lucy Simpson in 5 as they head down towards the final corner. Freya the Slayer, absolute bicycle motocross, taking the money, taking the win. She's going to go across that line. Sienna Harvey in 2. Wouldn't like to say who got 3. All right, the final, not only of the weekend, but of the 2024 national season. And as usual, we have to do some thank yous before we introduce you to the riders. First up, the guys and the girls in the green outfits. I would describe them as they are around the track. They pick you up when you fall down, patch you up, send you off to A&E if you absolutely have to go there. They do a phenomenal job. Please, ladies and gentlemen, not only for the weekend but for the season, make some noise for our medical team, please. Next up, the guys and girls in blue dotted around the track. There's a very false, cruel rumour that when you become one of these people, they remove your soul with a teaspoon. It's not true. It's absolutely not true. They do a phenomenal job. Somebody's got to do it. We can't run races without them. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise and appreciation for our commissars and admin team. And last but not least, they've been our hosts here this weekend. We've been to this track many, many times. And I am very, very happy to say I very rarely, if ever, hear anybody say anything negative about coming to this part of the world. They do a superb job. The track is probably one of the best facilities in the UK. They've done it again. They've knocked it out of the park. Please give it up. Make some noise for Birmingham BMX Club. So we have up on the gate the final of the 2024 BC BMX National BMX Series, sponsored by Lloyd's. But oh, it's gone. We're back on. Hey! Right. Somebody put 50p in the meter really quickly then. Right, Superclass lining up. For Pure Bicycles, we have Harrison Bell. On the 209 out of Preston, Mark Fletcher. For the GT Factory BMX UK team, Harry Tanner. For Ice Bikes UK, always entertaining, George Hunt. For Concept Mainbow UK, Matthew Hutz. For Birmingham BMX Club, on the 546, Bradley Russell. On the 068, also out of Birmingham, Joss Marnham. And on the 262 on his home track in Birmingham, Callum Russell. The final of the 2024 season. Absolute silence for the start, please. And as the rain begins to fall here in Birmingham, the action is hotting up as we head towards turn number 1. Matthew Hart getting the whole shot. Russell in there in 2. In fact, Russell 2, 3, Marden 4. George Hunt in there in 5. Heading into turn number 2. Is Matthew Hart holding on to it? Yes, he is. Russell's chasing him down though as they go towards the final corner. Is the move going to come? Not quite. Oh, what a move from Callum Russell. Is he going to catch Matthew Hart? No, he's not. Oh, Russell, Marnham, your top 4. Fletcher in 5. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and that wraps up your 2024 British Cycling BMX National Series. Thank you for your support, your effort and your work. Everybody who's taken the time to host an event, to turn up and to do what they do. Guys, we will see you in about 5 to 6 weeks' time, whenever it is. I can't even remember. I'm too tired to think. We will see you at Derby, just up the M1-ish. But as always, wherever you are headed,